It's time for Side Scrollers with me, Stuttering Craig. You decide when you lose, not other people. And Blabs.
I like pickles.
And co-hosted by our friends from around the internet. If you like common sense, hit that thumbs up button and, of course, the subscribe button. And join us Monday through Friday live at 11 a.m. Central Time. And now, broadcasting from our homes, it's time for the #1 gaming and entertainment podcast on God's green earth. It's time for Side Scrollers.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome on out to Side Scrollers on YouTube.com and Rumble.com and SideScrollers.locals.com. What's going on, everybody? Hi. I'm Stuttering Craig. Happy Monday to you. Did you have a good weekend? You did? Are you ready for a great week? You are? All right, man. We got a killer show today as we're just jumping off the high dive, the 25-foot high dive, straight into the kiddie pool of Sweet Baby Inc. And I'll tell you what, we got a killer panel today. Cannot wait to talk to these wonderful people. But first, let's talk to the international sex symbol. It's Blabs.
I am not, but also, hi, Amir. Amir?
Just going right into it, huh?
Sorry, hello. Thanks
All right,
for watching.
let's go.
There,
Right off the bat.
did my thing.
I'd like to
Clown.
say hi to Amir as well. Hi, Amir. Good to see you. Look, did you have a good weekend, Blabs?
I did. I was sick on Friday, which was absolutely awful, but then I got a little bit better, so I'm okay today.
Boo-hoo.
Yeah, it sucked, dude. Being sick sucks.
Yes, sick is not fun.
No.
Well, it's called sick and not normal. Yeah.
No.
Hey, we got a new soundboard. I went in and my mic should sound good. I shouldn't have any underwater issues, and I can do fun things like this. Can you wait?
Can you not hear?
Oh, hold on. There it is. That's what I can do all sorts of fun things and play sound effects. And great. I literally asked Gary from Nerdrotic. I said, hey, what's your soundboard? What's your mixer? And you know who's hooked me up? Quarter Black Garrett got a hold of me, sent me a new mic. I got a new microphone coming, got a new soundboard, we got everything. We're gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. So we can do all sorts of fun things like that. And listen to sound effects and stuff. But so here we go, man. We're gonna have a great show. Like I said, a killer panel today. Let's start off by introducing Mr. Gamergate himself. It's Jordan Taku. Dev, hello.
Hello. Hi, Amer. What's going on? Are we all going to say it, I guess?
Yeah, everyone say hi. Say hi to Amir, Amer.
Oh, right. Amir, sorry. Oh, my God. I ruined his name right off the bat.
Fuck
so,
it up.
Something I just realized. The music you use for your show, that's Armored Armadillo's stage from Mega Man X, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
I was wondering where I heard that before. And I was like, yeah, that's what it is. Is it like a VG remix or something?
So that was done by, we originally, Side Scroller started with the old school, like video game 16-bit version of it. But that version is done by the one, the only Paul Hadouken. Paul Hadouken remade that, and it's spectacular. So that version was done for just this show.
I think he did something for Sargon back in the day. He did a remix of Guile's theme. It sounds very similar. So, yeah.
Kyle's theme goes with everything. That's what they say.
It goes with everything, yeah.
Also joining us today, the duo of trouble. I'm talking about Melee K and Melee James. Hello.
That's the best title ever. I love it.
I will also say hi, Amir. Also, hi, Cloud. Can I say hi to all the Blabs?
Absolutely not. Sounds good. There he is.
I want to apologize on behalf of Canada today for that and for everything else we've done recently, which you'll hear about today on the show.
You should probably just apologize for Canada.
That's what I'm saying. I'm apologizing for all of Canada. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, that was very Canadian, wasn't it? Saying I'm sorry.
No, you just gotta start sharpening your hockey skates while drinking a Timmy's and like a Timbits and all that. It's fine.
That's the based Canadians. There's not a lot of them anymore.
Gonna be honest, I can't wait to leave. I'm gonna go to the States one day. I hope.
Is there a single show that I don't get kicked on? Oh my God.
No.
Is there a single show where you behave on?
No.
Just for I
don't belong here.
Someone who does belong here on Mondays, the greatness of Yellow Flash. Good to see you, buddy. How are you?
Hey. Hola, Amir.
All right, let's go. Amir in the house, all the way from Brazil. I'll tell you what. And we're going to be joined by Gabe also from Big Man Comics. Dean Kane. It's called Dean Kane All-American badass superstar. What is it? What's the comic called again?
Well, it's Big Man Comics.
Yeah, that's
Big
what I
Man
said.
Comics. King Kane's All-American
All-American Lawman.
Lawman.
Yeah, All American Lawman campaign. There it is.
Totally screwed it up. But it's a great project, and he's going to be joining us in a little bit. But also today, joining us from the Southern Hemisphere, ladies and gentlemen, where most people know Dan Vask, apparently, running through this is actually a great question. I don't know. But the founder of the Sweet Baby Inc. Steam community, for the first time, showing his face like a big, brave soldier.
There it is.
Sorry, guys. Hello.
Elbow.
You're there. You're
Hey.
All right, there
Sorry,
he is.
guys.
How are you, man?
I'm feeling great, man. I mean, it's an honor to be among you guys. I mean, thank you for inviting me. I'm feeling great. That's all. I mean, I don't even know what to say.
Well, you've kind of gone through a whirlwind the last few days, but I'm sure you're up for it. Aren't you going to say hi to Amir?
Oh yeah, man. Hi, Amir.
Good. Okay. Well, we're glad you're here. I don't know what you just said. You probably just cursed somebody
said
out.
hi.
I said hi.
You know Portuguese?
Yeah, you big up. I'm sorry. Just kidding.
Cancel Craig. Everyone cancel.
Cancel Craig.
You cannot cancel me. That's it. You can only be canceled if you choose to be canceled. But look, we're going to have a great show. We're talking about, obviously, Sweet Baby today. Sweet Baby Inc., the downfall that is happening in real time, the crumbling of this nonsense. And it's been real interesting to watch. But first, I want to remind everybody, we are live over at rumble.com/sidescrollers. If you haven't yet, hit the follow button over at Rumble. Really appreciate you guys popping in over there. Also, we have an X account where you could have found out who was going to be on the show today. You could have found out that everybody was on the show. Over at SideScroller Pod, make sure you guys hit the follow button. There are videos that go up over there that don't even hit YouTube. We are casting the net wide. So go watch videos over on our X account. We also have an Instagram account, don't we, Blabs?
We do. We're closing on 1,300 followers. So be one of those people to follow us to get us to 1,300, or else X gonna give it to you.
Okay, X will give it to you. Are you X?
I mean, no.
Way to go, Blabs. Really strike fear in them.
I really put that one together, didn't I?
Yeah. We also have a Kick account over at kick.com/sidescrollers if you want to move away from Twitch, which we're not live over there, so like you'd know. But go on and hit the follow button over on Kick and join us over there. Some of the insanity. If you don't want to see our faces, if you want to listen to the show without staring at our stupid faces, you can find us over on Spotify as well. Join us over there, and it's great stuff. Also, the place I want to point everybody to is sidescrollers.locals.com. We are posting things over there that are exclusive to over there, things that we can't post over on YouTube. We're also going to be posting interviews before they hit YouTube. We're going to be posting the Maven Huffman, former WWE superstar interview. It's going to be going up next Saturday, but you can actually watch that right now over at sidescrollers.locals.com. I'll make sure that's pinned up over there. It's free. It's free to become a member over there. You just go up, sign up, and if you want to support, you can. If you don't, that's cool too. Flash, I know you got a Locals.
I do.
Yeah, how's that going?
It's going all right. I don't do as much as I should with it, but it's doing good.
We're gonna make sure we're paying attention to it. So yeah, head over there. Once again, if 10 of you today would head over to our Locals page, we'd greatly appreciate it. Once again, just sign up over there for free. If you don't want to do that,
the best thing to push with that, Craig, is the notifications, because while they might not work over here, it's free to go over there and you will for sure get a notification.
That's right. Like M16 Mojo got his notification over there on Locals. So he's watching over there, which is great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And that's actually a really, really good point. But we do, if you want to hit the subscribe button over here on YouTube, join the 67,600 Common Sense Lovers. Let's do our best to hit the 500 like barrier today. We are on a great streak with that. And of course, our 25 memberships. Let's stinking go. Let's hit those 25 memberships. We're off to a great start as Lord J starts us off with 10 gifted memberships. Let's go. That is spectacular, Lord J. Really appreciate that. Cabrutus, you get to pick the color that goes on the wall. We don't have a whole lot of space on the wall, but you get to pick. We want blue, purple, yellow.
I like purple. I like purple.
I like purple. Purple is on a
Good
3-day
choice.
streak as well. People liking that. Lord J's going on the wall. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Tomac came in with the $20 super chat. Blabs, can you read that off really quick?
Yeah, so let me just bring in Gabe first because he's been back there for a good minute or two. Hi, Gabe. How are you?
Hello, how you doing?
Good. All right, Tomac says for 20. Well, it looks like SBI detected is above 100K follower. So if it gets removed from Steam, we know something is up.
100%.
Oh yeah. We're gonna get into that very shortly. Thanks, Tomac. Appreciate that. Lord J, do me a favor. Look at that.
Look at it.
Appreciate that. Look at that. Stinkinator came in as a new member as well. That's awesome.
name.
Thanks so much, Stinkinator. It's great stuff. Let's go read off this as well.
The Major Spike 9000 for $5 cracks one open. Ahem. What is up? And I cannot stress this enough, my gamers. That's true. What is up, my gamers? And then Thomas M has become a member for 5 months. I'm not upset with Canada. I'm disappointed. You can do better, Canada. Oh no, I'm upset with them.
I'm upset, and I also agree at the same time. We can
I'm
do
a
better. And we
self-loathing
suck.
leaf.
Yes.
Canadians, ridiculous.
Nathan for $9.99. It's a Gundam did a video on one of the people whining about the Steam curator. Turns out they are part of Zoe Quinn's body count. Oh, a woman who still hasn't made the Chuck Tingle game she took money for.
Oh, those 5 guys.
It's a Gundam. I actually
Burgers
used a
and
bunch of my
fries.
research, which I'm actually quite happy about. He and I are good pals.
Good. Okay, so I'll tell you what. I'll just say this. We got a lot to get to today. And I'm going to be here for as long as it takes to get this done. Okay, so all we ask from you guys is to hit the thumbs up button, let people know the show is happening. We have okay, so a little bit of background here as to everybody's role here on this panel today. Obviously, Labs and I, we're here every day. Dev, the reason why I wanted to have Dev on today and why Dev is so important to today's conversation is because he was a big part of the conversation of Gamergate 10 years ago, and there's a lot of polarities between the two, between what's happening now and what happened 10 years ago. So there's Dev's place. James and Kay, they're here because they were the ones who exposed us to what was happening about 3 months ago with Sweet Baby, right? So they were first on the show, and they also have some other stuff going on, which I hope we're able to get to that towards the tail end of the show. As that's insane. Obviously, Cabrutus over here is the creator of the Steam community page, the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, which has now crossed 100,000, correct?
120,000 actually.
120,000?
Yeah, let me check it really quickly so I can give you an update. Yeah, we are almost with 130,000 actually.
Wow, that's insane. And obviously, Flash is obviously super news reporter guy, talks about this stuff on a day-to-day basis, has his finger on the pulse. And Gabe is here because Gabe actually has tremendous history, specifically with Suicide Squad. As Gabe, you've talked about how this is very personal to you. Do you want to go into your background here a little bit?
Yeah, I was an artist for DC Comics for the better part of 15 years. Worked for everyone, Marvel, DC, Image, IDW. You heard it. I worked on it. One of the things I'm most proud of when people ask me, Star Wars and Arkham City. I worked on the Arkham City games with Paul Dini, one of my childhood heroes from the Batman
hero
series. Mm-hmm. And so to work on this Arkham stuff, my buddy Carlos that drew the Arkham comic that I colored, he was the original character designer for the original Arkham City games. So this is very personal to us. He's a very good friend of mine. We worked together at Wildstorm DC Comics Studio. And for them to take a ropey dump all over what we created with the Arkham stuff and all that, it's infuriating. But we could talk more about it later. But yes, I take it very personally.
Awesome. So like I said, do us a favor, spread the word that the show's happening today, as we're going to get everyone's perspective on this as we go along. We don't know how long we're going to go. We may go a little bit longer than we usually go, but and people can come and go as they see fit throughout the day. So with that said, I do want to point out that Shane Bentley came in with a $50 Rumble rant. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
He says, hey there, side scrollers. Got back from my church mission from this Saturday. Good to see y'all. I'd be glad to share some picks if you like on the Discord. Lastly, it's time for a Side Scrollers March Madness bracket. Correct. That's right. It is almost time for a little bit of March Madness. Shane, thank you very much. Appreciate that greatly. Also, Icanalist says, hail Side Scrollers and the many guests. After this week at SBI should change their name to Salty Baby Inc. Thank you. And my boy Zim came in with a $100 Rumble rant. Holy shit, Zim says, oh, look, he made it to a live show. That's pretty neat. I would really appreciate a duet. Oh no, Zim's gonna make us sing today. Pick who of Mope by the Bloodhound Gang. Otherwise, Ballad of Chasey Lane from Blabs would give me the giggles.
What?
I don't even know what that is.
It's so
Mope-
specific.
Yeah, very specific. Zim, I'm going to write that down. We're going to get to that towards the tail end of the show with any songs that we have to sing, because we got some serious stuff today. But thank you so much for your support, Zim. You're my boy. All right. So we're going to go right into this. Should we do the hard news intro, Blabs, or should we just go straight into it?
Hard
We have
news
to
intro
do
is
it.
needed. We
It's
didn't
a
do it on
tradition.
Friday.
It's a tradition.
You're right. It's time for my favorite segment, your favorite segment, everybody in the world's favorite segment. It's time for hard news. All right, let's stink and go. Once again, we appreciate everybody's support. I will get to all your super chats, your donations, and everything as we go along on the show. But first and foremost, before we get into Sweet Baby, there's one very, 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 very pressing issue that Blabs needed to talk about before we started. And Blabs, I would like to let you know, I'll let you let everybody know, Blabs, about this once-in-a-lifetime peripheral skin that is only available at one retailer. Tell them about it, Blabs.
Yeah, so if you want to get the SpongeBob skin console, you can at Best Buy, I believe it is. And look, it's actually pretty cute. I mean, it has the controller for it too. I don't know. I've never watched SpongeBob in my entire existence, and yet I still think this is pretty cute. And like a lot better than what they've released, like all these special limited editions like Barbie and all that. This is something that I actually would think would sell. I'm just saying.
Blabs,
I
like-
look at
I
the
like how it
unboxing
has-
video.
I like how it's a slot for physical media that Best Buy doesn't carry anymore.
Right?
That's actually a really great point. That's awesome. Anybody have any interest in the SpongeBob SquarePants Xbox?
I have a lot of friends that are gonna go crazy over it. Blabs, can we get like a day one unboxing of this? I want to see you in like full on SpongeBob gear, paint yourself yellow.
Yeah, right. So
Where-
you can buy me that Xbox skin and you can buy me a SpongeBob suit and then I'll do it.
Chat, who wants to do it? I'm passing the buck over to you. Someone's gonna.
We're raising funds for Blab's Xbox.
I don't really want another Xbox. I got one right there. It's kind of collecting dust.
Just
What
paint SpongeBob on it, on the side of it. There you
No
go.
way.
I don't want another Xbox.
Well, why would I want a second Xbox when someone out there can actually enjoy it that they've never had it before?
Then your Xboxes can get married and have Xbox babies, Blabs. That's how it works.
Well, like
right?
PC Master Race. So
Oh my god.
All right. Okay. Well, thanks for that, Blabs. Everybody is now
I know.
aware of the SpongeBob SquarePants Xbox. Let's get into the serious stuff, though. Okay. All right. I think we should probably start with the man in the middle here. All right. We have Cabrutus joining us today, and Cabrutus once again is the founder of the Steam group Sweet Baby Inc. Detected. Are you a founder or co-founder of this bad boy?
No. I'm the founder. I mean, some people think that I am the co-founder because there is a guy over there that I have put him in the moderator position. But no, I found the group alone. I mean, I don't think that actually two people can found a group on Steam. I think it has to be one account alone.
Okay. So when did you create the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected group?
Yeah, the exact date was January 29.
Okay. And what were you like, I really need to make this?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I took inspiration. There's this creator called De Novo Games, and he does basically the same thing, but for De Novo Games on Steam. He warns people about, hey, this game has De Novo on it, and so I took a look at it and I said to myself, it was during the last Suicide Squad game release time, and I was like, hey, imagine if someone created some kind of creator or some system to alert people if a new game is involved in some way with Sweet Baby. Then I just created it. I went to the paint, made the first logo, and that's it. And I did it.
And now you are 127,000 members deep.
Yes.
Congratulations. You become an influencer really quick. You use maybe air horn here.
I can hear you, man. I became what? Sorry, I became what?
You become an influencer real quick. Congratulations.
Oh,
Just from your Steam group. Okay, so this is kind of what popped everything off over the weekend, though. Is there was a video or a story about it? Let's kind of start there with the origins here. Is how did your group get on the radar of the internet?
okay. That's a good question. So yeah, when I created it, I have posted about it on some. Steam has those things called community hubs where they are pretty much forums related to a title. You know, for example, let's say you have a game and then you want to talk about this game with people that have the same game as you or that are interested in the same game. So Steam has this community hub. Then after I created the creator, I just went to one of those community hubs and then I posted about it like one time, two times. I mean, for 3 weeks, the group had like around 80 members, 120 members, something like this. But someone decided to put it on Reddit. And then Niche Gamer, I mean, is it okay if I mention
Yes,
other
of course. Yes.
content creators?
Niche
And
Gamer.
okay, all right. Yeah, it's such an awesome page, man. I mean, I followed that guy since I don't know forever. Anyway,
Yeah, man.
yeah. So he made it. He made a small news about it, and then yeah, things started getting going. But it was when that guy, I mean, that employee from the Sweet Babe Inc. itself, when he tried to, get the group down, get my personal account down. Then that was when things really hit the fan, and started exploding. Then Kyle made a video about it. Fritanga, it's a Gundam, even Asmongold. I mean, everybody's talking about it. It's kind of crazy. I went from a completely average, anonymous Brazilian average gamer to, I know, some kind of tiny small rock star, something like this. I don't know how to call it. Anyway, I mean, there are so many people trying to reach me right now, bro. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to answer them properly. I'm so afraid of doing anything wrong right now because everybody's looking at me.
Do you mind if I share a little bit of our private conversation on Twitter? Cabrutus, he's been canceled.
Oh no. Nobody cancel him. Oh no, they came for him.
They came from.
It was Netflix Cabrutus for a second there.
Cabrutus is out. Oh no.
I know Dan Vasquez is behind this somehow.
Hang on, there he is. He's back.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean,
Are you okay?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm okay. Go ahead. You can
It's a Lego butts. DDoS.
Just let me warn you guys something. Yesterday I was talking to Asmongold, and during our interview, I had a power surge and I got this seed. So if I get this seed off a Sunday, I'm sorry, guys. You guys know already, right?
Maybe it was Dan Vass because he's like, I don't want anybody else from Brazil getting spotlight.
That's right. Okay, so let's talk about this though. So you said this blew up when the employee from Sweet Baby Inc. went on kind of a Twitter thread about it, and then it was highlighted. That Twitter thread was highlighted by Grumps. Now, here's the Twitter thread that we're talking about here, where they go off on this like kind of long rant here. And it starts off saying, I get to see a lot of tweets somehow blaming, quote, diversity as the reason for layoffs, genuinely as if the economy was doing really great and capitalism simply worked before Miles Morales was Spider-Man. They also don't recognize Miles Morales as Spider-Man. And, they go on and they talk about this. And then they says, for example, Steam doesn't have guidelines for creators, as far as I can tell, that would prevent someone from starting a curation group that focuses on, say, Sweet Baby Inc. and warns people to not buy games they're associated with, which could just list any game at all, right? And then obviously they got community noted over on Twitter. And here's Grums highlighting it. Now, Grums would be an interesting person to have on the show. Hopefully we can have them on another time. Seems like a super base dude. But says, another Sweet Baby and cancel pig that is upset about people out there they worked with on a game on Steam. If you feel the work is good, stand by your beliefs. But it's not. So don't. So you try to suppress the truth. Now, I want to open this up to Dev. Now, Dev, you have experience with Lego butts. Is this correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
So I met them in the late 2000s at some point at some convention I was at. Didn't really know them that well, just kind of crossed paths, spoke for maybe 2 minutes. They were doing some sort of a panel, or there was some kind of event, and I was there. I was one of many people there. He now, it wasn't she before, now he wouldn't recognize me. He wouldn't know who I am.
Actually,
back then,
every time you reference them, can you just say Lego butts instead of he or she or them
sure.
or they?
Well,
because I think Lego butts just sounds stupid. It's
Wait, their name is Lego Butts.
Yeah.
that's their
I
online
thought
name,
I was just hearing it wrong every single time.
No,
Yeah,
like Lego butts. So just anytime we're referencing these people, just please use at Lego butts, because it's just about as stupid as they them.
What happens
Right,
if you Google that?
Lego
What do you
butts. I
get?
don't know what you're gonna get. So
Yeah,
Lego Butts is also a racist. I wanted to point that out because he has tweets saying the N-word and how he hates white people.
we'll
yeah.
get to that for sure.
from back in the 2000s when it was still progressive to be edgy, and now it's not.
Mhm.
It's that sort of thing. But yeah, so Lego butts. Basically back then, this was a person who was like any other late 2000s kind of alt scene emo girl who was very edgy, very funny, pretty charismatic. The kind of person that most nerdy guys would want to get with back in the late 2000s, right? And that was basically my experience with them. Is they were young and hip and attractive and had a lot of charisma. It seems like they've kind of thrown Lego Butts has thrown that all down the toilet in the past 15 years, to have a career that has been it's a long story, this person's career, which we can get into a little bit later.
So what changed?
I don't speak mental illness though. Is Lego Butts a he or a him, or a she or a her?
Biologically female, transition
Okay,
to
there
male
we
at
go.
some point after I talk to them.
So girl.
But I know them as a girl in my memory. Yeah.
Okay. So in Flash, you were talking about the racist things that Lego Butts has put out here. Here's a tweet from Aaron Burner over on X. Says, "Would you look at that? Hey, Sweet Baby Inc. Is this the conduct you? Is this the conduct in keeping with your woke image? And for the record, this person is one of Sweet Baby Inc.'s top cancel pigs, who's been digging up people's old tweets and going after them since Gamergate. So fair is fair." And here are some of the things that they have said, which I don't even feel comfortable saying, which is, crazy. You can just kind of see for yourself. So there you go. So obviously not the best. The best.
See, like this doesn't bother me personally, because I can take a joke, right?
Yes.
But this is coming from a person who can't take a joke, so they should be held to their own standard.
Right. And before people point out, they say, well, Melanie Mack says some of those words. Melanie Mack can take a joke, right? I think that's the biggest thing. And so, it is what it is. I think that's kind of, you're right on that, Dev. That's the big thing here. So
well, it's the jokes, and it's also the fact that I think you could disagree with Melanie Mack politically and still be her friend. She wouldn't want to destroy you just because like you're an atheist and she's a Christian, or you're gay and she's against that sort of thing. Like, I don't think it would ruin something there. She doesn't seem to be that kind of person, basically.
Right. Or is it a person who goes and they dig and they try to find things, and they're like the epitome of the internet, where they go in and they're just trying to find ways to more or less ruin you and destroy you and your career and everything else associated with it. So it goes back to kind of what's fair is fair. Okay, so obviously, Gabe, you've talked about the personal nature, that the direct relationship you have specifically with the characters of Suicide Squad. When you saw Sweet Baby Inc. and kind of their involvement in Suicide Squad, I don't know, what was your thoughts going into that?
I was if you want to share my screen, I have some stuff up from Arkham City. So I've grew up in San Diego. My dream was to work for Jim Lee. When I was 12 or 13, I saw X-Men issue 1. Jim Lee personally hired me. I worked there. It was amazing to get picked by your favorite artist. Carlos De Onda has worked for Wildstorm for like 25, 30 years. He's been there since the 90s, and he's a personal friend of mine. We both live here in San Diego, And this is his work here. Before there was an Arkham City game, the Rocksteady company used him as the main character designer through DC Comics. So that look that everyone loves from Arkham City, this is Carlos's work. I didn't color these. I colored the comic book, but I mean,
I love that Mr. Freeze design.
Right. I mean, Carlos is amazing. I did Star Wars.
That's really cool.
With him. I've done all kinds of, he's a great guy, an amazing artist. I love Carlos. And for the layman out there, like, you just look at this, you have no idea how long it takes to get this good, to get as good as we are at this. The price we've paid, giving up so much of our lives to have the abilities to do this kind of stuff, and to watch them just desecrate, just come along with no talent, no character, no, you know what I mean? No resolve, no morality. They're just, this is my work with him now. These are some pinups from the Arkham City comic. And I've been calling these people cultural vandals. People like Carlos and me and all that, we do the hard work to get ourselves into these jobs. It's our dream from being a little boy to earn our way into this. It's a very competitive industry. How many people make a good living making comics? A couple hundred of us. It's very elite to do this. I don't say that as a brag. I say that as we sacrificed a ton. And for these communists to come along and say, oh, like this, like beautiful women, no, get out of here. Like, get them out of here and turn her into a child. Do you think there was a coincidence?
She looks like Greta Thunberg.
But they take the one character whose whole thing is her sexuality tempts men so she can defeat them. And of course they make her ugly because they're so psychotic. They can't stand the idea of someone looking at a woman besides them. Even a fictitious cartoon plant woman is a rival they hate, that's a level of mental illness that makes zero sense. So you look at the work Carlos and I did with the great Paul Dini, one of the creators of that amazing Batman cartoon from the 90s. He wrote this comic book series. And you don't see a right-wing agenda here. The only agenda we have when we made this is fun and entertainment. That's it. And to watch them just turn it into Suicide Squad kills the Justice League. I mean, if you think of the meta message there, the Justice League is your father. The Suicide Squad is you. And this is what communism and Marxism is all about. Dad doesn't know anything. I will destroy his world. I mean, one of their slogans is smash the patriarchy. That means destroy your father and everything he made. So, thematically, me, Carlos, Paul, we're the father, right? We're making the thing that's old and good and successful. And they come along and say, no, you don't know anything. We're better. We'll just destroy it all. And actually, we did it and we did it better. And you see this happening over and over and over with the, Lord of the Rings on Amazon, with the woke Star Wars and the purple-haired Admiral Woman Studies, or whatever her name is. And all of it. They take all this stuff that artists, men and women, much better than them made, actually skilled people, and they destroy it out of resentment because they can't be excellent and do these things. That's why they just, right.
Very intentional to turn her into a child as well, because Poison Ivy on the left has been kind of made to be like, we're gonna take over, so they see Bruce Wayne as the villain.
It's more than just that. She looks like Greta Thunberg. Like, I wish I could find the comparison
How
picture.
dare you?
Because there's one where they're a little close up. It looks just like her. Like they obviously, in my opinion, modeled her after Greta. Which, when you think about it, because she's out there always like talking about climate stuff, it kind of makes sense.
How dare you?
Look at that. Tell me there's no resemblance there.
Right.
There it is.
Okay, so Gabe, you obviously have a personal attachment to this, and which rightfully so. You see what's happening here. Now let's circle this all the way back to the Steam group, right? Because that's where this is all kind of started from, or at least this is why it was trending on Twitter the last few days. And rightfully so. This is something, as I pointed out, James and Kay pointed out to us, back in November. So Kabrutis, you launched this thing, and your whole idea was you were actually inspired by other groups, other community groups on Steam to do this. So there's no rules against creating a group like this that says these are the games that this company has worked on and worked with.
There are not. I mean, if someone can make a group, let's say, alerting about, for example, the novel, like it was the one that inspired me, right? So why can't I don't know, make the same thing, but alerting about a company? I even went to the group and I created a pinned thread, it's called a few words, and there I make a statement what the group is about, what are my intention, what is my intention, and what are not my intentions. Because I mean, it got so big that we drowned some bad actors into there,
Right.
and I have to take care of it. Because I don't want to pass the wrong message to the people. I don't want them to have a wrong perception of what I'm doing, and I don't want to give ammo to those, I don't know, journalists or anyone that could take the group and try to make something bad out of it.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a really hard question here, which should be I just want your honesty. What's that?
I said,
Yeah. Well, this is important. It's
Brutus dropped.
Yeah, the hard question killed him.
Dan Vasquez is at it again.
Well, that Brazilian internet doesn't hold up. We'll ask it when he comes back. This is actually really, really important because he talks about providing ammo for people, and people will say the one thing when you look at this group, Brutus, welcome back. I want to ask you a hard question, Brutus, and
Go ahead.
one thing that you see over and over again here is from people who are against this group, which once again against the idea of telling people that Sweet Baby Inc. worked on these games. Okay, but you see people say, "Well, you're just racist. You're just racist." So, Brutus, when you started this group, was this about? Are you racist, Brutus? Was this something that you looked at and were like, "Hey, I should start this because I'm a racist"?
I mean, of course not, man. Of course not. And like I told you, I mean, if you could show people the thread I made, I even talk about it. I mentioned that this is not a group for those who want to harass any specific group of people. But of course, I mean, I guess I'm racist because I'm just pointing out about their games, right? So this is how they view things. It doesn't matter if I just tell them, "Hey, my mom, she isn't black, she isn't white. My mom, I think she is from indigenous heritage," for example, right? So I'm not pure white myself. So how could I be racist? How could I be? And
right. And here's
it's just stupid. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Here's your post that you were just mentioning, for sure. But once again, I think it's like I always like to ask people that because of course you're not, right? Of course you're not.
But of course I'm not. Yes.
These are hoops that people jump through. They go, well, no, you're obviously, if you're not with me, you're clearly a homophobe, racist, a bigot. And it's like, no, we just want to let people know about the trash that's coming and why it's coming. The one thing that we've heard consistently from Sweet Baby Inc., which I think is really fascinating, it's that, and you hear this from the industry as a whole, is that they say 50% of gamers are female, and that number is rising. And the idea that the white male consumer, that's not the target audience anymore, right? And you hear this over and over again that it's actually a minority of people that are the white male audience is the minority. You shouldn't be making games for these people, but you see the pushback from this, and that anytime there's any sort of pushback in a situation like this, there's no ground to stand on. I mean, I think it very much shows that when you have 125,000 members on Steam over the course of, well, I mean, it's been a couple months, but really over the last, few days.
It grew. I mean, it almost got all its growth in the last, 4 days, something like this.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Dev, let's go back to you for a second. You've talked about the similarities between Gamergate and this, and we were talking before the show. Some people are calling this Gamergate 2.0, right? And I think we all agreed to a T that we probably shouldn't brand this as Gamergate 2.0 because Gamergate publicly outside of the sphere, and you go on Wikipedia and such, has a negative connotation. Despite, Dev, your perspective on Gamergate and many people's perspective on Gamergate. But people said, this is Gamergate 2.0. This is going to kick off Gamergate 2.0. So we'll just call it 2.0 for now, but we'll figure out the branding of it later. Dev, talk about the similarities between what you saw 10 years ago and what you're seeing now.
So it definitely feels the same, right? Like the same energy online with people talking about, oh man, we discovered this new thing about this company or this person, and we've discovered this link, and like it all feels the same way that it did before. You know, when you look at the conversations everyone's having. There's a few differences though. It's like it's mostly Gamergate 2.0. It's also like the fourth Gamergate 2.0, so that is a terrible name. But there are a few differences, and the first one is that I think we're more prepared for it this time. Last time, for a very long explanation that we don't have time to get into, but basically, the gaming community was sidelined by what happened in Gamergate, the corruption part of what happened in Gamergate. And I don't think that's happening this time because we're all kind of used to it now. Like we've had 10 years to watch these people show their asses. So this sort of thing did not surprise us. Secondly, shouldn't be is it I can't pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Cabrutus? That's your name? Yeah. So you mentioned being called a racist or being called a sexist or whatever. And the thing is that tactic actually worked 10 years ago. Because 10 years ago we were all relatively innocent. It's like, of course you're not racist. Like, what do you mean? You know, I don't hate black people. I don't hate women. I don't hate trans people or gay people. Of course not, right? And people had a natural justified reaction against that. It's like, well, I'm not that person. I'm not a bad person. And so that kind of moral browbeating worked to a degree 10 years ago. It doesn't work anymore because everyone's tired of it, right? If you call someone a racist nowadays, they will just laugh in your face, not because they're racist, but because they've heard it for 10 years and nobody cares anymore.
And
it got overused during the 2016 and the 2020 election. Like everybody was a racist to the point now that it's just destroyed.
Let me just tell you something, you guys, really quickly. All this you guys are saying, all this thing about racism and those, let's say, buzzwords, it's exactly the same here in Brazil. In our elections in 2018, it was exactly the same thing that happened in the 2016 US elections. And we ended up in the same situation here. You know, when someone calls you a racista, which is the word for Brazilian Portuguese word for racist, it means absolutely nothing. You know, people just, okay, whatever, you know. I mean, it's exactly the same thing here in Brazil. So I just wanted to let you guys know about it.
You're talking about Bolsonaro versus Lula, right? That election?
No. Bolsonaro versus Haddad. It was back in 2018. Yes.
Yeah. I actually have some Brazilian friends, so I know what you're talking about. Yeah. The same sort of thing happened there, where basically if you weren't voting for the left-wing candidate, you were a racist, even though the conversation's obviously more complicated than that. Yeah.
Right.
South America's getting pretty based. I mean, look at El Salvador. Almost want to move there now.
Man.
I'm thinking about moving there.
Argentina, Milei, that guy is amazing.
Well, let me just say this. While we're talking, I'm getting some messages on X from some folks, including Reagan, who was on our AI art panel. And Reagan DM'd me. I invited him to come on, but he's in the middle of a prior commitment. But he said, "I see you're live right now, and might miss this message. But I used to know Chris Kindred, the Sweet Baby Inc. employee who started the original harassment campaign against Cabrutus, who will be back joining us again in a minute." He says, "We used to be friends since we were both the only two military artists in our class at the time. I was in the Marines. He was in the National Guard. We started talking less when he went down pretty hard. The BLM woke hole. Then he committed desertion from his guard unit. Went on to make a comic about it, spinning it as him doing, quote, mental health self-care. Thought you and your show might find that a bit worthwhile. Just helps paint a picture of what kind of employee quality is at Sweet Baby Inc. So gives you a better understanding of kind of the person. So I don't know, Cabrutus, did you catch that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I'm having some problems with my browser, but yeah, I did catch the vast majority of it.
Yeah, so it sounds like, in short, he went nuts, right? And that's kind of
yeah.
Well, I think everyone probably has a story like that, where in 2016 you had some old friends that went really far left wing, and because you didn't go with them, you lost contact. They think that you're a bigot, even though you didn't really change. Happens all the time. I lost a bunch of friends in 2016 that went way too far left for me. I also lost a bunch of friends in 2020.
They were never your friends.
That's true. Yeah, they were never my friends in the end. But I also lost a bunch of friends in 2020 who went way too far right wing for me. So the same happens the other way in the other direction as well. It does count. It kind of sounds lame, but you do have to maintain friendships even if you disagree on politics. That sort of thing's important. You can't just stay in a bubble.
My good friend Lofty.
Yeah,
Lofty Pixels.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I gotta move there. Yeah.
I think, like I said, everybody's been called something. Everybody's been labeled something here, whether it's in this group or in another. By the way, there's probably another podcast happening literally right now that is talking about, look at these crazy right-wing bigots talking about Sweet Baby Inc. and blah, 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 right? Like, there's always two sides to the coin, right? And I know I personally have been called every istphobe, whatever, under the sun, when in reality, like if you go back 10 years ago and you talk to people who are calling me these things, they would have the exact same stance that I have now. And it goes back to like, who's really changed, right? Who's really changed? And they're gonna say, well, I've educated myself. That's the thing they always get up on it. I've educated myself on the situation. You're just not educated on it. And they get on their grandstand here. Okay, so we've talked about obviously the lack of success from Suicide Squad in particular. That's just the latest hit when it comes to this. But this is not obviously the first game that they've worked on. They've worked on a number of different games here, and once again, all kept track of with the 128,000 members now over on Steam.
Congrats,
what are you going to do with all that, Cabrutus? Like, is there something that you can do with 128,000 people who are interested in what you have going on?
You mean on content creation, something like this?
I don't know, just in general.
Yeah, some people have been asking me to open up a Patreon and to start a YouTube channel. I can make some live streams, sometimes I used to like to make some live streams to talk to friends while I play some games. But I honestly, I don't know what to do with it right now. But I started a YouTube channel. I just started it. I created a new one. And I don't know, I'll make some live streams on it. Maybe people are asking me to start, giving my opinions on the gaming industry and games, as a whole, and try to alert people of this and that. Now it looks like now I'm kind of the guy to go when you are concerned about Sweet Baby games. So yeah, I'm thinking about it, bro. Yeah, right now I kind of have no idea. I'm afraid of doing anything wrong, like I told you.
Well, okay.
Strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, agreed.
You shouldn't be afraid because this is. Yeah, no, like you can see, like with the response, everyone's on your side, man. And like, I just want to say, I was wanting a curator page for this, so I want to say thank you so much, Cabrutus, for making this. And clearly, this is what the people want. The people don't want Sweet Baby. They don't want this injected into their games. All you're doing is shining a light on what these people are doing to gaming, and everyone's saying thank you for doing that. Like, you're saving so many people money, and then by doing this, people are actually buying good games. So seriously, man, it's great.
Yeah, I thank you for your I thank you and all you guys for your support. It means a lot to me. And well, I loved your Gengar plushie, by the way.
I love seeing the
Cabrutus, what you're doing. It's video games, whatever. It's more important than that because this is about culture, and it's scientific research has shown that story is the most potent way to influence people psychologically. And if we allow these ideologues to make ugly stories with ugly, hateful, destructive messages, they do actually hurt society. Politics is downstream from culture. People will vote terribly. They'll vote. This is why people vote for communism and destructive things like this. So what you're doing is important. You do need to strike while the iron is hot. I'm not trying to be pushy. I'm just telling you, someone who's spoken out myself against DC Comics, it's very important when the light is on you to make the most of that to make a positive impact. So congratulations to you. I don't know you, but I'm proud of you for doing it because I know it's a hard thing to do. I had to stand up against Warner Brothers. And what you're doing is important. So please take advantage of it.
I love seeing that Sweet Baby death kiss. Just like Suicide Squad only has 200 and something players right now. It's, Borderlands Game of the Year edition. I'm not talking about 2 or 3. The original has almost as many people playing it right now. as
Not a 15-year-old
Suicide
game.
Squad. Yeah.
Who knew a game called Suicide would die so quickly? Oh my god.
That's very fitting.
Yeah.
Very fitting.
Yeah.
So we've talked about.
I guess to. Oh,
go
ahead,
ahead.
Greg, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. To echo what everyone else is saying, I've had a few opportunities in the past where I didn't strike while the iron was hot and I missed it. And then I went back and I made the video, 3 months later, and it got 1/10 of the traction that it would have, and I lost the opportunity, right? So
Yeah.
if you're currently in the public eye and you want to do something with that, don't worry about getting it right. Just do something first. If you
Right.
get it wrong, that's fine. You'll learn what to do, and just take the leap. Basically, is the advice I can give you.
One more thing, not to harp on you, buddy Cabrutus, because I am proud of you. What do you think 128,000 people in 4 days means? You think you're resonating with people? That's what it means, dude. You're on it. You're over the target. So go for it, dude.
Okay, thank you guys for.
You can do it.
Well,
We love you, Cabrutus. You got
You
this.
can do it. the important thing to remember is if you actually do make the leap and you make a misstep and you put out a bad take or something goes wrong, something fails, it's fine because you learn what to do for next time, right? So what's important is trying. That's the most important part.
Cabrutus, let me ask you this, man. So
Okay, go ahead.
you obviously have our support on this, and the thing about it is that it's not like you went out of your way to cause some sort of cultural thing. You just went out of your way to mark the games that these people have worked on, right? And it's pissed people off. You have our support, but you may not necessarily have other people's support. Have you had people reach out to you with any sort of threats or anything that could cause you to worry at all?
Oh, no, not actually. I mean, which is kind of weird, I would say, because at this point I would expect something like this, but no, really not. I mean, of course I do have some, like I mentioned, some bad actors on Steam. Even the guy Chris himself, he went to my Steam group and reported some of my threads, and he tried adding me on Steam and probably to say some bad stuff to me, but I just ignored the solicitation. But yeah, no, not anyone. No.
Good. That's actually excellent. Which goes back to, oftentimes so many people are they talk so big with their chest out, but they don't actually do anything about it, right? And I think that's a very much the reality of the people who say they hate you, and it's really such a small minority of people that it doesn't really matter. And I think the vast majority of people are looking at this saying, like, this is it's such a silly concept. All we're gonna do is just chart the games. That's it. And the fact that people are upset that you're doing that, I think says more than you charting the games, to be honest with you. So I'll say that, we've talked about Sweet Baby quite at length, and this Lego Butts character, once again, Dev, were you aware when you said you met this person like a decade ago? You said you knew them in the 2000s, Dev. Were you aware that they held such extreme ideas, or they put tweets out? And once again, I don't know if these are jokes or not, but saying pay me to shoot your white male lead game ideas. Had a nightmare. I was a white male gamer. It's like this. If you look at the time frame of this, this is all pretty well. This one's actually pretty close. I usually get grossed out when straight white rich people kiss, but even I think those two are pretty cute. Okay, and we talk about this. Just talk about the demographics of video games. Is the way we look at demographics is that we go, okay, the majority of our players base is, let's say, white and male, so we're going to make stuff for white males. Now, what this person says, this is the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. says, but if you make something from the perspective of an Asian trans woman and it's really strong, then it will work for people. People crave new stories. If you want to innovate, even to stay current, it's not about graphics. It's about the hardware. It's not about hardware. It's about opening up new perspectives for people. So I explain it as, and by the way, as I'm reading this, you can see why corporate companies are getting behind this. They're like, oh yeah, new stories. Stories are good. It's really good stories. Blah 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 blah. You can see why these corporate entities are getting behind this and will want to throw money at Sweet Baby because they're like, yeah, diversity is great. But But going back to what Dev was originally speaking of, when you knew Lego Butts, did they ever show their hand as far as saying things like, like that, just the absolute despised hatred they have for white male gamers?
So I got to think back because it was the late 2000s. And also in the late 2000s, I was a communist. Not anymore, but I was. I was one of those far lefty people who was in university. I grew out of that pretty quick. Honestly, getting a blue collar job helped a lot. Actually, having to work with my hands helped a lot. And thinking back, she might have been, but it was hard to tell if it was just jokes or if it was just. And also, I only really I followed her work, but I only really met her for like 5 minutes in real life. And so it wasn't that kind of situation where I would get to know that sort of thing. But it really could have just been jokes back then. There was no real sense that, oh, there's actually real hatred underneath this, because I'm sure you remember what it was like on the internet back in the 2000s, Craig.
Sure.
That we made jokes about everyone, and there was no real hatred at all underneath it. It was just, we're all fucking around, and that's how it was.
Right. And there's a lot of truth in that, right? Of just you could have jokes back in the day,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Back in the day, we could joke about things. It's amazing. It's amazing how that works out.
Yeah.
All right. This was interesting here. Well, here's some of the pushback that people have seen. This is from Hazador Gammon over on X. Says, all the Sweet Baby Inc. discourse on my timeline really makes me stop supporting any games that they're involved in. And this that's like, yeah, okay, I'm down with it. And this person's like, grow up. You're becoming as bad as Sony fanboys. And obviously, they just respond with a little bit of cope. This is a common theme. Usually there's some sort of flag in their bio, maybe possibly pronouns for somebody who doesn't necessarily agree or say that you're just as bad as Sony fanboys or Nintendo fanboys or Microsoft fanboys. Is this pushback that we're seeing? Will there be any change from this, do you think? Do you think that companies, and Flash, let's start with you. Do you think that companies will distance themselves from Sweet Baby Inc., or will Sweet Baby Inc. Cease to exist after this? Because this is a pretty big storm that's hitting them pretty quick. This is a cultural shift, I feel like, pushing back.
I think the company will rebrand itself, or it will just cease and they'll start a new one. This grift isn't going away until I think some companies lose money, which they already are. I mean, you're seeing kind of a AAA collapse right now. Spider-Man 2 was the biggest game last year, and it lost money.
Mm-hmm.
It lost money. And, I mean, how can you operate like that? That game cost $300 million to make, and it's still getting – they're still laying off people, despite it being successful, quote-unquote. I don't think it was. I do think it lost money, because you have to think the advertising for that game was probably close to the budget, because I sell that everywhere. So you're going to see, I think there's going to be, it won't be like, the original collapse of video games, but I think you're going to see some big changes in the next 2 years. And these companies like Sweet Baby and the way they act are going to help make that happen a lot quicker. But they're not going to go away just yet. These people have been around for a long time, like, with Lego Bots having ties to Zoe Quinn and all of this stuff. Like these people just snake their way around, and they'll start something else. So like the rot is there. You have to get the rot out. That's the biggest thing.
Well, I think this is why it's so important that we make quality, the highest quality, non-woke entertainment. It doesn't have to be conservative, overly patriotic. It just has to be normal, left-wing, right-wing, whatever. People can love it, because again, this stuff persuades people, and they've been boiling their brains in it for 30 years. Do you think this Lego Butts person was born this way? They were taught this by the media they consumed, by other people. The communists and people like I see people say there's a difference between communism and socialism and Marxism. No, there isn't. No, there's not a functional difference. And the communists have a concept.
The quality. Look at Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is a high quality game. Right. 400,000 people playing it, and it's cheap. That game is like $40. But what's funny about it is the woke people are losing their minds over it. They don't know how to play the game because they're comparing the bugs in the game to the people of Gaza.
That's pretty racist.
Yeah.
But
I'm not even kidding. They're like, oh, we're the colonizers. So it's like they think they're playing as Israel, taking out the bug Palestinians. It's weird,
Yeah,
but this is how these people operate.
But
This is how they approach a game. They don't just want to sit down and say, let's play this Starship Troopers inspired game. No, we have to look at it through this crazy political lens where they're running around like vocally saying that these bugs are from Gaza.
Yeah, everything has to have
insane.
their agenda
But this is what people see. They look at this and they say, what the fuck is wrong with you?
But I do think there's like hope now because there is so many people that are fed up with this. Like you're seeing it, you're looking at the Cabrutus page here that he's got, the Steam Curator page, and more than ever, you know, I was around in the old the old Gamergate days as well, and it was like niche, and there was only a few of us, and it grew and grew and grew. Now it's like we're easily the majority, and you can see that. And Sweet Baby knows that. Sweet Baby knows that they're the loud, obnoxious minority, and the more we shine a spotlight on them, the more tough it gets for them to make their money and to push into games. So making your voices heard, voting with your wallet, it's really hitting them harder than ever. And that's why they're so afraid, because on every single Steam page it now says this was done by Sweet Baby, and people are going, oh, that means I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to give it to a good dev. So voting with your wallet, making your voice heard, and shining a spotlight is doing more work than it ever did before.
Right.
And so, yeah, I'm so happy to see this. I have hope for the first time in a long time.
You're exactly right. But let me add one thing to that. It has to be sustained, like anything, building muscle, making
100%.
money, anything. It's about consistency, because what the communists do, what I wanted to say, they have a concept. You can look this up. They call it the long march through the institutions. And they have a decades-long plan.
Creep.
Get in the university, get into politics, get into entertainment for decades. And Lego Butts didn't come out of nowhere. She was brainwashed by shit that's been going on for like 60 years, at least, if not 100 in this country, in the West, with destroying the nuclear family and all that. Because again, politics is downstream from culture. They know if they can control TV, movies, video games. And the thing about them is most of these leftist, weirdo, Sweet Baby types, they're incompetent. They don't work hard to build skills like me and my friends have. That's why they go into middle management. You're not going to find so many of them writing and drawing comic books and video games, but you're sure as hell find them with the levers of power where they can decide who will write and draw, and then they will kind of force them to do their agenda. I know this for sure. Zoe Quinn was hired at DC Comics because Andy Curry, far left SJW, the head of the Comics Alliance, left-wing comic book website, he got an associate editor job there. He opened the door, and do you know what he did in 5 minutes? He destroyed Vertigo Comics. He launched an all-woke Vertigo relaunch like in 2017. He was the head of it. Everything was men suck, women this, illegal immigrants are the heroes of the universe. All the books failed. They sold like indie comics, low numbers. And the most prestigious DC Comics label, Vertigo Comics, they shuttered it because they couldn't sell anything because people like Zoe Quinn were writing books there. So I'm telling you, this long march of the institutions, this is a plan. This is a thing they do. Because it's resentment. They hate beautiful things. They hate successful people. They hate their fathers because they don't work hard and achieve anything. And they look at you when you have something. You have money, you have a family, you have a culture, you have something you've worked for. They say, that should be mine. And out of resentment and hatred, they want to destroy it. I'll quit ranting, but there's a concept in science called like posywid. The purpose of a system is what it does, is what that stands for. So when you watch what ESGs and woke people do and they just destroy, that's not an accident. They're not here to make art. They're here to destroy what you love, whether you want to accept it or not. They're not here to make Suicide Squad kills Justice League and everybody love that. Oh, no. They're here to do exactly what they did, ruin it. And you know that because that's what keeps happening. Star Wars, Vertigo Comics, all this, everything they touch, they destroy it. That's not a coincidence anymore. If I flip a coin 1,000 times and it comes up heads every time, you're an idiot if you think that's a coincidence. That's a loaded coin. You know, I'm doing it on purpose. So,
So here's the thing, right? So, like my bread and butter on YouTube right now is more politics content. I still talk about video games. It still gets me good views, but I'm a politics guy primarily. And everything that you just said, Gabe, is pretty much 100% spot on. I did like an hour-long video talking about the Italian communist Antonio Gramsci and all the philosophy that came out of him and how it fed down into the West through all the institutions. Everything that you said there is pretty much perfect. We don't have time to go into the details of it. It was an hour-long video for a reason. but that is what's happening, is that there's no hive mind here. There's no secret leader in some dark room smoking a cigar and planning all this out. It's because these people are educated in roughly the same schools with roughly the same ideas, all doing roughly the same thing. And I was one of those people who was educated in those schools doing the same thing for a while, and I had to get out of it, and it was pretty rough getting out of it, but I got out of it, right? So they genuinely believe that if they can reach some position of power in some institution, they have a moral obligation to push their specific brand of politics to the detriment of the actual product being created, because they have a voice now, they have a platform, and they have a moral obligation to use it, right? And by the way, that doesn't mean that everything that is left leaning is going to be bad, right? Like there's some very good left leaning games out there, but they're made by people with talent. And these people that we're talking about today don't have any talent. Right. I know, Craig, like on the last time I was on the show, you, me, and Melly hung out for almost an hour, just kind of shooting the shit afterwards. And I pointed out during that conversation that Disco Elysium is a great RPG, and it was made by Eastern European communists, right? Like Celeste is a great platformer. It was made by trans activists, right? So like left-leaning people can make good stuff, but it's not good because of their leftism. It's generally good in spite of it.
I say this about, we talked what was the platformer you just mentioned, Celeste? Like Celeste, I really enjoyed Celeste. I had no idea, like zero idea while playing the game, that it was about, some sort of trans allegory or whatever. I enjoyed playing the game. I was really, really good, because I didn't feel like there was any message that was shoved down my throat while playing it. It was like, oh, okay, it's a fun little platforming game, and I guess there's some sort of narrative to it. I didn't really dig too much into it. I enjoyed Celeste. And then once again, it goes back to, it's not that everything that's done, if you think a certain way, is bad by any means. It's just a matter of how much shit you shovel down people's throat. Dev, I want to go back into kind of some of the polarities here, but I saw this as well, and I thought this was really, really funny. Now there's been some negative there's a lot of pushback here, but I'll say this: there's a creator on YouTube. His name is Kyle, and are you guys familiar with Kyle at all?
Nah.
No.
This guy's amazing. He's amazing, man.
Okay, so Kyle has been I guess he's been talking about this for a good while, and he's like, finally people are catching up to this shit. And I saw this on Twitter. He put a little teaser out for his video, whereas oftentimes when he is when he's talking about this stuff, his videos will get flagged on YouTube and they don't get monetized or the spread, because he's talking about some things. But he's found a way around it using the art of song. And I wanted to play this 36-second clip from him the other day where he was he has a fuller version of the song. What's that?
I saw this. Yeah, this is funny.
Brilliant. So here you go. Check this out.
Journey through time and space. Kept trying to tell you Sweet Baby hated you, but do you know who Sweet Baby hates the most? Well, anybody normal mostly, but also white males. Cis white males. You mean straight white males. Young white males. Rich white males. Rip them up. Ooh, white males. Make them mad. White males. You about to get a paraplegic. You about to get more diverse. Paraplegic with a LIGO inside my purse. Look at those wannabe titties. You're about to need a wet nurse.
I'll tell you what, man. I was out.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite one. That meme.
That was beautiful.
I was out mowing my fucking lawn yesterday. Going.
The full version is in the video. If you watch the video, there's the full version. It's amazing, man. It's amazing.
If Sweet Baby had songs that catchy, maybe they'd actually get somewhere. Maybe they'd get some real fans. But they can't create; they can only destroy.
It is pretty wild how we've swung around, right? Because I'm sure you remember, Craig, if you think back to the 2000s again, there was collages going up on 4chan, probably on the Screw Attack forums as well, where you had like every video game character was a white guy with a shaved head and it was always a shooter. And you've probably seen those, right? And now it's like every video game character is a black woman with one side of her head shaved, right, and generally not that attractive. And it's like, wow, we're doing the same thing just 15 years later, but we've just switched the demographics.
Right. Okay, so we got a lot of super chats, a lot of donations, and I want to make sure I read them all off. And we'll get to those towards the tail end of the show, guys, including Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very much for your support wherever you guys are tuning in. Do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button. If you're new to the channel, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. We're live Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Central Time is when we go live. We are live at this time every single day. So come join us if you're new to the channel. We'd love to have you guys pop in. With that said, I want to circle back to, okay, there's a few things here. The name Zoe Quinn was thrown out earlier. In Flash, you were like, yeah. In Flash, I know you can roll out whenever you need to roll out Flash. I know you're on a timetable today, but you mentioned the name Zoe Quinn. Dev, Zoe Quinn was a big name with Gamergate. Now Zoe Quinn apparently has knows people who are a big part of Sweet Baby Inc. Does this is such a broad question. Does what we're seeing now with Sweet Baby Inc., I mean, we're talking about half a generation in real time, 10 years. A generation is about 20 years. About 10 years later, we're seeing people that were originally influenced by Zoe Quinn, Anita Sarkeesian, and the Gamergate crew, that whole group. Are we seeing the residual effects of that right now? And if we are they now seeing the pushback that wasn't there 10 years ago? And let's start with Dev on this.
I can answer that, but I'd like to say just real quick, if you're going Flash, it was nice meeting you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good talking to you. Yeah, I'm gonna jump out.
And there was
my family's caught my sickness, so.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah.
Man.
Take care of yourself, buddy.
It's been a tough
Bye.
week. See you guys
Flash.
at Fuck
See ya.
Sweet Baby.
And
Hey, buddy.
yeah, there was something he said that I wanted to reply to, but I can't remember what it was anymore. So I guess it doesn't matter. It'll come back, I'm sure. So basically, like, is this the Zoe Quinn pushback 10 years later? Basically,
Yeah.
Greg, is that this? Yeah, okay. I mean, kind of. It's like I said, it feels more organized now because it's not a surprise this time. And also we've had 10 years to document all of the stuff that Zoe Quinn did because she was relatively unknown when Gamergate first happened. And now everyone knows who she was and what she's done. And she has a pretty long internet rap sheet at this point. So, and also, I mean, these people have to be in their late 30s, early 40s now. And so the next crop of, let's say, woke activists that are coming up, they were going to be influenced by these people for sure. But like at some point, the center of the community is going to change towards someone younger, right? Because Zoe's honestly not doing that much anymore. Like she did a Kickstarter for a game that she took the money and ran, and the game never came out. And like there's a bunch of stories like that about her, but she's kind of just faded into obscurity. You know what I mean?
Right. But the impact, though, that she made 10 years ago is now being effect. I think there was probably a direct impact on. I mean, if you were to draw a line, they would connect directly between Sweet Baby Inc. and Gamergate in some way, shape, or form. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because when Aaron put out the Zoe post back in August of 2014, he outlined the fact that he was dating Zoe Quinn for 6 months. During that 6 months, she cheated on him with probably something like hundreds of people. It was a lot of people. Yeah. Now
I thought you were gonna
I
thought you were gonna say 5 or something terrible like that.
Well, that's the term: 5 guys, burgers, and fries. That's the whole joke.
The joke is 5 guys, burgers, and fries, because 5 of those people were all people who were influential in the games industry. And they had some sort of professional connection that wasn't disclosed with her, and they were writing articles, and they were doing. It's a whole rabbit hole to go down. But it was actually hundreds of people. Most of them just weren't connected in the same way that these 5 guys were. But one of those people was actually Maya Kramer, pre-transition, Lego Butts, right? One of the people that Zoe cheated on Aaron with was Lego Butts. And so that's kind of the initial connection right there, is that as soon as we all learned that in August of 2014, we went back and started digging up some of their old connections. We found a whole bunch of stuff they had done together. And I'm pretty sure that now that like that was uncovered, and they took some hits from that. But now 10 years later, because we all know about it, we all know what kind of people these people really are, like the caliber of their character, I guess. I think it's going to be something that probably haunts them for the rest of their careers. unless they actually come out and change, which it doesn't seem like they're going to do. They're too sunk deep into it now.
All right, let's talk about something a little deeper here. So we're seeing the residual effects of this 10 years later. And once again, I've talked about this. When Gamergate was happening, I didn't really know what was going on. I was too busy focused on my business, but I certainly am seeing the connection between the two now. With that said, the question is, now that we're seeing this, I feel like the opportunity for pushback, like we've seen with Cabrutus, is there, right? What do we do now? Like, we can sit here and we can talk about this all day long. We can complain about, Sweet Baby Inc., right? We can vote with our wallets, which is by far the most powerful way, I think, to fight back. But outside of those things, Gabe, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well. What can be done to actually show these companies that this shit doesn't fly? Like, how many failures does Sweet Baby Inc. need to have that are associated with games to where companies just don't want to deal with that nonsense? Like, it as Flash so eloquently put it, the sweet baby kiss of death with these games. Gabe, what do you think can be done to push back and to show the games industry that we don't need this shit?
Well, first of all, Sweet Baby, a company named out, a company run by a bunch of harridans, women that probably hate children and don't have them. That's weird. But what can we do? I mean, Bud Light these people. That's the main thing. And that's why, Cabrutus, you are in a position right now to make a difference in the world of gaming, dude. Think about that. Please do it. If you try it and fail, whatever, at least you tried. But you are here to make a difference, and it will help culture. Think about it, not just gaming. It'll help culture and people like me. Okay, leave DC Comics and make better stuff that isn't right-wing or left-wing. It's just entertaining and uplifting. Do that. And then those of you out there that can't do those things, support it. And you support it in two ways. You buy it from people like me and stuff that Cabrutus tells you, hey, this is good, that one sucks. You buy it, and then you don't buy. I don't have Disney Plus. I don't have Netflix. Yeah. I don't give those people a damn penny because they hate me. And for me, with Netflix, it started, I saw a show called Dear White People on there, and I saw like a clip of it. I'm not white. I'm a Mexican Libyan. And I'm like, this is racist shit. I'm not going to give it. That was the show that bothered me. And that's an old one, right? That's like 6-7 years ago that one came out. I saw that, Dear White People. I'm like, what the hell is this? Can you imagine Dear Mexican People or Dear Black People? Right. Can you imagine that show? Stop screaming at the movie theater. Like, come on, guys. No one would put up with that. Dear Asian People, no. So don't give them a penny. Bud Light the shit out of these people. And then you have to support the good stuff that's the alternative. And I would say this to conservatives too. You made a mistake by ditching the arts. I grew up in a generation. I was born in 78, grew up in the 80s. And by then, my Christian parents and all that were saying evil music, Hollywood movies, and we didn't watch any of it. Thankfully, I was an exception. I was raised and encouraged to be an artist. I told my parents I want to be a comic book artist, and they actually supported it. But I know most conservatives and all that, like, get a real job. You want to sing like those Hollywood degenerates, or you want to be an actor like those Hollywood perverts. That is the exact wrong thing to do, to cede all of the ground of pop culture to far left activists. That was a deadly calculus. You should not do that. We do need to raise normal people, normal left-wing people, normal right-wing people, Christians, conservatives, whatever, just normal people, non-woke people in the arts. We do need to encourage it because we have to offer a quality alternative. You can't tell people don't buy the Suicide Squad Justice League game, but then we don't create Helldivers. You know what I mean? I can't tell people, well, don't buy woke Superman, but I don't create my Dean Cain comic. Like, you got to give them a good alternative because people want to be entertained. So that's right. What I would say there. Yeah. Make the entertainment. If you can't make it, buy it. That's what I would say. Yeah, and raise people to make. Sorry, those are my 3 points.
I think I think you're mostly correct. There's one effect that you missed though. I think, if you don't mind, and it's that a lot of people who are more right leaning, they got drummed out of universities. In the 1960s, as the critical theorists and the Frankfurt School guys started becoming more prominent in universities, you had right leaning people who were, let's say, in non-STEM positions. They would get discriminated against by the faculty, and basically a lot of them just got pushed out of the university just through they weren't like expelled for being right wing, but they were definitely it was a lot of soft power applied to them, and that happened for decades until eventually there was just no more conservatives in school, and they do have to go back. Yeah,
right.
So, Deb, you mentioned something about, these people being pushed out of the education space. And I was going to bring this up in a little bit, but I feel like this is kind of happening in the gaming space as a whole, which goes back to culture. One of my solutions was, we talk about like, what now? What do you do now? Well, I think there's a couple solutions you can do. Obviously, we can start making video games, right? That's one of the best pushbacks you can have. You start a video game company, you start making games in that don't include all this nonsense. Number two, you can start a consulting company that is the anti-Sweet Baby Inc. That their job is to say, pull that shit out of there. Why nobody wants to see that, right? Pull the identity shit out. Nobody cares. Just make a fun story. Doesn't matter, right? And number three, I was thinking like the Game Developers Conference is coming up in March, later this month, in just like 2 weeks. It's happening. It's happening. Where do you think the Game Developers Conference is being held? I'll give you two guesses, and it's a city on the West Coast.
San Francisco?
Bingo.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
San Francisco, right? So you're talking about like these ideas being taken out of the space, right? What if you could go in and you could, Sweet Baby Inc. and these companies, these companies like Sweet Baby Inc. They speak at conferences like this, right? So when you go through it, like, do you think that there would be any opportunity for somebody? I actually feel like there's a tremendous opportunity, going back into the idea of the consulting company, of speaking at the GDC and saying like, stop putting this shit in. Like, I don't represent anybody except gamers, right? I don't expect, for the vast majority of people in the United States and the world that don't want to deal with this nonsense. But here's the problem with that, is that when you go to the GDC website, there are things like this. Their diversity, equity, inclusion thoughts, right? So we talk about like, if you think that something like going there and saying like, stop doing this shit would fly. Number one, it's in San Francisco, which is a hub. Number two, on their website, they talk about, having pronoun tags, right? And gender neutral bathrooms. For what the fuck is an invisible disability sticker? Hold on, I'm sorry. GDC will have a yellow sunflower stickers available in all of our info booths. Attendees can request one if they have any type of non-visible disability that may require extra help from a staff.
It's probably autism or something, I have to guess.
Yeah, or some type of mental illness, or even maybe like a physical disability that you can't actually see, like a cast that you can't see, something like that.
Maybe. My back hurts, maybe.
Gave me a mental disability.
Yeah. You have like a broken rib. I don't know.
The neurodivergence.
Yes.
The neurodivergence. I have to blackpill here you a bit, Craig, because even back during Gamergate, we looked into the GDC, and yeah, they've been like this whole time. We have to make our own GDC, basically. Right. That's just where we are. Yeah.
Right. And where do you hold that? Is it in Dallas? Is it in Kansas City? Is it like? You hold it in the center of the United States, where it's like, I mean, it's really...
when it happens, prepare for war as well, because a lot, like, I mean, ever since Gamergate, and then with 2016 election and all that stuff, we tried a lot of like, let's hold our own things. I held an event like way back for Gamergate, and then I had to call the place ahead of time and be like, yeah, people hate us and think we're evil, so get prepared for like fake bomb threats, and people are going to be storming. And we've seen that again and again and again, because all these people do is subvert and destroy. They're very insidious. They creep their way into the industry and they take it over, and they use nefarious tactics. Like, that's how all this stuff kicked off, was nefarious tactics. So if we do it, like, it's literally, you have to get ready for these people to just attack you in every single way possible, because they're insane.
Yeah. It is possible to do, though, because I remember over in the UK, when Sargon was doing various talks, he did have some of them canceled, because once people on the left found out he was doing his talks, they sent in bomb threats, and the police said, listen, we can't make sure that you guys are going to be safe. So, but he did eventually find that there were some venues that were willing to just stand up to them and say, I know you're not actually going to send us a bomb. Fuck you. I'm putting the event on, right? And it just takes some shopping around. It is possible. You can find a concert hall or a convention hall or some sort of location that will rent space to you so that you can have your talk. It is possible. It just takes some time. Especially if you were going to do it in Texas or Florida in the United States, you'll probably be able to find people. Like, it's possible. It's just kind of rough right now. But it's something that people have worked through it before,
I just spoke for over an hour on Saturday at the San Diego Gun Owners Symposium, And the topic of my speech was how the arts and entertainment affect your Second Amendment rights. So you're right, Dev. You got to find people that'll let you speak and things like that. And there were thousands of people at this thing. I spoke in a smaller room, but still, the people that were there, it resonated with them and they loved it. And when I explained to them that, yeah, politics are downstream from culture. When people watch this, far left shit, they're going to vote that way and you're going to lose your gun rights eventually. That's what I was talking about to them. So you're right, Deb. You got to find places to speak. I've spoken for the San Diego gun owners a few times. Even here in California, I'm finding places to speak and stuff like that. So you got to act. One thing the far left does is they stick together and they act. They make their communities and all this stuff and they act. So we got to stick together. I have a booth at Comic-Con. I always had a free Artist Alley table. Those are the small tables. I had one for like 14 years. Well, I paid and got a big booth now. So I have a whole booth and all that. And I intentionally called up Eric July. You guys know him, Rippaverse and all that.
Yep.
I said, hey, you're going to be out here speaking with Nerdrotic. Come to my table and sign for a few days. And I did that intentionally because I like Eric and I work with him and I support what he's doing. And but also to plant a flag, to let people know, you don't own art. We are here. I don't care if you don't like it. We're going to be here. And Tony Isabella, DC Comics veteran writer, he's like in the 70s. He spoke out against us on Twitter that we were white supremacists, bigot weirdos. And the funny thing is, Tony Isabella is Italian.
Hold on, real quick. Gabe, are you white?
I am a Mexican Libyan.
Okay. So, is Eric July white?
He set the 100-meter yard dash at his high school.
So no, he's not.
Black.
Okay.
Black guy.
So
we are the world's worst white supremacists.
Right. You guys are horrible.
And Tony Isabella, Italian guy, white guy, was calling us white supremacists. And we went there and we had a great time. And we had a line the whole time, people getting autographs, having fun. And that's all we were doing. And if you read ISOM, you read Dean Cain, All-American Lawman, you read the comics we're making, you're not going to get a right-wing lesson beat over your head. You're just going to be entertained by action and adventure. That's what we're trying to do. But to me, it was very important to tell people there, you don't control Comic-Con. This isn't your art form. You don't get to dictate who's here. And we'll be back next year. I have my booth again, and it's going to be great. We're going to do it bigger and better. So,
all right. So here's the thing. We talked about Sweet Baby Inc. They speak at events like the GDC, right? And I actually just did a quick search on the GDC website, and look what we found. We have a couple different panel options if you're interested in going to the GDC and seeing the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. Have a panel called the Black Designer's Dilemma. So here we are. We have one, which is, hey, here we go. It's prepare to immerse yourself in insightful panel presentation that transcends the traditional format, building on the positive response from last year. Okay, so it's the second year happening. Our session introduces design challenges that tackle company culture issues affecting Black designers. Join industry experts and professionals in collaborative problem solving and gain actionable insights for reshaping company cultures to empower Black designers. Huh. Okay. Gabe, are you ready to just have your fucking pants just ripped off? Okay, here's the other one. You're gonna jump right out. You're gonna jump out your shoes and start running to San Francisco after you hear this.
Oh, please. I don't want to step on any heroin needles or poop, though. So did they clean it up? Or
that's impossible.
Okay.
Yeah,
the
that's
other
playing on hard difficulty.
That Kim Belair, the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc., is associated with is Game Narrative Summit, Comics to Games, Great Adaptations, this is coming up of, I mean, like the sheer audacity to do a panel about going from comics to games and saying anything about great after the Suicide Squad game is just absolutely like, what hubris do you have to want to do a panel on that? And what idiots do you have to see a game that is probably one of the biggest failures in the last decade, commercial failures in the last decade, to go and listen to this? Gabe, your thoughts?
I think you're already an ideologue if you want to go to that and you want to be told what you want to hear. Remember, this is kind of safe space mentality. They don't like to hear anything that gives them any sort of discomfort, physical, mental, anything, because they're sweet babies. We call big, giant babies or cry babies or whatever. But okay, that wasn't that funny. But you know what I mean. People, they just want to hear what they want to hear. you know. So would you share my screen really quick? Because I did want to. Yeah. So here we are at Comic-Con, white supremacists in all our glory. But it was important to me to bring in guys that I knew social justice warriors did work. So I brought in Gary. You know, we did signings at my table, and it was a lot of fun. We had a line, and here's all the white supremacy I could muster. We've got Dean Cain, who's 3/4 white. Oh. So we had 3/4 of a white guy, and then the rest of us were trying really hard to be white supremacists.
So much supremacy there. It's ridiculous.
We failed. We did fail. We will try again to exert our white authority over people next year.
Oh, that's rough. So
I would say this, and I'm half kidding, but it's kind of ironically true. I think I uplift more black people than Sweet Baby ever has. And I just had 2 black guys at my booth. So there you go.
There you go. Oh, man. All right. So that's kind of where we're at with this. I think it's an important question to ask. What now? What do you do? Like, and I'm not asking everybody here. I'm asking you, gentle viewer. What are you going to do? Are you going to complain on the internet, or are you going to vote with your wallet? Are you going to help spread the word about what Sweet Baby Inc. is doing and what companies like Sweet Baby Inc. are doing? And like, I'm passionate about this because I brought this show back a year ago based off of shit just like this. When I say the video game industry was fucking insane, this is what I'm talking about. The video game industry is fucking insane. It's run by insanity. It doesn't speak for the average person. It does not speak for the average person. Kabrutus, I don't know your thoughts. We've given you a lot to talk about today. A lot of things to think about as well. I mean, obviously, people are in your corner. Like I said, it's not like you did anything truly spectacular. You just did something that it was almost like a service, and now you've been, whether you like it or not, you've been thrust into an opportunity to, as Gabe said, literally change culture. So what does the next week look like for you? What does the next day look like for you? Do you have any idea what you're going to do moving ahead to kind of capitalize on the momentum?
Well, that's a really, really good question, because that's what I've been thinking for most of my time lately, you know. It's like Gabe said, he said that I should take the spotlight and try to make a difference, right? Basically, that's what he said. And that's what I want to do this. I really do. I want to be, if I can help culture, in culture wars, if I can help the gaming industry, I would love to. I just gotta know exactly how to do it. But I'm thinking about it. Like I said, like I mentioned, I just started a YouTube channel. It doesn't have anything posted there yet, but I think I'm gonna do something soon.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, that's a hard question. I'm thinking about it a lot. That's all I have to say. I am.
Well, let us know what we can do to help you. That's the most important thing. Because
I would appreciate you guys constantly a lot, actually.
Of course. Yeah. Well, we got you, buddy. We got you. And this is
Are you on Twitter? Are you on Twitter, Kabrutus? Like, I don't follow you, so are you there? Easy to find?
Yeah. Let me send you a link to my profile really quickly.
Oh, I found you. I found you. I'll follow you.
There you go.
Got him.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I got to jump, guys. But thank you for having me. I got to get to work on actually making comics. Can't just talk
Go
about
do it.
But hey, Dean Cain, All American Lawman is at the printer. You ordered this thing. You're going to get it just in weeks, man. I'm so excited. Thank you guys for having me. Kabrutus, I'll tell you this. Don't do paralysis through analysis. Don't overthink this, dude. You know how you feel. Just make a video saying how you feel. People, honesty resonates with people in a world of lies, dude. You already know how you feel about this stuff. Just say it and F the haters. Put the videos out. People like them or they won't like them, whatever. But don't overthink it. You're in the right spot at the right time. I'm a Christian. I don't know if you're religious. I feel like God put you in this spot because this evil entertainment, it needs to be wiped out, dude. And it's wiped out by a better message. So I got to go. Thank you guys for having me.
Thanks, Gabe. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Gabe.
Bye-bye.
All right. Awesome. Everyone go check out Gabe. He's a great dude. All right. We got a bunch of super chats, bunch of donations, and then I want to get into Melee. Dev, do you? Okay. Actually, I want to allow you the opportunity to close this out really quick. You said you did a shit ton of research on this.
Yes.
What else would you like to add before we close out Sweet Baby Ink talk and move on to what's going on with Melee here in just a minute? So, Dev, fire away.
Well, it all started with Karl Marx back in 1848.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is like I could probably talk about this for hours, but at some point it becomes too much, right? Like there's only so much Gamergate deep lore we can go through. So I mean,
Okay.
like if you wanted to do it after, we could do it after, or I could do like a little bit now, maybe. Like how much time do you want to devote? I will tailor what I have to what you have.
Let's do this. In the interest of everyone, of Cabrutus and obviously the Melee Games good folks, we'll come back. I'll come back and let's do a second. Are you want to do a second live stream this afternoon and kind of dig into this deeper?
Yeah, I'll be around.
Okay. Let's do that. Then.
I think like if I was gonna adequately cover everything, it might take like an extra half hour to 45 minutes if you wanted all the lore without getting too ridiculous with it. But
let's come back this afternoon. We'll come back in this afternoon and we'll dig into it a little deeper. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Okay, cool, awesome. Then we'll do that. And Cabrutus, you're more than welcome to. I mean, I don't know, James, Kay, do y'all want to come back for that or?
I'll come back for a Gamergate discussion. I was there too, so.
Okay, well,
hey,
I was there. I was a part of a lot of it. So if you want to dive, I'll go in.
Oh, were you? I'm sorry. I don't remember you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a lot of us kind of got erased a little bit, but I was definitely part of the Not Your Shield stuff.
Oh, really? Were you?
I was at
you
the
in
meetups. There's stuff. Yeah, I'm sure you can find stuff if you dig easily enough. You can find stuff on me, but.
We're eternally online here. Yeah.
Man, this is some old lore. Bringing back all the old feels,
Cabrutus, do you want to stick for that? I mean, if everyone's open, we'll just stick around and do it right now. I mean, Blabs, I know it's totally up to you, Cabrutus. I mean,
I'm fine. Let's do it, man. I mean,
okay, let's fucking go. Let's go.
But I mean, I hope I don't have another power surge. So if I just go out, you guys know what happened.
We know. Dan Pass got you.
Yeah.
Okay. So this
sexy Brazilian coming at you.
And Blabs, if you need to get up and you need to move and stuff, and you need to.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. You just. Okay. Everyone has an open invite to get up and move around and see fit. With that said, okay. Now let's turn it over to Dev. Because Dev, you did a shit ton of research. All right. You paint the story about the similarities here. We kind of talked about this briefly, but the similarities between what's happening now, what's happening 10 years ago with Gamergate. Paint us the picture like so autistically that a 5-year-old could understand it. And we'll sit here and we'll listen to you. And if anybody has anything, we'll just stop you and ask some questions. Does that sound good, everybody?
Here, give me just 2 minutes. I'm going to pull all my tabs up.
Sounds good. Okay, while we do that, while we do that, I'm going to read off some of these super chats. You guys, thank you very much for your support today. Genuinely appreciate it. As the Worthy One came in, says, "What an all-star lineup! What up, y'all?" Thanks so much, Worthy One. Appreciate that. And sorry we didn't get to those yet earlier. Everybody said hello. The Fractured Filter says, "Big right hand to Melee Games. There's a big rabbit hole. Ghost Baby is also a company funding Sweet. There's Dragon Baby, a lot of babies. It's creepy." Thanks,
man. Fractured Filter is a freaking best. Yeah, no,
I was going to say the
Fractured
same.
does.
Yeah.
He does excellent work. Thank you so much, Fractured. He, if we end up getting into it, I don't even know because there's so many news stories, but he was the only other person talking about running with scissors insanity. So yeah, Fractured absolutely does excellent work. Thank you.
And
buddy.
he also was one of the few people to highlight Dragon Baby as well, which has kind of been a little swept under the rug because of the Ghost Baby stuff, the weird ghost, whatever. That's kind of been an in-between, but Fractured has been really on top of it.
So I did find information on the weird ghosts people, but I didn't find anything about Dragon Baby. I don't know what that is.
It's like a translation firm. Fractured's the best person to talk to. He did a pretty good deep dive into it, but it all seems connected. So
all right. Let me get through some of these super chats real quick. Guys, thank you again. I say get through this. I mean them in the most endearing way possible. We genuinely value every viewer, every subscriber, every cent that has helped to support the show. As Jonathan Bordeaux came in with the $2, says, "Thank you, Sting. Wrestling's versions of Batman." Yeah, that was cool to see last night. Sting retiring. Quatrina VR says, "Does the Latinx slur annoy you, Cabrutus?"
I mean, What was that meme? Call me a Latin eggs, and you'll find out why our criminal rates are so high. So
let's go.
Copeside Phil says, I followed it at 2,000 followers. It's insane to me that it's over 125,000 now. If Sweet Baby Inc. didn't say anything, this never would have gotten big. They have themselves to blame. SBI isn't the only company doing this. Thank you so much, Copeside Phil. Appreciate that. Rimdog says, shout out to the Dallas Jackals rugby winning their season opener against LA with a last-second kick. You need to go to a game sometime, Craig. Thanks, Rimdog. Appreciate that. Check out them Dallas Jackals. Kyle says, holy moly, 8-player side scrollers. Well, now down to 6, but thank you, Kyle. Appreciate that. Emperor Caesar came in as a brand new member. So did Obi-Wan Shinobi. Great name. I love that. Thank you guys very much.
That's an amazing name.
You getting banged by a Zubat there?
Yeah, what's going on in your profile picture, guy?
That's a beautiful profile picture.
Andrew says, hey, Craig, you played Giant Graham 2000 for the Dreamcast yet? I know you probably burned it onto a disc, you whittle rascal, you. Thank you, Andrew. No, I have not checked out Giant Graham 2000. No. Michael came in with the $9.99. Says, Cabrutus, keep up the good work in organizing guys from Discord to do development. Super Based Inc. as homage to our great benefactors will win by outdoing them. Thank you so much, Michael McKinney. Appreciate that. Super Based Inc. Mike Matthew says, Cabrutus is a great example of a Brazilian, unlike Dan Vask. Go Gary at Nerd Erotic. Thank you, Matthew. Tidge came in with 5 memberships to the channel. Tidge, thank you very much for your support. Genuinely appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. If anybody got gifted a membership, make sure you say thank you.
Hi, Tidge. Tidge is one of my one of my longtime viewers. I brought him here. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that, Dev. And Tidge, welcome to the fam. Extra Zero came in with the $4.99. Says, to Gabe's point, saw someone caption the Just Stop Oil Vandals actions with those who cannot create beauty often seek the excuse to destroy it. Yes.
100%.
Thank you, Extra Zero. Appreciate you, buddy. Cesario says, and now the coverage by indie game, by the games media. That's right. Here we go. We got it. And I guess Yang is too busy ruining another Japanese game with his voice acting. Thank you, Cesario. Appreciate that. Yeah, has there been, Blabs, can you do a little digging to see if there's been any coverage on this on Kotaku and Polygon over the weekend? This is the trending topic on Twitter, so on X previously. 60 Watt says, I wonder what the demographic gender split is for PC/console games versus mobile games. Mobile games is way high, a lot of women. And PC and console games is pretty much the inverse of that. That's how you get your 50-50. So Chaos and Control says, this is such a time warp. Gamergate 2.0, and I'm waiting for Deagle Nation to drag race Brianna Wu to the grave. I don't even understand that reference.
It's going to be tough beating her, folks. Let me tell you. Don't worry. She's busy tweeting about her dog or something.
Mr. Toxicity says, Cabrutus is my...
Has my sword.
I don't know what that is. My sword?
He has my sword.
That's my sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, has my sword.
Lord of the Rings.
Okay, he has my sword. There you go. Thank you. Sorry, I'm bad at reading. GK, my boy, came in with the $5 super chat. Says, if pro SBI people were at all proud of what they do, they'd say this group lists games SBI worked on. Let's support them all. But they don't. That's right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, GK. SPZ says, any worry that Steam will cave in and do something to your list? Valve is in fact listed as an SBI client after all.
That as well, yeah.
Cabrutus?
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Did you mention me?
Yeah,
sorry,
no worries. Any worry that Steam's going to cave in and do something to your list?
Oh, I think that if Valve were to do something, they would already have done. This is just too big now, in my opinion.
The worthy one says, left ideologies have completely taken over the cosplay community. As a cosplayer myself, I keep most of my real opinions to myself due to being known locally in my area.
This is what they do, is that they just they're not actually fans of any of this shit. They just want to push their agendas. And so they'll go into every single fandom, every single hobby, every single community, and just push you out and then bring their friends in and say, this is ours now. You guys were never here. This is our thing. And that's all they want to do is push and do that slow creep. It's rough.
Yeah, I would say don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to speak up, because if they think if these are your friends and they befriend you because of the way you think or the way that just by having different opinions, they're not your friends. They're not your friends. And when you're silenced by them, they win. Can't let that happen.
It's very tempting to not speak up, especially if like you're in a school or something, because you don't want to lose any professional connections. You don't want to possibly get expelled. You don't want to have something it's very tempting not to speak up. But also the problem is that if you repeat something that you know isn't true enough times, you will eventually start believing it, and you will turn into that person. So it is important that, I mean, it's going to be painful, but you have to rip the Band-Aid off. You have to take a stand exactly where you are now. If there's some short-term blowback that sucks, you might even lose your job or something that really sucks. But like it has to be done. Basically, there's no other way forward.
By the way, quick update on the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected group over on Steam. It has now crossed 130,000 members.
That's amazing,
close to 10,000.
Awesome.
I think almost 10,000 new members since we started the show.
Yeah.
Can't stop the signal, baby.
Nah, man, it's crazy. Like this is, listen, Cabrutus, I don't think you truly understand the impact that this is. Just as James said, this is a signal to the rest of the industry that people are done with this shit. Like they're done. And I asked Blabs to look up, see if there's anything on Kotaku or IGN or anything about this. And Blabs, did you find anything?
There's nothing. There's
No,
nothing there.
Nope.
Not a peep.
This is the same as how it was before. We like the first week of the Zoe post coming out and everyone digging stuff up. They didn't say a single thing for that first week. They just hoped it would go away. It's the same thing. It's happening again. It feels the same. Yeah.
Get ready for hate articles and everything and trying to slander you and all that stuff. But
yeah, one more week. Yeah.
They're all going to happen at the same time. You're going to notice like, oh, every single one.
Yeah.
They're all in DM groups together. They're all like, we're gonna drop our articles now. They're all friends.
And then they'll all cite each other and they'll start making up shit. Pretty much.
You two do remember it, eh?
I was there, Gandalf.
We were there.
Yeah.
We were there.
I may have been under a different name, but I was very heavily involved way back in the day.
Same here.
It's funny because I did a quick search on DuckDuckGo for this, for just Sweet Baby Inc. And the only article that I can find that's written is from Bounding Into Comics. That's it. Bounding Into Comics. That's it. There's also a Know Your Meme about it, but everything else,
Gamer.
it's insane. It is like that should tell you everything you need to know. People who write about this, they're the people who are in cahoots, right? You can't trust any of these outlets. It's insane. It's crazy. If they are not, this goes back to these are not journalists. These are activists. It's insane. It is crazy.
Well, I'm actually kind of curious because I'm sure through Screw Attack you probably met some of these people or like have gone to some of these offices or something. I mean, did you get this feeling about them back then?
No. Like it was never discussed. None of this shit was ever discussed ever. It was never even on the table. I didn't know anybody's political leanings in the Screw Attack days. I didn't know anybody's ideology. The idea of trans rights or human rights or putting an Asian trans woman in a game like we saw with it was never discussed. Never. Like it wasn't even an issue. You know what it was? I wouldn't say exactly what it was. And they can be pissed at me whether they want to, whether they want to be pissed, but everybody to a T, everybody at Screw Attack, and they will deny this till whatever. Every single one of them would laugh and point at those people and say, "What a fucking idiot!" Not necessarily trans people, but people who were making ideological statements. If anything like that was, we all just laughed at it. We all saw it for the idiocracy that it was, and now they've been taken over by the virus because at the end of the day, they want to be inclusive. Once again, it's all done through with good intentions, right? We just want to be welcoming to everybody, right? But at the same time, you're being incredibly racist, incredibly homophobic, everything that they're pointing, everything that they want to be, they end up being. Holding up the mirror to them. It's insane. So
some of them are probably actually true believers. Others are probably just keeping their heads down. They don't want to lose their job. They're going along with what's popular right now.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. I know for a fact that many of them, I've talked to several of them who are like, I really agree with what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I know
And you know what? And to be clear, you know what I say to them? Fuck off. Like, if you're not going to stand up and say something about it, fuck right off. And then they get pissed at me.
I know several big YouTubers who have several million subscribers who they're very desperately trying to hide their old edgy past because they're very soft around the edges now, and they're still that way in private, but they don't display it publicly anymore. And they're like, I would be ruined if anyone ever found out. It's like, come on, guys, you gotta have some kind of a backbone, you know?
You can't have everyone getting ruined. Like, as the more people that stand up to it, the more it's clear we're the silent majority that are just not speaking up. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Look at our numbers and look at how much of us agree. Look at the chat just popping off.
Craig, look at how many people are watching you right now. This is crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah.
People
so
care.
everyone stand up and shout and say, like, we are sick of this crap. And then that's how it ends. That is 100% how it ends.
Like, as we've been talking, the Steam group has gone up another 200 members right in the last 3 minutes. Like, that's all you need to know. And it's just now, like, the news cycle is just now hitting, right? Like, people are just now being discovered because a lot of people were off the internet over the weekend. So I would expect that number to pop off even more. And Dev, we're going to get to Dev's continuing kind of the background of this in just a second. But we have so much support today. I want to make sure we get to it all. But Gear came in and says, "Hi, side scrollers. Can't wait to see more Dev and Yellow Flash. That SBI is more like suspicious Boogeyman Inc. Thank you later. Cheers." Thank you, Gear. Appreciate that. Extra Zero came in with the $9.99. Says ESG investors equals BlackRock. We won't see the stop until we get their influence gone. Sweet Baby is one head of the Hydra. They want to devalue brands so they can buy them cheap and bypass antitrust. Extra Zero knows what they're talking about.
The BlackRock rabbit hole is one too many rabbit holes for this stream. That's that's too much.
YouTube has a 12-hour cap, folks.
Copeside Phil says, you can make new stories and new ideas with a white straight male character, and it's okay to say you want to play as a white straight male. I mean, yes, it's okay to say you want to play as a black lesbian neurodivergent, whatever. It's ultimately up to the audience to decide whether they want to do that or not. You can make whatever you want. It's ultimately going to be up to the audience.
Oh my God. Did you guys see that when the data came back for players of Baldur's Gate 3, that most people were just making white guys, like white human males? And they were like, come on. Like, the devs were like, come on, guys, you put so much effort into everything else. Why are you only playing straight white guys? It's like, well, that's your audience, it turns out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. Andy came in and says, thank you for your work exposing these pedo wokies. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that. Nate says, I have a feeling Sweet Baby is just a symptom, not the disease. DEI, BlackRock, narcissistic personality disorder. Nate, I don't think you're wrong, but they are the ones with the target on them right now.
I just want to say that Lady Des hosted us on Kick, so hi, Des and her people.
Let's go, Des. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. AKI, Aki says, Sweet Baby Inc. is making an unique stylized game called Sable, which took heavy artistic influence from Jean Mobius Girard, who did the concept for The Fifth Element. What a shame. Well, listen, there are more games that's going to have Sweet Baby Inc. Associated with it, whether you like it or not. There are more games coming. 60 Watts says, activists in gaming or any entertainment are tasked with a covert and secret mission, but they're narcissists that can't help exposing themselves. Thanks, 60 Watt. Appreciate that. Patriotic Gestalt came in with a $20 super chat. Great discussions. Let's go. Thank you very much, Patriotic Gestalt. Willizzy came in and says, actually, there is sufficient evidence the DE devs hated their commie leader. And considering he's now locked up in the game mocks commies, they won.
Yeah, but that's Disco Elysium. I don't necessarily agree with that interpretation because the people who won the Indie Game Award of the Year back in 2019 for Disco Elysium, they walked up onto the stage and they thanked Karl Marx. It's like, well, I think they were all actually commies, but it is true that like that company after Disco Elysium came out had a whole bunch of corruption scandals and they lost their IP and like there was a bunch of internal nonsense. And it is also true that Disco Elysium, despite being made by communists, did do a lot of critiquing of communism, which is why it's a good game. It was relatively impartial. So, yeah.
Aiden Perez came in with a $50 super chat. Says, "Hey Outlaws, I invited my cousin and his girlfriend to a Dallas Stars game 2 nights ago. They enjoyed it, and I converted my cousin's girlfriend into a hockey fan since it was their first game. I had told her to bring her female friends next time. Let's go, Aiden. Plant the seed, buddy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. There's a $50 super chat. That is spectacular.
Let's go.
Aiden, I'm going to get you on the wall, my man. Really appreciate that. Duty came in, says, Satan is a cherub, led worship before his fall. It's why he uses entertainment industry to spread his lie. Craig, 1-year DSP interview special. Let's go. Is that coming up? I guess it's coming up.
Yeah, this month.
Oh my God.
Craig,
I'll just dress up like DSP for you. I'm pretty much DSP.
Wear the hat and everything.
I would look great in that hat. So there you go.
Oh man, yeah, you should. Well, that'd be great. Absolutely, we'll do a part 2 with James. That'll be good. Gear says, not to mention Insomniac blocked Kyle on Twitter. Yeah. Sparta Chris came in with the 10. Says, video games, comics, novels, action figures, etc. They all started in a garage, bedroom, etc. They didn't have big corporations backing them until later. They started small and worked their way up. Thank you so much, Sparta Chris. That's what we're doing now. And followed up with says, thank God for the entrepreneur and capitalist. I guess the big G word is blocked by YouTube. Thank you, Sparta Chris. Appreciate that. And Crit Nature says, hey, Craig, how about you get Ashraf Ismail on sometimes? He worked as creative director at Ubisoft for a long time. He left before Valhalla came out because of, quote, sexual misconduct. Sweet Baby was also involved with that game, by the way. Thanks, Crit Nature. Blabs is literally writing that down right now. Thank you, Crit Nature. Really appreciate that. All right, lots of more super chats to get to. I do want to make sure we read off our direct donations as well, as the real Melee came in with the 1313 direct donation. Says, I encourage everyone to come check out our community, where we all strongly believe Sonic All-Stars Racing's Transformed is the best kart racer. Our second
yes! This is defamation, and you know it. That is not me. It's not true. It's not true.
That's not true. No, it's true. It is the best.
Arrest him.
Horny Flanders also came in with the 5.
Oh,
says,
God.
Well, diddly L. It's a great pecorino to see Melee Jim Jam and his shirt diddly ert on. Lord Diddly Ord knows what would happen to my wienerino if you went Bear Force 1. Thanks, Horny Flanders. Appreciate that.
This is a serious business stream, folks. This is serious business. The shirt, it's a great shirt. I'm just saying, it's a great shirt. It's staying on. We're bullying Sweet Baby. The shirt stays on today, but thank you, Horny Flanders. You're the best, buddy.
The Genjar behind James. Is that right? Genjar? Yes.
Gengar. Here he is. That's him.
The Gengar behind James says, please send help. I'm being held hostage and I'm on camera against my will. He hides Oreos in me so his audience can't find them. I feel like a drug mule.
Yesterday he wanted my booty and now he's saying that he's the victim. You're acting just like Sweet Baby. You're harassing me and acting like the victim, Gengar. Oh my God.
Ridiculous with a Genjar back there.
Genjar. I love it.
Big Top came in with the 10, says, hey, yo, on this day in wrestling history in 2019, former WrestleMania headliner King Kong Bundy passed away at the age of 62. Rest in peace, King Kong Bundy. This is actually kind of interesting. Abdulio says, with the 2, says, it seems that the Yuza devs have decided to settle with Nintendo and pay $2.4 million in damages, according to a recently posted legal document. This is, by the way, Dev, I don't know if you've been following this story, the idea of this is Nintendo going after the emulator, Yuzu. So they say that Yuzu will pay Nintendo $2.4 million in damages.
Damn.
And injunction still unknown. They followed up with update. Final settlement got uploaded. The summary is Nintendo won everything. The Yuzu domain name will go to Nintendo, and Yuzu has agreed to destroy all their work and prevent their team from ever being involved in Switch emulation again. Wow. That's crazy.
Wild.
It's very
that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Nintendo's been doing this for like decades, though.
That's what they do, man. Yeah. They bully you. You.
Nintendo, when you can't play a game that hasn't been re-released in 25 years, the lawyers are at your door, you know. So, okay.
And then we have this from Shamsa. A $1 $1,000 direct
Shamsa!
from Shamsa. Look at that
That's
shit.
amazing.
Crowns in the chat, please, for Shamsa.
Please, for the love of God.
Drop that crown. What a king. Absolute king, folks.
Shamsa, our queen.
Yeah,
Queen.
Queen. Our
Yes.
Queen.
Shamsa, however you identify,
1,000
you're a king and a queen.
Royalty.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You know what?
Shamsa.
She gets this. She gets this. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Aha.
Developers, 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 developers. Developers, 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 developers. Yes.
I can't. The sweaty man.
He haunts me in my dreams at this point.
Oh,
There's a
the
kitty
sweaty
cat.
man.
Cabertus has brought the cat on. Let's go. All right. Okay, look. Okay, we still have some super chats to get to. We've got some Rumble rants to get to as well. We will get to all of them before the end of the show. But we've took a little time out, and now we're going to turn the table over to Dev. Dev, the floor is yours. And this is, we are talking about the parallels between 10 years ago with Gamergate, what's happening today, and the tie-ins. So, Dev, the floor is yours.
All right, time for the Dev monologue, the Dev rant. Here, you know what I'll do? I'll change my feed so that you can see what I'm looking at, so I can show you examples of what's going on. Okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
That's all right.
And to be clear, you did so much research for this, so
yes.
I want to make sure people know. You know,
I think I slept maybe 2 or 3 hours last night because I was just going through all of my old files. I've got files from 10 years ago and stuff. So I wanted to make sure that I could at least provide a TLDR of Gamergate, how it's similar, and also how it connects. So I have it all.
Okay.
Here, real quick.
Here we are.
And also, I do want to point out. Last time we talked about Gamergate on your show, a lot of people got mad at me because I did a pretty poor job of it. And looking back on, I've watched it. I actually did a pretty poor job of it, to be honest. Well, it was off the cuff, you know. I was like, I'm not prepared for this. I don't, and I missed like a bunch of details, but I did get a fair amount of things right. So
I put you on the spot, and I just said, give us a high level, like very, very high level example of what a description of what Gamergate was, and you did so. I thought you did so very well. I understood what was happening. Now, for those who were like know the nitty gritty, I'm sure they're like, you missed everything, and you know that may be the case, but I understood much better about it.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so I appreciated it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate doing it. I'm gonna correct a few things that I said though before, just so we're all on the same page, right? So
okay.
Do you mind full screening me?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm really full screened. Okay.
Yep.
So, I'm just gonna bring up the things as I have them ready, right? So, those of you who have been part of Gamergate before, you remember this, right? I know the Melee Gamers. You guys know what this is, right?
Yeah, I think so. It was so long ago, but I'm looking forward to the refresh here.
Yeah, so this is the Zoe post, all right? So
that's it.
Yeah.
All right, I want to get you full screen. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll get you there in a second. Okay, hold on.
The good old five guys that kicked it all off.
Yeah,
can we mention Alec as well if we're going to talk about Zoe, because I think it's really important
Alec
to also
Kalawaka?
mention that. Yeah,
I have him in here as well.
To self-delete, so
yep.
Let's make sure rest in peace to him.
Yep. So
this story gets fucking dark, man. But yeah,
it does. Yeah. So I have the Zoe post up, and this is August 16th, 2014. Zoe Quinn was an indie game dev. She dated Aaron Joni for 6 months, and this is just it's still up on WordPress. You can go read this for yourself, right? It's all here, and he outlines their relationship, all the drama that happened in their relationship. He points out that the five guys that Zoe cheated on him with, and how they related to indie game development and games journalism, and the potential connections for corruption there. Also, he doesn't give names, though he would later give names in other places, but he doesn't give names in this. That there was actually several hundred people that she cheated on him with, which is a ridiculous number to think about. Several hundred people. And so the most important one initially was the fact of the five guys is that Zoe cheated on Aaron with Nathan Grayson, right? So here's the five guys, right? I think this is a thumbnail for one of Mr. Medicare's old videos, right? So these were the 5 guys, and these were all people who were influential in their scene. They all had some sort of professional connection to Zoe Quinn that was undisclosed while she was having sex with them, right? The most important one initially is this guy in the middle here.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Was he doing this all like at the same time, like just going from one guy to the next and just borking them? Like what? Like
over the course of the 6 months, yeah, she was just having a whole bunch of one night stands with a ton of people. Yeah,
really good girl right there. Really high class.
Yeah. So the most important one was Nathan Grayson, this guy in the middle here. And is this the? Yes, it is. So the reason that Nathan Grayson was initially important is because he wrote this article on March 31st, which was before Gamergate. It was several months before Gamergate, the indie game reality TV show that went to hell. And he's reporting on a game jam that Zoe Quinn was a part of. And actually, JonTron was present at this game jam as well, and he came out
right.
and experiences. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the issue is that I guess real quick, for those of you who don't know, a game jam is a contest where you get together a group of people and you make a game from start to finish in a very short time frame. So like a day or a week or 2 weeks or something. And the idea is that you cloister yourself up. You just try to get something that functions. And then you have like several teams that do it, right? And then at the end of the week or whatever it is, you have a panel of judges that judge the games. And it's like a fun little thing that a lot of people have been doing for over a decade now. So there was a game jam, literally titled Game_Jam, all caps, that was some sort of corporate event that Zoe Quinn was a part of, and JonTron was there as well. And the only reporting about this event and its downfall was from Nathan Grayson. They were having sex at the time. In fact, probably even at the game jam, and it was never disclosed. All right. And the issue ultimately is that the guy who put on this game jam actually lost a bunch of money. And it does seem like, looking back at it now, that Zoe Quinn intentionally tanked it because she was setting up her own game jam. And this was a way to get rid of competition, right? That's a bit conspiratorial, but that is how it looks from the outside. The issue, though, is that if there really was money changing hands and she really did do something untoward, the fact that only someone that she was having sex with was reporting on it, that's a big ethical no-no. So what happens is, this is the copyright strike that Zoe Quinn filed against the YouTuber Mundane Matt, because Mundane Matt had to talk about the Zoe post, and she wanted to get out ahead of the story, so she filed a DMCA. It was a false DMCA. She used the process. She used the process illegitimately because there was no copyright infringement in Mundane Matt's video. She just wanted the story to be stifled.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the Streisand effect, right? You try to stop something like this, it's going to massively blow up in your face. And this is why it blew up. This is why suddenly everyone was talking about it, because Mundane Matt was this small ambulance chaser channel. He had like 5,000 subs or something. Nobody really cared. But like after this happened, he quickly shot up to like 100,000 subs because everyone's like, this is outrageous. What's happening to this guy? And it was outrageous.
Right.
So by August 18th, so this is 2 days after the Zoe post was posted, the internet aristocrat, he's now known as Mr. Medicare, but back then he was the internet aristocrat. He published his first video on Mundane Matt's video being taken down. And so like, this is when the ball really starts rolling, right? 2 days after. So I did a deep dive on it. Sargon did his first video on it. A whole bunch of people were on Twitter talking about it. Everyone's making videos. Everyone's talking about it. There's chat rooms being made. The people on streams are talking about it. This is when this was probably the height of the actual journalistic integrity stuff. Everyone was digging into these people to see how the 5 guys connected to Zoe, how they connected to other people. What kind of corruption were we dealing with here? This is when everyone was digging, right? And so you saw like infographics like these were posted all over the place. Like these people all pay Zoe Quinn, and these are all people who have reported on her. These people are all affiliated with her, and like people. You had tons of graphics like this going on. Does this stuff look familiar to you guys, Melee Games?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I remember all sorts of things like this.
Yeah, this is a massive blast from the past, and it's just pottery. It's all coming back together.
It's all coming
love
back.
The Jim mentioned sex for favors. Oh God, it was a wild time.
Yeah, sex for favor. Oh my God, that was a great. I don't know who he got through that voiceover, but it was fucking hilarious.
That was actually one of his like real life friends that just did an
really?
amazing Jesse the Body Ventura voice. Yeah.
Can I ask you a
shout
question?
out to old Jimmy.
Oh, go ahead. What's
yeah. Can you scroll up really quick?
Sure.
Yeah, here it says, why the media is silent. And a few minutes ago, we were talking about how there hasn't been an article about the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff yet. And in my mind, there's a few questions here. Why? Number one, why would they not report on it? Because do they not want to be called an istophobe, whatever, right? And if that's the case, then they're not doing their job as a journalist, right? Journalist's job is to go out and report the news, and that's it. But number two, do these, you wonder if there's going to be a graphic that looks like this that says why the media is silent. These people all work with Sweet Baby Inc. or know, the CEO or something along those lines, right?
Yeah, it definitely feels very similar. Yeah. So yeah, like if you were to comb through this with a fine tooth comb, you'd see like, oh, here's a person named Akira Thompson and Zoe Quinn. This person was supporting Zoe Quinn on Patreon, and they also worked at IndieCade, and they won an award. And you basically, I could sit here and just comb over this all day, right? Because there's so many connections and so many like little bits of corruption where very clearly somebody gave their friend a little bit of a boost or something, right? And I mean, you have to have that in an industry to some extent because people are always going to make friends, and you can't always be completely objective.
Right.
But it snowballed, and it got to a point where the entire industry became this clique. And there was no way to get in unless you were part of the club, right? Like you are expected to give your friends a bit of a bonus sometime because they're your friends. But
sure.
it was too much. It became too much, basically, right? The most important one at this point was Ben Kuchera, because Ben Kuchera was the editor at Polygon at the time, and he was supporting Zoe Quinn on Patreon, and he was using his ability as the editor of Polygon to stifle people talking about this. This was the big one at the time, was Ben Kuchera. After this, you had people like Patricia Hernandez, which is someone who wrote for both Kotaku and I think Destructoid, right? And there was connections between them. This is an article that was published, 12 years ago or something at this point. What games taught me about having two girlfriends at once, by Patricia Hernandez. It's like, okay, I'm sure that's an article someone wants to read, right? But basically, this is now moving beyond Zoe Quinn specifically, right? Because Patricia Hernandez was a writer at Kotaku, writing articles about her relationship with her girlfriend Anna Anthropy, and also reviewing games that Anna Anthropy made using her position at Kotaku and at Destructoid. So now it's not even about Zoe Quinn anymore, because as we kept digging, we realized, oh, all of these people are doing this with each other. It's one giant clique. It's not just that Zoe Quinn's the problem. They're all doing this, right? And none of these people are talking about it. So
I remember there was an analogy back in the day. I can't remember who made it, but it was pretty much like Gamergate's, like if you busted like a drug den and it was just two people doing meth, and then you find out that the meth was sold to this guy who is tied to the government, and then just this huge rabbit hole that just keeps going and going and going. So yeah, while it started with Zoe Quinn and having some Five Guys burgers and fries, then you realize this connection, and it's like, oh, the entire games journalism industry is just completely corrupt. Everyone is giving backdoor deals, sex for favors, and they all hate you, and they hate the actual gamer and everything. So
I think that's where people are drawing that conclusion with Sweet Baby as well. You see Sweet Baby working in all these different companies. No one in the media is talking about it. Then you've got Weird Ghosts. You've got that Dragon Baby thing. Like, so many things are popping up. And then we're seeing some of the old guard from all this time too sneaking in. It's like they're kind of trying to.
They never got banned on Twitter.
Yeah,
like all these people, you can search on Twitter and you can find all their tags talking to each other during Gamergate, during 2014. Like the Butts person was there. Other Butts people were there. Don't get me started on that one.
Oh God, you're talking about Sarah?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
Keep dogs away from these people, folks.
Okay, listen, I don't have the Sarah Butt story in here. That's like a side story to all of this. But the TLDR is, didn't she get caught like molesting her cousin or something? I don't know the whole story there.
That was it. Yeah. So these
Oh,
There's a
God.
lot of like
people.
Sweet Home Alabama and butt stuff in Gamergate, I have to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a lot.
Thing is, on our side of it, we were having fun with it. It was really just we were laughing at these people, pointing out these degenerate people that were just completely muddying up the industry, and it was just like, yeah, these people don't represent us. These aren't actual gamers, and it was a freaking war.
Yep. Yep. It's at this point that we discovered that things did eventually loop back around to Zoe, right? So if we go back to this image here, this guy here, Robin Arnott, the guy with the red mohawk, he was a sound designer. He worked for various companies as a sound designer, and he was also a judge at the Indiecade Game Awards show, and he was giving awards to Zoe Quinn's games while also having sex with her. Right. So it was like, oh, so all these people, this is what's going on here. Is it like it's positive coverage from the press? It's awards given out. There's money changing hands there. And it's a giant clique. And, you're not in it, basically, is what's happening here. So what people don't remember about Gamergate is I'll go to this one now, is that there actually was an early win. Right. So this was August 26th. So like a week and change after the Zoe post.
Steven Totillo.
Yes. Steven
All
Totillo.
right.
Yep,
he came out a hack one time.
he is kind of a hack, to be honest. But there was actually an early Gamergate win at this point because both Kotaku and Polygon updated their codes of ethics to demand that all of these connections be made public, and they also banned their reporters from financially contributing to developers on Patreon. Okay. And I think he says at some point here, yeah, this last week has been, if nothing else, a good warning to all of us about the pitfalls of cliquishness in the indie dev scene and among the reporters who cover it. It's like, well, that's a fucking understatement, isn't it? But to give them credit where it's due, they actually did do this. The reaction to the people who are in the clique to this news was actually, it was very bad, right? So I found two examples just right off the top. This is one guy like, Kotaku, are you kidding me right now? Like, really, is this a prank? What happened now? They're instating a policy disallowing contributors from donating to developers' Patreons. And it's like, isn't that how it should be? Like, if you're at the very least, shouldn't you be disclosing the fact that you donate to a person that you're writing an article about?
Well, 100%. And then the idea that if you're going to, it's just, it's the same with any of this stuff, right? If I think about like, if we were a podcast, like if I was to, it goes, okay. What was the whole thing with Logan Paul several years ago where he launched some sort of like crypto thing, but he didn't disclose that it was his company or something, or something along those lines where maybe it wasn't.
I vaguely remember this, yeah.
Yeah, but like you need to disclose these things. You can't just be like, well, look at this, look at this thing that I found. And by the way, it's slimy, it's gross. And you see this with politicians. You see this with it's funny because I was not aware of this happening when this was going on, right? And people say, how the hell were you not involved in this? I've talked about this before. Like, I had my head down. I had my head in the sand, worried about how to grow my YouTube channel at the time and how to make sure that the 10, 11, 12 employees that I had at the time were, going to get their paychecks. And I just sold my company, and I was trying to do my best to look good for the people who bought our company, right? So this was so far off my radar. I didn't even know. I just heard Gamergate on the periphery. But I will say this, man. The cliquishness of the video game industry is so apparent. And I understand the idea, well, I want to do good for my friends. I want to put them in a better spot. Like, life is about relationships. I get it, right? But you shouldn't write a good article because somebody sucked your dick. Like, that's really fucked up. Yeah. That's really fucked up. Sorry. I agree, it's astonishing to me. Like, to actually, I feel like I'm with three grizzled vets here on my screen.
Yeah. But Craig, you weren't alone. Like, it was really hard to get the news, like, to people like you that were established and everything. I want to do a shout out and a big rest in peace to Total Biscuit that gave like a huge, like, he actually listened to us and was like, he was the king of ethics. And like, in my opinion, he was the best video game critic of all time. And he had a lot of fans, both right wing and left wing and all this stuff. And he said, yeah, there is a problem with ethics in the games industry, and this is wrong, and you should disclose all this stuff. And he got a huge amount of backlash just for hearing us out back in the day. Remember, JonTron got a ton of shit back in the day. So if you even like listened to what we were saying on Twitter, because this was mainly a Twitter, a little bit of Reddit, a little bit of Poll and V. It was just this whole internet clique here that we were just like saying, hey, this has to stop. And if you were on the outside and you were like, well, let's listen and hear them out, you would be bombarded with fake news about us and just told we're the most evil people. We're actually, you know, just trying to get these women this and that. And then it's like, that's not true. We're talking about like,
I remember like people would come up to me that I knew and they would be like, oh, I heard you're like in this Gamergate thing. So who's harassing you? They thought I was the one being harassed. And I'm like, no, I'm laughing at the people claiming they're being harassed. This is the dumbest thing ever. So it's like, even from the outside, you hear like bits and pieces and you think it's just like this insane movement and you don't realize what's going on. So it's hard to tell people like, hey, this is what's going on. And you're seeing right now, I mean, Dev's got how many tabs open to explain this?
This is one of three. This is one of three packets of things. This is one of three packets of tabs.
This could be an 100-hour video.
It's so much information. So
every day was hours.
From an outside perspective, you're kind of like, okay, give me the TLDR, and it's like the TLDR is almost impossible at this point.
Well,
there's so much.
The truth is, like, I am kind of giving you like I've skipped like 5 things already. Like I'm giving you the TLDR right now, right?
Yeah.
There's so much to it. Yeah.
Well, Computers, hold on, and this he's like, oh, he's trying to Computers. You're okay. We're gonna get to how this all kind of ties in a little bit more, but like, whether you like it or not, Kabrutus, you, as pointed out by Kay and James and Dev here, like, there probably will be articles written about you.
100%.
People are going to comb through your Twitter, or they're going to comb through your social media, and they're going to say, well, look at this racist bigot. Look at what a horrible piece of trash he did, or he is, for launching a Steam community page. Like, by the way, congratulations. 131,000. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's go, man.
Like, Kabrutus, are you ready for that? Like, because that's good. It's gonna happen. You're gonna be called everything.
I mean, let them do their worst, bro. I mean, I'm not afraid at all. I'll never bend to them. I don't care. Let them say whatever they want. I have the game community behind me right now.
Yes,
right?
you do, man.
Yes, you do.
So, I mean, I'm a gamer. There are gamers with me on this. So, I mean, I don't care at all. I maybe do some videos reacting to some of those outlets, you know. So please do it, so I have a nice content to start off my channel. Who knows, right?
Let's go.
Who knows? Do your worst. Come on, man. Call me anything you want. I don't care.
That's awesome. Love
Fuck
it.
yeah, man.
All right. And so, if you want to connect it back to what's currently going on, right, you can see the same things are happening, right? So in this first week of Gamergate that I just kind of laid out, you have people just ignoring it. And right now they're just ignoring Sweet Baby, right? And then you see, oh, okay, this is actually getting really big. We have to reply to it. Right. And then you're going to see the same kind of steps happen, is that they're going to start replying to it. The same questions will be asked. It's like, listen, if there's actually nothing wrong here, why do you care about us talking about it so much? You know, if everything's actually innocent, if all these connections between you guys, it's actually all above board, nothing's actually a secret, nothing's gone wrong, why are you getting so angry that we're discussing it? Yeah. It's the same question you can ask about Sweet Baby, right? Like, why are they getting angry at you that you've made this Steam page if everything's actually fine?
Look, if Sweet Baby had confidence in what they were doing, they wouldn't be bothered by your page at all. 130,000 people are following a page that tells everyone what games they worked on. If people were actually on their side, this would help them. This would boost them. They'd be like, great, thank you for mentioning that we worked on this game. Now people are going to buy it. But they know that's not what's happening because gamers don't want this trash. So if they were confident, if they were doing the right thing, then people, like, regardless of if it says recommended or not recommended, they would be like, oh, Sweet Baby worked on this. Well, why are they saying it's not recommended? I'm going to subscribe to it. I'm going to buy it. But you're telling the truth. You're saying, I don't recommend this. This is why. This is what they're doing. And they're like, okay, well, now they're recoiling pretty much. They're afraid of the fact that you're exposing a light on them. You're not afraid if you're doing the right thing and people are supporting you. You're not afraid.
Love it.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
It should be helping them if they were doing something that people wanted.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen before when people get canceled and stuff, and we expose that people are getting canceled. People go in droves to support those people. If they're considering this, you're trying to cancel them, then people should be going in droves to support them.
All right.
Doesn't
I mean, all I did. I mean, they have a portfolio on their own website. You know, I'm just spreading their portfolio around the players. I mean, isn't that why they created the portfolio to spread the word about their work, the things they do? I'm just helping them out with this. That's how I'm doing,
100%.
right?
You're just showing that they worked on it. There's nothing wrong with reviewing anything.
Yeah, and then I'm
whatsoever.
giving my opinion. I do not recommend the game. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I have the right to have one, right? So
Yep.
I mean, I mean, there's really nothing wrong with what I'm doing. I am 100% fine, and I'm not afraid at all. No, not afraid of them at all.
Good.
All right, Deb, you want to continue?
Sure. This is where we get to the first link back to what's going on now. It's pretty tenuous, but it starts here. So this is in the early win section where they actually did update their ethics in that second week. This is the reaction from a person named Samantha Allen. Really disappointed in Polygon and Kotaku today. These people did not care about journos being friendly with developers until those devs were women, which is not what happened, but this is their point of view. This person says, yeah, that's why so many of us are supporting a fundraiser to get more women into developing games. We hate them that much. And she replies with, nobody cares about your fucking blood money. Okay, so this exchange, it shows that they weren't taking it very well, that they were actually, people at the top of these outlets were coming down on them. But also this exchange is important because we will come back to this exchange later. This is the beginning of where Lego Butts comes into the conversation, is what's happening right here. Okay, so we'll just put this aside for now. Next up,
I do think it's important to kind of preface that, the idea that what's old is new again in this situation. That's why we're talking about it currently, is the similarities between, for those of you just popping in, that's what we're discussing here, is the similarities to what happened 10 years ago with Gamergate to what's happening today. So continue, Dev.
Yeah. So this is when it actually became known as Gamergate. This is when Adam Baldwin called it Gamergate and linked to the two Medicare videos. The Internet Aristocrat videos. This was completely unexpected because at this point it was just like a gamer thing. And for some reason, Adam Baldwin, the Hollywood actor, decides to tweet about it. And this is when it actually blew up. It's like, oh, you have somebody in Hollywood talking about this now. I have no idea how he found this, but he did find it. And this is also the point when more explicitly right-leaning figures got involved, because Adam Baldwin is one of the few noted right-leaning people in Hollywood, right? Milo Yiannopoulos and Mike Cernovich, they're both right-leaning people, and they saw what was happening in Gamergate through Adam Baldwin's tweet. They actually got started in Gamergate, in fact. Like, Milo Yiannopoulos was a reporter for Breitbart. He didn't really have much of a career at that point, but he springboarded his contributions to Gamergate into having a journalistic career, right? He's kind of a hack now, but that's how it goes. Mike Cernovich also springboarded his contributions to Gamergate into having a career in like the manosphere red pill space nowadays. He's like an Andrew Tate kind of guy now. So this was the beginning of when you started to see more explicitly partisan right figures enter into Gamergate. Was when Adam Baldwin called it Gamergate. It did start. This is when it started to take on aspects of being a culture war and not just an investigation. But this is what really kicked it off. This next part, and you guys all know. I've been seeing the chat bugging me. Dev, you got to talk about this. Dev, okay, here it is. All right, these are the Gamers Are Dead articles.
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah.
This was the big
one.
hitter.
This was the big one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna need to. I don't recognize any of this stuff. So.
Okay.
Oh man.
So this is an article. It says gamers don't have to be your audience. Gamers are over. A guide to ending gamers. It's dangerous to go alone. Why are gamers so angry? The end of gamers. We might be witnessing the death of an identity. This one is from Luke Plunkett over at Kotaku. The death of gamers and the women who killed them. Sexism, misogyny, online attacks. It's a horrible time to consider yourself a gamer. An awful week to care about video games. Gaming is leaving gamers behind. A disheartening account of the harassment going on in gaming right now and how Adam Baldwin is involved. Misogynistic trolls drive feminist video game critic from her home. It's all the same stuff.
Okay.
Much, right.
And these are all coordinated and like they all dropped within days. Yeah, if not days. Yeah.
What happened was starting on August 28th until September 1st, something like maybe 30 articles all came out in unison, and they were all saying the same thing. Either said it in the headline or they said it somewhere in the article, and it was the tagline, "Gamers are dead." Some of them explicitly state that it's the death of the gamer identity and that no one should call themselves a gamer anymore. Some of them was like what we're saying, gamers are bad, and if you're making games, you don't need to pander to gamers anymore, or you don't need to write articles for gamers anymore if you're working in the games journalist space. But it was basically, it all came out at the same time. All right, it all came out at the exact same time within this 2-day span. August 28th to September 1st, or is that a 3-day span? Whatever. But it all came out at the same time, and it looked from the outside, it looked coordinated, in fact. I remember, I think Total Biscuit at one point even said, like, I've never seen anything like this. It's like they planned this out and it all dropped at the exact same time.
Wow.
And it's very clearly in response to what was happening with the Zoe post. And I think like this specific image of all the headlines together is the one that you can still see occasionally reposted even today.
That's like legitimately shocking. Like honestly shocking that it's so coordinated. And like I've met casually some of these people that you've mentioned here, like Luke Plunkett and such. And, I've never had a relationship with him, but I probably shook his hand at some point 10, 15 years ago, whenever it may be. And at least I know of these people, right? And to see it so like brazenly coordinated and be like within a couple days with the same verbiage, say like, wow, it's like, it's honestly, it's not even like, it's just shameless, really. It's like when people say propaganda, that is propaganda at its core.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I completely agree. Yeah. And actually we do get into a little bit later how they did this, right? Because there was actually a private group chat. But just real quick, the main one, the very first one to come out was Leigh Alexander for Gama Sutra.
Ooh, classic. Yep.
This is the classic one. And there's a lot of deep lore about Leigh Alexander. We're not going to go into it too much time, but it's the same kind of stuff, right? Like trading influence for various, like for friends and all. It's all the same stuff, right? It's all the same stuff. Just real quick. So in this article, basically what she wrote in this article was the template that was used for all of them because they all hit these same points. So just real quick, for example, this is how she described gamers in this article. By the turn of the millennium, these were games' only main cultural signposts. Have money, have women, get a gun and then get a bigger gun, be an outcast, celebrate being an outcast, defeat anyone who threatens you. You don't need cultural references. You don't need anything but gaming. A generation of lonely basement kids started wearing shiny blouses and pinning bikini babes onto everything they made. Started making games that sold the promise of high-octane masculinity to kids who were just like them. So that was her description of gamers. It's not a very flattering one.
Yeah.
Her second was a description of the wider gaming industry and the creators and the press, like the whole thing, right? Public conversation was led by a games press. She's talking about back in the 2000s at this point. Public conversation was led by a games press whose role was primarily to tell people what to buy, to score products competitively against one another, to gleefully fuel the team sports atmosphere around creators and companies. But our job isn't about being a reviewer anymore. It's not about telling people what to buy. It's about providing spaces for people to discuss what and whom they support. These straw man game journalism ethics conversations people have been having online right now are largely the domain of a prior age, where all we did was negotiate ad deals and review scores and scraped to be called reporters because we had the same powerlessness complex as our audience. Now, part of a writer's job in a creative human medium is to help curate a creative community and an inclusive culture, and a lack of commitment to that just looks out of step. Like a partial compromise with the howling trolls who have latched on to ethics as the latest flag in their onslaught against evolution and inclusion. So that sounds like it could be written today. It's all the same buzzwords. It's all the same ideas. It's all the same morality, just from 10 years ago, you know?
Yeah, and you're right. Even that headline seems straight out of something that is from Sweet Baby Inc. right here. Gamers don't have to be your audience. They've gone on over and over again about this idea that the straight white male is not your audience. You consistently hear that. This is not the gamer. It's like, what the fuck are you talking? Okay, whatever. But yes, what's old is new again. We're seeing it. Absolutely.
I know at the very end, what she said also went viral a whole bunch. She said, "We'll get what we want because we're creating culture now. We are refusing to let anyone feel prohibited from participating. Gamer isn't just a dated demographic label that most people increasingly prefer not to use. Gamers are over. That's why they're so mad. These obtuse shit-slingers, these wailing hyper-consumers, these childish internet arguers, they are not my audience. They don't have to be yours. There is no side to be on. There is no debate to be had. There is what is the past, and there is what is now." So that was her basically saying, if you're a gamer, I don't want you reading my stuff. I don't want you buying my friends' games. This is our space, and we're kicking you out. And ever since she put this out, and everyone's fallen in lockstep with this view, there's been this very slow but very gradual and unstoppable collapse of gaming, as every studio's put out worse and worse games. They've had smaller and smaller sales numbers. People who actually play the games are getting angrier and angrier. And this was the thesis. This was the blueprint that she laid out, and it's been going on for 10 years. And of course, you have to ask, where is she now, right? Where are any of these people now? They don't have the influence they used to have 10 years ago.
Well, and that's the question. I was actually looking to see this Lee Alexander girl, and by the way, I'm pretty sure I know this is her, as I found Lee Alexander over on Twitter. I'm guessing this is her. She, her, right
so,
here.
Yeah, that's Lee Alexander. Yep.
Pronouns in bio. There you go. PIB right there. Tells you everything you need to know. So she is in everything in narrative design. So she wants to tell the story. She wants to tell you about the story. So that's what Lee Alexander's up to today.
Yeah. So she has like her own deep lore. That's too much to get into. But also, if right-leaning e-celebrities dipping their toes into Gamergate began the transformation into more of a culture war thing, these articles hyper accelerated that, because now you had the entire internet that was fucking angry at everyone. Right. This was when it blew up into a shit show, because it wasn't just let's dig up these people's past and see what corruption they had. Now people were pissed. They were outraged. Right. This is probably when people came to you, Craig, and said, "What is your stance on Gamergate?" Because they were going to everyone and asking that, because now the gamers are pissed. I remember being on thatguywiththeglasses.com at the time and seeing a thread on their forum that was blowing up and eventually had to be closed because they didn't want to talk about it either, right? So basically this was when like everyone who was on the ground, they were talking to websites, they were talking to YouTubers, they were saying, where do you stand on Gamergate? Because this is unacceptable to us. This is when it really turned into a big culture war.
Yeah, it really was a civil war, and like every single person that was speaking online at the time, even if they had no idea what was going on, they had to take a stance on it, and you not taking a stance was somehow taking a stance. Remember John Tron doing a funny video being like, maybe I just don't know what the fuck it is. Maybe someone can explain it to me. And so everyone was talking.
It sounds very familiar to 2020 with BLM and COVID, like where you have to make a stance. You have to say something about it. And if you don't, you're a bigot. If you don't,
there was the black squares on Instagram. You guys remember that? And if you didn't post like a black square, you were like, "You're a racist. You don't believe in BLM." It's like, what is a black square even going to do? What does that show? Nothing.
A lot of the people that were in the anti-Gamergate side, they still like, this is a thing. Gamergate never ends. A lot of us people that were
ride never ends.
The ride never ends, and they will tie like Trump to Gamergate. They will tie like on capital stuff to game. Like everything all comes back to Gamergate, and it's just like you just wanted to play games. We just want to be left alone and play games.
Yeah.
Oh god, like if you want to go really hardcore edgy, there's like a poll meme where Pepe the Frog is in a Nazi uniform. And he's like about to execute like a bunch of SJWs, and he's like, "I just wanted to play games," and I'm like, "Holy
literally
shit,
the best meme to ever be created." I love that one. Just want to play my games. There it is.
So in a general sense, outlets went anti-Gamergate and YouTubers went pro-Gamergate. There, and it's probably because YouTubers were like more like down to earth. They were more like they weren't part of an establishment. They were like, even 2014 they were doing their own thing, you know. A little bit less so now. There's companies now, but back then that's how it was. There was one example that broke the mold, and that was The Escapist. The Escapist went neutral on Gamergate. They allowed discussions to happen on their forums of just not of the harassment stuff. They banned that, but they allowed the discussions of the ethics to happen. And for that, the anti-Gamergate people came after The Escapist.
Wow.
Just for allowing the ethics discussion, just to even countenance the idea that this could have been in any way about ethics, because there was some real harassment happening as well, but it also was definitely about ethics.
Well, and to kind of further that, bringing it back to what's happening right now with Cabrutus, right? He's opened up this thing. He has this thing, and once again, there are bad actors in every where, you know, the vast majority of people are just like, yo, what's up with this bullshit, right? And then there's people who take it to the extreme, right? And to be clear, whether it was back then or right now, don't be fucking asshats and take this to the extreme, right? Like, don't be the bad actor. Don't be the people who want to do bad things, you know, hurt these people. Like, don't be that. Be better than that. Sorry, Cabrutus, I'm just bringing it back to what you're going through right now. By the way, in real time, catching up right now, currently sitting at 30. Oh, where are we at? Let's see. I'm refreshing. 31,500, guys. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Nice.
Look at this
Wow.
world. Let it go.
Nice.
Sorry.
Every like makes Sweet Baby seethe and cope even harder.
and don't worry, if I'm taking a little bit of time to get through this, it will link back to what's happening today. I promise.
Yes. Okay, continue, Doug.
Yeah. So I went back and found this tweet from Zoe Quinn's Twitter account from 2019. This was long after Gamergate was done, and The Escapist was coming back 5 years later under new management and saying, "We're sorry we were neutral on Gamergate, guys," and their apology did nothing. Zoe Quinn still sent a mob after them with this tweet. You literally revived a Gamergate hub of a website and didn't bother contacting me or anyone else that I know who was actually at the center of Gamergate for this piece. And this piece, I can't see it, by the way, because he since deleted it, but it was him apologizing for the fact that the company he inherited allowed discussions of ethics on their forum.
Was this Russ Pitts?
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Who was this? Was this Russ Pitts who was apologizing?
Yes.
Oh,
but
Russ
his
Pitts,
tweet since been deleted. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but he apologized for the fact that the company that he inherited 5 years ago allowed this conversation to happen, and Zoe just shat on him anyway. There's no getting your forgiveness out of these people, right?
No.
Never apologized. What did we say about? We were talking privately. Once again, I don't want to share too much of our private conversation, but what did I say about you never bend the knee, right? Never.
Never bend the knee.
That's number one rule. Never bend the knee. These people are not going to accept it regardless. Look at what they did to The Escapist. They were neutral. They didn't take a side. They just said, you can talk about it here. And just that, they got attacked by one side. Which side? The anti-Gamergate side. And so that's why people didn't stand up. People were afraid to stand up because, like, you have to remember too, there weren't a lot of online movements where people were actually propelled forward and supported for standing up for what they believed in at this point. Yeah. So a lot of people were afraid to speak out because all of these like establishment places are like speaking out against gamers. And if they're that one voice that didn't speak out or that did speak out, they might lose their career permanently. They might be blacklisted from everything. They might not have a future in the industry. So a lot of people were afraid to speak out. And that's why you saw so few people do it. And meanwhile, all the gamers were screaming, please just listen to us. This is insane. You should be on the side of the gamers, the people who are paying for your products, the people who actually want this industry to thrive. Right. And so that's why. And like I said, you witness what happened to The Escapist. Oh, I can't even allow the conversation to happen. These people are going to come after me and ruin my life. How do I speak out against this?
I'm like in 90% agreement with you. I'll say that you should apologize if you actually think you did something wrong, but don't do it out of peer pressure. Like if you think you're correct, then you stand by that. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Do us a favor, guys. If it's your first time tuning in, hit the subscribe button. We'd really appreciate you guys popping in and joining us on a day-to-day basis. We got clips going up with the show as well. We're definitely going to slice them down from today's episode. Appreciate everybody popping in, spending a little bit extra time with us today. We've gone well over an hour than what we usually go, but this is a big topic and lots of people are interested in this. If you guys need to bounce, cool at any time, but just give us like an extra 5-10 minutes. You guys watching on the show, give us just a couple extra minutes because Dev is going to circle all this back to what's happening today.
I promise.
Also, do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button. We'd really appreciate it. I do see the donations. I see the Rumble rants. I see the super chats. I will get to every single one of them before we leave today, which sounds like it's going to be a little bit. So, but once again, Blabs, if you need to bounce at any time, get up and stretch. By all means, you go and do that. Okay. And same with you, Cabrutus. If you need to leave at any time, you guys can roll. So cool.
you could cut this up and call it like SFO explains Gamergate to Craig again.
2.0. Exactly.
Yeah.
And you just be going like, wow. Ooh. All right, continue.
So you guys mentioned Total Biscuit. I have a little bit of stuff on Total Biscuit here, right? So this was Total Biscuit exclaiming, I've seen more than 10 articles all coming out within an hour or two of each other. It was like an embargo breaking, right? This is when the Gamers Are Dead articles came out. And Total Biscuit was really also Total Biscuit, JonTron, and Boogie2988. They were the big YouTubers who were talking about this. And in fact, there was a stream with these guys. I was there. Sargon was there. Mr. Medicare was there. I think Mundane Matt tried to get in, but he wasn't in time. But there was a stream where we were just talking about, we were just shooting the shit and talking about all the things that were happening, you know? It was wild to be in the same call as these guys because they were all way bigger than me, but we were all doing videos on it.
You want me to get Boogie on right now?
Do you have him on the phone?
I can get Boogie on for sure. You want me to get Boogie on to give his experience about Gamergate?
I don't know if he wants to talk about it nowadays. I think his politics have shifted in the past 10 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
Boogie, he was going for on the ethical side of things, and then because there was like two sides to Gamergate for sure, as you've been saying, and so as the other side of it, like I love both sides because I like to get in the mud and get in the dirt on things, but as the other side of it, the culture war side of it started to take over, he kind of got upset and backed away. But hey, if he wants to talk, I'm down to talk.
Okay, I'll DM him, see if he wants to get involved. Okay, I'm sorry. Continue, Dev.
Sure. So, I mean, you had examples of these people shitting on Total Biscuit back then. People even making fun of him having cancer and layouts liking the tweet, you know, shit like this. You have people right after he died, these people started publishing articles about his involvement in Gamergate. Like before the guy's corpse was cold. This was within a week of his death.
And what do you think this is gonna do to us? Like, I remember, like, man, you're making me mad reminding me about this shit, man. And because I had so much love and respect for Total Biscuit, I completely forgot about this, and I'm getting mad 10 years later. Like, the man literally was just talking about wanting ethics in games and wanting you to like disclose like backdoor deals and all this stuff, and then he passes away sadly due to cancer, and immediately articles are coming out spitting like on his grave. Just what do you think we're gonna do? Just be like, okay, you guys win. It's like, no, this just made it go on and on and on, and it kept the fires kept getting stoked. It was insane.
This was 2018, so this is when the progressives had a lot more power online. Like 2018 to like 2021 was like the peak of their power online. So this was they were coming into their power at this point, and so a whole bunch of articles came out shitting on Total Biscuit right after he died for his participation in Gamergate, which was fucking unhinged. You had people like, this is 2021. They were demanding people to change the lull emote to not be a transphobic, sexist gamer. It's like you're on Twitch, dude. It's a gaming website, or it was.
That's insane. Yeah.
Yeah. So like you had a lot of stuff like this start that would crop up every few months of people trying to like just scrub the internet of Total Biscuit's existence.
Wait, hold on. Was that a thing? The LOL thing? Like what was it?
Yeah, it's a Total Biscuit face on Twitch. So it's Total Biscuit's face, and they tried getting it removed right after he died because he supported ethics in gaming.
Yep.
So they literally tried to get his emote removed
this whole time. Yeah. Like not just then, it's been a consistent thing since he died until now. There's every few months someone saying like, take Total Biscuit's face off your site, Twitch.
So they just want to delete and erase and remove history. So they want none of this to exist, so that their narrative is the only narrative that exists.
Wow. This is like wow, I am shocked by this. This is
man, it's been wild.
This is a new thing. This one's from 2022. This is someone who's trying, like, something that doesn't come up in this article, but I think a lot about is the chilling effect that Total Biscuit's presence as an extremely prolific gamergator had. This is, what is it? 5 years after his death, people try to cancel Total Biscuit for Gamergate. Like these people are unhinged with how obsessed they became with the fact that there was a cultural movement that the progressives lost. And they only kind of lost it. They kind of won it too. But the fact that they got any pushback at all from anybody who is in any position of power, they've taken it personally ever since.
Wow.
So yeah.
And Total Biscuit really was just talking like briefly on the ethics side of things. It's because he was so well respected, like in the industry and everything. But like he wasn't like trying to bully these people. He would probably, his politics were more on their side of things, but he just cared about keeping things transparent. So they were acting like he was public enemy number one and the devil, when it was just like he was just trying to bring an issue to light. Like, what the hell's wrong with you people? Just absolutely disgusting.
Yep. So after the Gamers Are Dead articles, that's when it turned into like this everlasting cultural movement that still in some form persists today. It's just been going on and on and on and on. It's been changing. People have come in and out, definitely new players, but it's been the same just kind of blanket rejection in the gaming space by people on the ground of things that are very progressive. I'll just speed run what happened over the next course of the year because it's not that important to this, but just real quick. So for example, this is a screenshot from their mailing group called Game Journal Pros. One of the journalists in their mailing group leaked the entire contents of their mailing list, and this is how they leaked it in early September. And this is how we discovered that all of those articles actually were pre-planned. We discovered like all the Gamers Are Dead articles, they planned that, and it was talked about. And sorry, what?
How did this get leaked?
There was a guy in there who had enough and just leaked the whole thing to the internet.
Wow, that's great. Do we know who that was? Who was the hero?
It was the one. It was the one angry gamer guy. I forget. Billy something. Was it Billy? I don't remember his name.
Oh
But
yeah,
he ran one angry gamer, and he was in there, and he decided to leak it to the internet.
Yeah, so he was gamer was great while it was
the dude that he was the whistleblower on all the.
Yep,
on all the
he was whistleblower. So what we learned from their private group here is that they did in fact collude to release all those articles at once. And we learned that they were pushing out specific people that they didn't want to be in the clique. So if there was a guy making a game, and they would all talk about it in this group and say, we shouldn't promote this guy's game. I don't think we like this guy. And so all of the websites would refuse to publish articles about this upcoming game. Right. And this is how they use this group to control entry into the indie gaming space. So we got a bunch of information from this leak, like way more than we could ever talk about in one stream. Also, a few months later, there was the Gamergate Law and Order SVU episode.
Oh my God, yes.
Yep. Starring Logan Paul. We talked about him earlier, but he's back. Logan Paul got shot by Ice-T. He was a Gamergator who kidnapped a Zoe Quinn stand-in and got gunned down for it.
This was peak, Craig. If you haven't seen this was the funniest thing to ever happen. My sides are still in orbit.
This isn't real, right?
This is
100% real.
This is our reality.
Real. Yeah.
So there was an episode of Law and Order SVU, maybe in the January after Gamergate started, where the story is basically there's a bunch of angry gamers that were pissed that there was a woman making her own video game. So they form a terrorist group. They kidnap her. They beat her. It's implied they rape her. They have like storehouses around New York City. They're going around. The cops are chasing them down. And then eventually there's this first person shootout where like Logan Paul's perspective turns into an FPS because he's losing his mind, I guess. And he like holds a police officer up from his first person perspective, and he gets blown away by Ice-T.
Wait. When you say first person perspective, do you mean like in a video game? Like you see
you remember the Doom movie when it looks like the Doom movie? And you see the gun? It looks like the Doom movie. Yeah. But
trust me, Craig, watch this tonight. It's just
the thing about Gamergate is like they wouldn't let it die. Like it would have get to a point where it's like, okay, guys, we're done, pack it up, and then suddenly this would happen, and it's like, oh, I guess Like that's when I think I was out. They pull me back in.
Yeah, we're laughing again.
Like a week or two. So much. Like I am actually sad I missed out on this because this is so fucking funny. Like this is it's comical. This doesn't even seem real.
Like if you ever heard They Leveled Up or Go Home Gamer Girl, there was like so many catchphrases that came from this episode. It was
or Ice-T garbling his lines trying to talk about how good Kotaku is as an outlet. Remember that?
Oh my god. Oh my god. And then Ice-T had to respond on Twitter about this, right? He was just like, I don't know what this is. I'm just an actor, man. I play games.
Like, what was it? This was on what show?
Law and Order SVU. Yeah.
Okay. I gotta see this.
Dick Wolf?
Mr. Dick Wolf. Yeah, Mr. Dick Wolf.
Oh, Dick
my
Wolf,
God.
The
shout
episode
out.
was called Intimidation Game.
God.
And this was Logan Paul before he blew up. He was acting in this show as the Gamergator.
Hey,
We live in a simulation.
Cabrutus. Hey, I want to let you know that soon Logan Paul will be starting in a Law and Order SVU episode as you, which will be great.
I nominate Kevin Owens. I nominate Kevin
Me,
Owens.
He's funny in a
looking
Portuguese
forward-
accent.
Yeah, I mean, he can contact me and I can teach him a little bit.
And then we can accuse them of cultural appropriation.
Mm.
Because you're not welcome. No.
Yeah,
All I
So,
was doing was starting a Steam group. That's all I was doing.
Yeah. I swear, that's all I was doing.
Slow motion gunshots.
By the way,
this
closing
is
in,
the funniest thing to happen for Gamergate for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
closing in on 132,000 followers over on.
Nice.
Let's
Sweet Baby.
go.
Nice.
I feel like I need to have a Sweet Baby Inc. detected like a counter stream on our
Yeah.
channel just to have it going. I think that'd be pretty good. Maybe I'll do that later on for you, Cabrutus. It'll be good.
that'll be awesome, man. Do it, please. Do it.
All right. Let's go and continue, Dev. I'm sorry.
Yep. Oh, no problem.
If it sounds like I'm distracted, it's because I'm watching Law and Order SVU Gamergate in the background. I gotta see him get shot. I gotta see it. Oh my god! All right, continue. I'm sorry. Yes.
After that, there was the Society of Professional Journalists had a panel discussing the ethics. It got to that point where like the Society of Professional Journalists wanted to get in on this. They invited everyone who was part of Gamergate. None of the antis wanted to show up because they didn't want to legitimize the discussion.
Yes.
None of them would show up. But so they got a panel of pro Gamergate people on this side and a panel of neutral Gamergate people on this side because none of the antis wanted to show up.
Mhm.
Who was
in
it that was
fact-
pro there? Was it Milo? Is that
Milo was there. Alan Bakari was there. Ash
Alan
Show was
Bakari.
there.
Alan Bakari is awesome.
yeah? Shout out him. I hope he's doing good.
I forget the other people. I know Oliver was there.
Oh,
yeah,
my god, that's a
you're
name I
right,
haven't
yeah.
heard in a long time.
Oliver
Well, here's the thing,
Kennedy.
like Oliver kind of went like lefty after Gamergate was done. You know, like people kind of went their own separate ways, right? Like I know, like she.
But that's the thing is like
more
pro
left
or anti,
and-
like all these people like still exist and they're all doing things like you mentioned
Yeah,
with Mike
yeah.
Cernovich and all that stuff. Like, yeah,
Well, that was the interesting
guys.
thing is that
this wasn't a war where people got, like
Mhm,
they
mhm.
got law
Like-
and
like
ordered
the-
SVU'd.
We all lived. we
all lived through
survived.
it. We're Gamergate
guys.
survivors.
I
you
actually
found it?
have the promo for it. 14-second promo for it. Let's go watch this really quick.
gonna love it,
And
Craig.
Yeah.
I watched about 10 seconds of this, almost all of it, but the amount of like gamer buzzwords that are used in this is spectacular. Here we go.
Game on, NYPD.
Where's that coming from?
Next Wednesday, ripped from the headlines,
This is a game to them.
What's the next level?
a violent video game inspires a real crime.
You're ready to be slaughtered.
New SVU next Wednesday.
Oh, the memories, dude. Oh my god.
That's awesome.
Memories.
You're ready to be slaughtered.
First person shooter. Let's go.
I'm loving living vicariously through Craig, hearing this all for the first time. Like this
Yeah,
is like
this is actually
Yeah.
really fun.
weirdly
Yes,
wholesome in
you-
a way.
Well, I mean, it's shockingly how stupid this is. Like, it's amazing. I'm fascinated by this.
Yeah.
Like, I honestly am sad I missed out on this. I could have made so much content out of this. It would have been
We all
great.
did, man. Like Sargon blew up because of Gamergate, right? Like Medicare blew up because of Gamergate. A whole bunch of people got their career started because of Gamergate.
We
Oh
all
my
did different things. Yeah, Dev did so many videos. I ran like a Gamergate event, like in person. It was fucking
Yeah.
a wild time.
Yeah. it was a
Kay,
wild
you
time.
were eternally online talking about it. It was
Oh
fun.
my god! And getting so many people angry. The amount of fights people tried to have with me is
Oh
just
yeah,
nuts.
yeah. Phil Fish threatened to sue me. That was a fun time.
Nice.
The
The
Phil,
guy from
that-
Fez.
yeah, yeah. I think the first time I was on your show, Craig, like 6 months ago, or whatever, I told you the Phil Fish story. That came out of this, and that came out of the Gamergate stuff. Yeah. So basically, the Society of Professional Journalists. Sorry, the Society of Professional Journalists held their thing, and it got a bomb threat called into it by
right.
people who were anti-Gamergate, so it had to be shut down. But this was another big thing, and then the final big thing, I would say, if you want to like learn all the deep lore that I'm skipping, someone made a fucking movie length documentary of just every event that happened. Razor Fist's in there for a little bit, Like people talking about Gawker. This is from the panel that like Phil Fish is here. Like this guy covers everything autistically. All
Super
the way
quick,
through.
by the way, Polytron is listed as a client on Sweet Baby, so Phil Fish still exists in some way. These people don't go away. That's the thing.
Yep.
I got a question for Blabs. Blabs, you're hearing all this like me. Mostly, I heard little rumblings, Gamergate, but like you're stepping into the deep end. You've been tossed off the high dive, and you're
When this was happening, I was in high school. I didn't pay attention to this stuff. I didn't know anything about it.
What do you think of all this, though? Like you hearing this for the first time.
I think, as Dev was saying, that it takes it's very similar to what's happening right now with Sweet Baby Inc. So I do think it's important to learn about it because, again, history repeats itself. So when this happened back in like 2014 or so, all these little things are connecting, and now it's happening again. And people maybe just maybe can actually stop it from happening, just like Sweet Baby Inc. from taking over all all games in general. So. It's interesting to know about, that's for sure. Like all this stuff. Like I didn't even know freaking Logan Paul was on SVU. Who would have thought of that?
I didn't realize it was him at the time.
Yeah, I just remember Justin Bieber being on like was it NCIS or whatever it was.
Was he? I didn't know that.
But that's all I remember.
Okay.
Look, whatever it is that's going on right now, who has Adam Baldwin's phone number? Because we need another name. We need a new name
for another hashtag.
He's got to name this, whatever it is. It's too much like pottery. Let's get it going.
All right. Just I have reached out to Boogie. I have not heard back yet, so we'll see what happens. By the way, Blabs, we're just going to take this entire clip. I think Dev was right. Like we just take this entire section and turn it into one big clip, and it's Dev teaches Craig about Gamergate 2.0, and that's it. And that's the entire thing because this is fascinating stuff. All right, Dev, continue. Yes, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. Continue, Dev.
Right. Oh, do you have like wireless headphones?
No, I'll listen.
Okay.
We want to listen to you in the bathroom.
So I've got wireless headphones. It's incredible. I can listen to everything all over my house. It's amazing. I'll never go back. Okay, but basically, like if you want to know because I'm skipping a lot of deep lore because we don't have time. If you want to know it, this guy made a great 2-hour documentary on it called Airplay AM. I think he's doing another one too. Like there's just so much. There's so much autistic deep lore. So I can't chill for this guy enough. Definitely go check him out. Watch his stuff. So to cap it off, because I think this is now at the end of the gamer of what's really meaningful for our story today. This is like there's more, but this is all the meaningful stuff for Sweet Baby today. Is everything that I've just presented. But just to cap it off real quick. I know some people got mad at me last time I talked about Gamergate on the show because I said that there was some legitimate harassment in Gamergate, but the truth is that there was. None of us did it, right? Like I didn't do any of the harassment. I always said in my videos, don't harass people. Sargon always said in his videos, don't harass people, right? I know Total Biscuit said many times, don't harass people. Aaron edited the Zoe post to say, don't harass people, but you can't control everyone, right? People are going to harass whether or not you tell them to. You can put a damper on it if you come out and strongly say don't do it, but there's always going to be some people who just will because they're here to cause chaos. They're here to troll. They don't care if you tell them to do it or not because they're going to do it, right? But the issue is that all of that harassment painted the harassment that was real painted the entirety of Gamergate with that brush, right? So even though we kept saying, don't harass people, we said it over and over and over again, it didn't matter because they took the bad apples. They said we were all bad apples. Right?
But Dev, I'm going to push back a little bit. What is the examples of the harassment? Because to this day, I've barely ever seen anything besides like maybe a random like bot account be like off yourself. I've never actually seen like a full-on harassment campaign or anything. And I feel like people make this argument of like, oh, well, there was some harassment just to say, well, it's not all kind of thing. Like it can't be an absolute. But I, to this day, have not seen examples of harassment.
Here's a great example in the chat. Someone says Brianna Wu was caught harassing herself, right? Someone in the chat said that.
But that doesn't count. That's bullshit.
Hold on. No, I know. But here's the thing.
Complete bullshit to say, oh yeah, harassment existed. The person that was anti-Gamergate harassed themselves.
So here's, hold on. Here's the thing, right? Because I don't know if you're going to believe me or not, but it's true.
I'm here to listen. I've let you talk this whole time. I just want to know.
Fair enough. Well, let me put it this way then. So I went on Wick TV a few months ago to talk to Brianna Wu directly, right? And I did do some confronting with her of the old days. and she did share some things with me, and she did get actually harassed. That part wasn't made up. In my personal opinion, she probably reacted a bit too negatively to the harassment.
What was the harassment?
It was just people telling her to kill herself, usual internet stuff, right? Which is why I think that she reacted way too negatively to it. But nonetheless, it did happen, right? Like, you can't control when some 4chan troll is gonna just to have some laughs is gonna like make a new Twitter account and then post "LOL, kill yourself."
PS2 4chan trolls. Like, these are all like buzzwords. That's why people
I
get
do want to
frustrated
point
at this
out
shit
that
because it's
Brianna
all
Wu
buzzwords.
was the person that was screaming that people were harassing her online, and it was like bullying words while like her dog was like dying sick or something. And we were all like, "Can you just take your dog to the vet? Like, we're not."
Yeah, like, why are you worried
right
about
now.
like words online when like you have a real situation going on with your
I
life?
remember
Your
she was
dog
like
needs to go to
tweeting
the
about
vet.
Gamergate on Christmas, and we're all just like hanging out with our families. Like, it was.
We show up a few days later and we're like, why is she still tweeting? Like, we're all having fun with our families.
So here's the thing.
My
Like,
dog
I
stepped on
definitely talked to her about this, right? Because she is not the person she was 10 years ago, especially after the October 7th terrorist attack in Israel. She has looked around at the left and said, "What kind of people did I go to bed with? These people are insane."
She
They're out
didn't
here
just go to bed
cheering.
with them. She started this whole trend with these people.
Sure,
She's
sure.
helped create these people. So
Sure.
she shouldn't
I
be
know,
surprised that now it's turning on her. These
No,
people ultimately
I
turn on
completely
you.
agree with you. But we have had, I've gone back and forth, and I've been like, how do you feel about this? Like, what was it like back then? What has changed about you since then? And she definitely is not the person she was 10 years ago. I will say that, and I'll say it multiple times, even if it gets me into some flack with some people. She is not the person she was 10 years ago. She is
I
significantly
understand
more
your
reasonable than she
perspective.
was.
I understand your perspective, but it's really hard to be sympathetic to somebody who has done so much shit to everyone else. It's really difficult. Even if you've changed, the amount of things you put people through and you're crying about it now when you're getting a bit of a taste of your own medicine, it's very difficult to sit here and be like, oh, I feel bad for her. Oh, yeah, she's changed, all this stuff. And to this day, I still do not have any examples of harassment. I'm sorry, I have not seen it. All of us have asked. We are all willing to disavow it, even on the pro Gamergate side. If people on the anti-Gamergate side are being harassed, where are these claims? It's just all like, yeah, I got harassed. Yeah, these gamers are harassing me. Show me proof. If you are getting harassed, why are you afraid to show proof? Just show it.
Well, do you want to talk to her yourself?
I will talk to her.
Yes.
Sure.
We'll
I'll ask.
facilitate it.
I'll see if she's interested, right? But it is one of those things where, like, I've asked her about it, and I do believe that she was that she was sent some harassment. I have seen some of it. I don't have it on me right now, but I did see some. But the issue is, though, and I told her this myself. I was like, listen, I see what you're sending me. These are very clearly accounts that were just made, right? Very clearly, these are people who just want to fuck with you. And when you gave in to that, you let them fuck with you, right? Because I've had people make new accounts and come into my streams or tweet at me on Twitter with an account that was made 5 minutes ago to shit on me, to tell me to like say that my girlfriend's going to dump me because I'm a fat loser, or to tell me to kill myself, right? And the issue is that I have, considering how much of that I've gotten as I've gotten larger on the internet, I'm sure you saw it on Screw Attack as well, Craig. As you get bigger, this sort of thing happens.
Sure.
You can't let that get under your skin. And she did. That was the issue, is that she let it get under her skin. And then she said everyone in Gamergate was doing it. So it was happening, but it wasn't everyone. And that was the mistake.
My problem is that, first of all, there's no proof that anyone in Gamergate harassed anybody on the other side. And again, if you can show me proof, I'm glad to look at it, but I would love to see the receipts of that. I'm not saying it's on you specifically, but I'm saying it's on whoever is claiming that they were harassed to show proof of that, to show us that they were harassed.
Right.
And
So
also,
it's been
proven that Brianna Wu has cried wolf and has harassed herself, which you even said she has also harassed herself before. So why would anyone believe someone who has done this thing of like, yeah, I've been harassed, and they've literally harassed themselves before?
The harassing herself thing was inconclusive, because I looked at that, and what it was there was a sock puppet account.
So is this inconclusive as well?
Well, let me just lay it out, though. Okay, so there was a sock puppet account that said, something about shoving something in her vagina when I see you next in real life, something heinous like that, right? And she took the screenshot and she put it up. Now the screenshot she took was less than a minute after the tweet was posted. So everyone looked at that and said, well, clearly she had a sock puppet account. She posted the tweet. She logged out. She logged back into her own account and then took the screenshot, which is possible. But that's not proof in and of itself. it could have happened, but it also could be just that she got it off of her notifications tab right away, right? It's one of those things where we just don't know. I wouldn't put
I
it
just
past
find
her.
it,
Well, here,
yeah, I
I
don't
wouldn't
know.
put it past her back then, right? Like when I tell you that she's not the person now that she was then, she was insane 10 years ago. I am not vouching for Brianna Wu 10 years ago. I am not. I will not. She could have done that for sure, but she doesn't seem like that kind of person now to me.
Well, I let's table that because
Sure.
Kay, you obviously have a lot to say, right? And I think we should facilitate that conversation. I think that'd be really interesting.
man.
I will serve as the moderator of it to keep things nice and calm because I got no. Well, I like you guys more than I like her, but
that's fair.
But,
Yeah.
I want to see, like, the thing is, people always cry wolf online, and you know what? I will come from this little perspective here. As a female on the internet, guess what? That shit's gonna fucking happen. You're gonna have people make fun of your looks or whatever. And no matter what side you're talking on, it's gonna fucking happen. It's the internet, okay? So these people are crying. Yeah, literally running with scissors. If we won't have time to talk about that today, but like I'm sure we can. But I'm just saying, like, but these people cry harassment over small things, but they never show proof or anything of it. And then they just continue to piggyback off that. And then they use that to invalidate people who are pointing out legitimate things. So now we have to sit
100%.
here and be like, oh, yeah, well, there was some harassment by Gamergate. Show me the fucking proof. Show it to me. Stop crying about it. Stop pretending it's a thing. Show it to me. I don't believe you until I see it.
Let's bring it back on. By the way, Cabrutus, do you remember were you around for any of this when this was going on? Do you remember any of this stuff with Gamergate the first time around 10 years ago?
Oh, your mic's dead, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Cabrutus, no, Cabrutus.
Hello. Can you hear me?
And Vasquez sabotaging you.
Sorry, no, I forgot to unmute my microphone, actually. Anyway,
It's all good.
yeah, I remember some of those stuff, but I mean, to be honest, since I live in Brazil, you know, I pretty much, really far from where all those things happened. I remember some of those, but with all those details that Dev is sharing right now, definitely not. I'm learning a lot right now, by the way. Thank you for this.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
By the way,
it's fun, I think going down memory lane.
Yeah, memory lane, happy memories.
It's been a blast.
I think it's really it's pretty interesting to see, like, Cabrutus, you're an interesting test with this whole like Sweet Baby Inc. detected Steam group, because they can't go after you because you are in the United States. You would be seen as a minority, right? And you're Brazilian, so they can't attack somebody that's not a straight white male, right? I got you, but being Brazilian, you would be seen as, even if you are white. I don't know the rules when it comes to all this stuff. They can't attack. So that's what's going to be interesting about this whole thing, right? Is there's Cabrutus.
Yeah, I don't know. Just something really quickly here. Brazilians didn't. The vast majority of Brazilians, they didn't know about Sweet Baby Inc. But right now, I'm starting to see some big ass Brazilian channels with, let's say, 1 million subscribers started talking about Sweet Baby Inc. because there is a Brazilian guy, which is me, involved with somehow involved with this company. So even Brazilian people, the Brazilian gamers are starting to get an idea of what they do and who they are, you know. So this is also pretty cool. The people are starting to know about them over here.
Well, I am definitely going to launch a page with your Steam counter on it for sure. I'll
do it
once we get done. I'll get going to that. We'll have it up later today for sure. All right, let's go to continue on, Dev. Then let's tie it back in because we've done a long road trip across the game.
Sorry about all this.
A big journey, Craig.
There's a lot to cover. I don't blame.
There's a lot to cover.
This is interesting stuff. And by the way, guys, thank you again for the donations, the Rumble rants, super chats. We'll get to every single one of them. Dev, let's continue.
Mm-hmm. And I do just want to say, like, I hope that you don't take my disagreement with you a little bit as like me being hostile towards you or anything, right?
No, not at
Okay,
all.
yeah,
I'm just,
yeah.
I mean,
No,
we're having
yeah,
a
fair enough.
conversation. I just think it's important to push back. Like,
Yeah.
I could sit here and
So-
just listen to you give the comprehensive history of Gamergate and then be like, okay, I was on here, cool, got a few new followers, people saw my face, nice. But the truth is, I want to speak out
Yep.
what actually happened. And if
Mhm.
I disagree with you on something, regardless if we're on the same side or not, I'm still going to say what I feel and what I think is the truth. And I
makes
think
sense.
the truth is that there wasn't all this harassment that people are claiming, and they use it as a crutch to say, okay, well, maybe we weren't all 100% correct. Things can still happen, but our intentions were good. I want to see actual proof of these things happening and not just be like, oh yeah, sure. Yeah, it happened because everywhere it must happen.
Yeah, and just so that like everything's clear, I am like 95% in agreement with you, right? Now that we've been talking, I thought about it a bit. I knew a person in real life who didn't harass Brianna Wu, but harassed Ninja Sarkeesian, and I was like, what the fuck? Like he's like, here's what he did. He made like a random Twitter account and just said like "fuck you, bitch" on it, right? You know what I mean? Like,
Is
and it's
that
like,
harassment though? Like honestly, that's the other thing. The thing
it's
is
not.
that
It's
the
really not. But like,
goalpost is.
it's
But
mean.
Dev, the
That's it.
goalpost
Yeah.
is moved for what harassment is constantly. Like you can make one comment at somebody and that's considered harassment. And like Craig alluded to, running with scissors accused me of literal harassment. And
Yeah,
there's a
it
whole
does
thing.
get
And it's
ridiculous,
like,
yes.
I wasn't harassing you. So I'm just saying that like the term harassment is so broad and people can easily claim that because they can't understand that like insults happen on the internet. Like we're not all
I'm
here to
completely in
be like BFFs, right? It's like there's going to be things that happen on the internet. People are going to disagree. People are going to say words to each other. Doesn't mean you're being harassed.
Yep,
That's
and
a
I
very
completely agree.
particular thing.
So,
And this
I
was
disagree with that. I'm harassed.
This was a big part of Gamergate, just to give Craig context. Like there is constant disagreements, constant debates, because we were looking for the answers and everything. And so you were always seeing people just debating back and forth on this. But then on the other side, on the anti-Gamergate things, if they did disagree, they were, I'm going to attack you and ruin your life and everything. So it was really interesting to see the polar opposites of like, it was constant debates in the Gamergate camp and like, let's figure this out. And then the anti side, it was just like, just backstabbing, insidious nature, all that stuff.
It's one of those things where it was like, it's like these people came into the gaming space not knowing or not caring that the gaming space is a very rough and tumble space because of the way that it operates. It's like a competitive space. So there's smack talking when you're being competitive, right? And they took that as direct personal attacks when it wasn't. Right. It was like, so, yeah, okay. You know what? You probably shouldn't be an asshole to random people on the internet, but people are going to do it. It's going to happen. And you can't let that drive you off the internet. It's like I said, I've had so much terrible shit said about me over the years. I'm still here. You know, like you can't let that ruin you. And on some level, if you do let that ruin you, it becomes your responsibility because, oh shit, a dozen people said terrible things to me on Twitter. I'm going to make a big stink out of it and run out of my house. It's like, well, you should have a bit more resiliency than that. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, yeah. And like I said, there's nothing personal against you. I just think it's important to push back on that because I think it's super easy for people to claim harassment. But what is harassment?
Well, I'll continue on here because I did also want to point out that there was harassment going the other way as well. So what I have here, this is a person who cosplayed as Vivian James, who was the Gamergate mascot. And they got people told her to fuck off. They called her a misogynist. They went as far as to make violent threats. Some were misgendering her. I think this person was trans. And so, but it's Gamergate they're supposed to be the harassment campaign, right? So there's definitely this instance where you have people who are very progressive. They receive a bit of pushback and then they cry about how terrible it is. And it might be terrible, who knows? But they give so much more than they take. It becomes ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's definitely what happened in a lot of these cases here. I know Nick Monroe, he did a thread. Nick Monroe, he's a good guy. He's an investigative
Monroe's
journalist.
A great lad. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. One of the best researchers.
Yeah.
Yeah. He did a thread showing basically anti-Gamergate using bot accounts to push certain messages on Twitter during Gamergate. This was back in 2018, but he pulled up 2014 era logs and stuff like that. It's one of those things where it's like, when anti-Gamergate accused Gamergate of doing something, it might have actually happened 5% of the time, and they were doing it in reverse 100% of the time as retaliation. You know what I mean? That's basically the arrangement here of which ways the harassment was flowing. from pro to anti, from anti to pro. And I think the reason that this really pissed everyone on the progressive side off, is because Gamergate was the first time that any sort of progressive cultural expansion into a cultural space received any pushback whatsoever, right? If you look back into the history of things, you see they moved into like rationalist spaces and atheist spaces. They turned those places towards progressive politics. It became like atheism plus. Everyone talks about atheism plus, where it's like atheism, but also progressive politics. And it's like, well, you don't have to be a progressive to be an atheist, but they made it that way, right? If you look at comic books, look at cinema, all of these cultural spaces, they move in, they turn them towards the left. Gamergate was one of those. Oh, you know what? A great example. Yeah, here. This is from 2020, but still the same thing. How knitters got knotted in a purity spiral, right? So this is an article about how like there was middle-aged, middle-class female knitters that got their community online descended into a conflict over racism allegations. And it's like, this is a community for people who like to knit. No, we must talk about racism. You know, so this happens everywhere. But Gamergate was the time in which the people who weren't, they weren't necessarily right-leaning, but they weren't left-leaning, and they were on the ground in these spaces. These were their cultural spaces, and they pushed back when the progressives came in. And that's why it's traumatized them, basically.
On a side note about this knitting thing, I actually interviewed Carrie Smith, and that interview will be going up soon. Carrie Smith is from a podcast called Deprogrammed, and she was in the middle of this whole knitting debauchery thing. She has some really interesting stories about it. Oh yeah. So pretty crazy stuff. So
yeah. And so I collected just real quick. This is how they lost their mind. Okay, so
yeah.
Donald Trump is the Gamergate of politics. This is from 2015, right? Every article of this era leading up to the election in 2016, it was Donald Trump, Brexit, Gamergate. Over and over and over.
What outlet was this?
This was Washington Post.
Washington. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it escalated.
It escalated.
And they pretty much tied Trump to Gamergate because, like, there was one point when he just started running where he retweeted a Pepe, which was, loosely tied to Gamergate and all that stuff. So they just it's like every few months they bring up Gamergate. It's the nonstop boogeyman that lives rent free in their heads.
Yep. So we don't got to go over every one of these. I'm just going to speed run them for you real quick. You have despite Gamergate, inclusive video games have won and they're here to stay. This is in 2018. This person here, 2018. There's a real politicized hostility to academia right now, but standards and gender studies is the new ethics in gaming journalism. This isn't about peer review. So basically, like, ethics in gaming journalism became like, if you're trying to hold me to account, you got to be a Gamergater. Right. That became a thing for a while, right? It's still a thing in some ways. This person had a Gamergate discussion in her ethics class at her university, 2018, and she's like, "I'm already having panic attacks about it." It's like, okay, dude, sure.
and these people,
it's a bit fucking much, isn't it?
This is real shit. It's so funny.
Yeah.
They know that, like, they want to talk about it, but then they don't. So I've seen now lately that they'll censor the word Gamergate so that it doesn't come up in search feeds. So it's only their in-click and they're like those who know. So they want to keep the boogeyman, they want to keep the victim just to them so that we don't laugh at them again. It's absolutely insane. There's people in Sweet Baby that are still, like, censoring the A's in Gamergate so that we can't find it, but we still do because we're crazy.
So people like this, either they're extremely weak and they're actually having panic attacks, and which is like, well, like, you need to grow a spine here, or they're lying because this gets them clout online, right? It's one of the two. It could be either, frankly. And I wouldn't be surprised if this person actually had real panic attacks, and it's just because of the low quality of character that they are, basically.
Right. Right.
It's one of the two, right? So yeah, you had this person wrote their thesis for their Masters of Art in Criminology on Gamergate.
Shout out Bro.
Bro team. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's a good guy, man.
Brother
Bro team
man,
pal.
Bill.
I don't know where he went, but he disappeared, but he's a good guy. Yeah.
He still tweets every now and then, I think. And yeah, he'll do the occasional video. But yeah, he was freaking hysterical. I love that man.
So 4 years later, doing a thesis on Gamergate. What the Covington Catholic debacle tells us about the internet today: Gamergate is everywhere.
Jesus Christ.
This was a whole other story about kids from the Covington school. They got into an altercation back in 2019 with some left-wing protesters that were wearing MAGA hats. People called it game. This is one of the Gamergate 2.0s. Was this?
Wow.
I for one have so much enjoyment that there's people that are spending thousands of dollars in therapy over like the words I've typed on the internet. It's the funniest thing ever. Like people are having nightmares about us. Like, are you kidding me?
Rent free.
Rent free.
So there we go. Gamergate was and always will be a hate movement against women, LGBTQIA, and people of color. End of story. Pretending it was anything else is escapism.
And PDA right there, he tried censoring it.
That was
important question. James, K, and Dev.
Yo.
Was Gamergate and will it always be a hate movement against women, LGBTQIA, and people of color? I need your answer right now.
I'm just gonna say this much. Hello, woman of color here. Hi, I was a part of Gamergate. Yeah, I'm going like not your shield all over again. I had to do this like fucking 10 years ago.
We didn't even teach Craig about not your shield.
Oh god. Okay, so not your shield was a
female,
hashtag.
Don't care. Gamergate's awesome. I fully support it. I have no regrets in supporting it ever. I will yell it to the high heavens. I don't care. I care about video games. Okay, I care about this industry succiding. No regrets, and no, it's not a racist, sexist, whatever movement.
You should explain what not your shield is. Go ahead.
I mean, Not Your Shield was, I feel like you can probably explain it better, but it was just pretty much people saying, like, it's not all white men that are in this.
Pretty much the anti-Gamergate people were accusing us all of being white men because, like,
or sock puppet accounts, right? Like, I was a sock puppet account. Hi, I'm here.
Yeah, a lot of people have issues with people being anonymous online. I totally get it. Shout out to Jim and everyone that's anonymous online, because these people will try to ruin your life. They will go to your jobs, can confirm, and they will try to get you fired and all this shit. So sometimes being anonymous is necessary. I mean, the founding fathers were anonymous sometimes in the letters.
There it is. Not your shield.
There's Not Your Shield. And so pretty much what happened was they were just accusing us. Well, it's all white men. It's all angry, straight white men. And you saw the Gamers Are Dead articles. They were saying that as well. So then a bunch of people that weren't actually just white men, like Kay, last I checked, you're not a white man. They started tweeting, maybe, I don't know, that'd be news to me. But they started tweeting like,
what's going on?
You got a little Michael Jackson going on.
A dick.
They started tweeting out, in addition, like people were pretty much coming out of their anonymous accounts and being like, oh, hey, you're an idiot. You thought I was a white man and all that stuff. Here I am, a brown woman. And, and it showed that like we're actually the diverse ones that they constantly claim that they are. And it just completely sabotaged yet another narrative for them.
Yeah. See, I was never really like the YouTuber person per se during that. I had like talked to some people who were bigger YouTubers and whatever. I was more the person on Twitter digging into it, just being like, this is hilarious. But there would be times where I'd be fighting back on this. And then, of course, I have my profile picture. I was always fully my face, everything. I was never anonymous. So they would be like, oh, this is a fake account. This isn't real. There's just like a white man running this account, all this stuff. So what I would do is I would reply to that tweet and film a live video of myself laughing at them with their name. And it was like the best thing ever. I love doing it.
Yeah, there's a collage out. There's a collage out there of people who are different colors and different genders. They're hold this collage of like, yeah, I'm part of Gamergate. I'm here too, guys. Like, I knew a lesbian who was part of it. I knew a trans woman who was part of it.
Like, it had everybody. Yeah. Hey, I remember you being in some of like people were drawing pictures, and I remember you being in one. It was wild.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a lot.
So we've started our cross country road. We are making way. We've had we've stopped at many gas stations along the way. Have told many stories. Dev, how does this all tie in now?
Right.
Tie it all in to what's happening with Sweet Baby Inc.
Well, here. After this speed run, I'm at the Sweet Baby Inc. part. So this is the final point. Okay, so so we're gonna speed run these again. Yeah, Gamergate. This is from last year. Gamergate is when people buy games that they enjoy. Yeah, so like look at this. This guy says, "How on earth is a trashy hentai puzzle game the second biggest seller on Steam?" This is from 2022, I think. You all know that vastly higher quality puzzle games and porn are all over the place and cheaper, right? And it's not made by a creepy Gamergate type. So they're still talking about it in 2022. BioWare narrative. This is my friend V here, by the way. He's a good guy. You should follow him. BioWare.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
We play D&D together every week on Arch's channel. He's a good guy. But BioWare narrative director John Elper claims that fan disappointment with Mass Effect 3 and Dragon Age 2 was the proto Gamergate. In some ways, he's probably correct because that was also a fan outrage that happened with how bad Mass Effect 3 ended. But basically, I can go through these. Maybe I won't go through every single one of them. I'll just click on them, right? Because each one is a person who is very lefty, bringing up Gamergate, right? Like, I got to read this one at least. The actual claim I made in an article is an illustration of the tendency to clumsily inject left-wing politics into the non-politics parts of media. This guy says this is literally a Gamergate position. So I guess, yeah. So like these people, they kept saying, oh, this one just seems to be dead. I'll just skip that one. Like, this person's blaming the COVID pandemic on Gamergate. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
This person's blaming the January 6th Capitol riot on Gamergate. Here.
Okay, look, it's been well established. There's a lot of really fucked up mentally people in the game.
Lots of stupidity.
Yeah.
Yes, they blamed everything on
talking about
Gamergate, and they're still doing it. They're still doing it. Like, this is 2022. Here's Anita Sarkeesian. Same shit. All right. The reason I compiled this whole list, we didn't get to all of them, it's fine, is to let you know that because Gamergate actually had some wins, and it wasn't just a complete victory for the progressives. They took some L's. This is like their Vietnam. They have PTSD over losing parts of their cultural battle, and they still talk about it even now. And like, you can find someone right now talking about how Gamergate is just like what's happening today. You know, it's they've lost their minds basically. Mm-hmm. So I will now bring us to what is relevant directly for what's happening today. Okay, so this is a story early on from Gamergate that I skipped for this reason. Actually, you know what I'll do? Where is it?
What's he
when
gonna
I
do?
said
Needs
this,
ambiance. Yeah.
Yep. When I said this, that's why so many of us are supporting a fundraiser to get more women into developing games. We hate them. And this person replies with, nobody cares about your fucking blood money. This is what we're talking about now, is the blood money. Let's take a look at the blood money, okay? So this is the Fine Young Capitalists. I'm sure you two remember this, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's my first time hearing of this.
Okay, so the Fine Young Capitalists were another game jam project happening at the same time as Zoe's game jam and as the one sabotaged game jam that Zoe sabotaged and Nathan Grayson reported on, going all the way back to the beginning, right? And this game jam was also sabotaged by Zoe Quinn around the same time. So it really does seem like she was doing her best to get competitors out of the space so that she could have her own, it was supposed to be televised, I think, in fact. So this was like her big move, right? So basically Zoe decides to destroy these people because they're making a game jam. It was supposed to be like a feminist oriented game jam because it was women only, and she wants to destroy them. So they told their story on Reddit. She fucking doxed me, ruined a production for women, refused to contact us. She's currently taking money for a game jam with no start date, no location, and no judges. And they go into the story here. You can find this post very easy. This went viral a whole bunch of times. But basically, Zoe destroyed her competitors. So let's take a look at how Zoe destroyed her competitors. This is our friend Lego Butts. We're coming back around. And
Pottery, folks.
Yep.
It all comes together. Here we are.
Yep. February 28th, 2014. Does anyone have any opinions on this? TheFineYoungCapitalist.com. Zoe says, I'm not sure about this. If you're sad that women aren't making more games, why are you asking for 6 months of unpaid labor from them? That's how she spun this. It was supposed to be like women give the Fine Young Capitalists their pitch for games that they can't make themselves, and the best pitch will be voted on, and then the Fine Young Capitalists will help them make the game. And that was how their fundraiser was supposed to go. So
and
Zoe's like,
this is specifically for women, though? Women developers?
Yes.
Okay.
The Fine Young Capitalists were 4 women developers.
Okay.
And Zoe saw them as like a competitor, so she spins this up, right? Lego Butts says, I like how my whole timeline is talking about this now. So these two had a lot more clout in 2014 on Twitter, and they use this clout to shine a spotlight on these people. And Zoe says, we make shit happen, we blew up the site and it's returning over quota errors. How fucking appropriate. So they actually, Zoe and Lego Butts got together to to DDoS the site, and they took down the site. For those of you who don't know, DDoSing is when you have a computer set up to repeatedly ping a site to the point that it overwhelms its ability to take new traffic, and the site goes down. So Zoe saw them as a threat. Lego Butts, being a very good friend and also one of the people that Zoe was sleeping with behind Aaron's back, this has all happened at the same time. They take down the site. Hold on here. What's the next one? Right. I like how a conversation between me and Lego Butts resulted in accidentally killing an exploitative startup's website. So people were pissed at them for this because it was obviously pretty ridiculous that these people are going after their competitors in this way and framing it as if it's some sort of social justice push, right?
Right. Well, so what's amazing to me about this whole thing is this is like they clearly knew what they're doing. They're trying to send traffic to it to shut down it. And this whole Gamergate thing, am I right in say this whole thing started with a game jam? Like that's the whole origin of Gamergate. It started with a game jam.
Well, the origin was
the
origin was the Zoe post was Aaron getting cheated on by Zoe. But then the investigations that came out of the people that she cheated on him with, that was where all the digging began. Yeah.
And then massive snowball from there. And now Gamergate has influenced our presidency and the entire world as we know.
Yeah, and it's still being blamed to this day for literally everything that happens. Like if you trip on a sidewalk.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So apparently they also hacked the Fine Young Capitalist Facebook page, which they snarkily reply to here. Thank you for helping me update my Facebook privacy settings. So
and that was a great everything. But Craig, there's so much more. There is hours of content every single day. It was absolutely insane to just.
I'm skimming over what happened to. I am skimming over what happened to the Fun Young Capitalist, but they basically destroyed this person's charity, and it was Lego Butts and Zoe Quinn.
So bringing it back to Cabrutus here with Lego Butts. Now you know the type of people you're dealing with here, buddy. He's like,
if they can destroy you, they will basically.
Don't be afraid of that, man.
No,
you have so many people behind you, and they're not going to destroy you. So I know you can hear that phrase
now than we ever were.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know what you mean by that phrase, Dev, but I don't want people to be afraid of these people either, because there's so many.
Because that's what they want.
I agree. Yeah.
That's what they want, and they thrive off of the idea that they have provenly destroyed people before, and so more people get afraid. They don't want to stand up because they don't know how many people are on their side. You have at least 130,000 people on your side, brother. At least. And that's going to keep growing. So don't worry about it, man. We got you.
And on top of that, the internet is way more organized. YouTube channels get way more traffic than Kotaku or Polygon ever does now. And the reach there is so much more. So man, this isn't even a fight at this point. It's honestly it would be a demolition in the event that if Kotaku, Polygon, as you guys say, if these legacy outlet media, traditional media outlets come out and they're like, look at how Sweet Baby Inc. was attacked, and this Cabrutus was such a bad person. Do you know how much
desperation?
Yes, everybody will look at these and they will laugh at their ass. And humiliation is the way to handle this. You point and you laugh and you say 100%. You are fucking retarded. That is not what happened. Stop spinning this shit. Stop spinning it and lying. That's really what it comes down to. So.
The time for fear is over. Let's fucking take it to them, man.
Yeah, it's not the same as it was 10 years ago. They had a lot more power then. We had a lot less, and now it's in the reverse. Yeah, so
100.
Even though they have destroyed people and they're capable of doing it, that doesn't mean we can take them at this point. It's fine. but yeah, so they destroyed the Fine Young Capitalists, and they went down. And then this happened, 6 months before Gamergate. And we all discovered when Gamergate kicked off because we were all digging into these people. And so I did a video. This is a video that I did in August of 2014. I'm not gonna actually play it. I'll just kind of have it animated in the background while I describe to you what I said in it, just real quick. So, also the video is terrible because it's from 2014. I know how to make videos back then.
Of course.
There's Jim.
There's Jim. So I decided to dig into me and my friends, because it was a more collaborative channel back then. We dug into Maya Kramer's history. She was Maya Kramer then. She's now Felix. But so we discovered that one, Zoe Quinn claimed to the Fine Young Capitalist that Kramer never worked for her. That's untrue, because Kramer did PR for Zoe's games through a company called Silver String Media. Hold on here. Right. Silver String Media. So, actually, I can just pause this now because I can just show it to you. I think I have it right here. So, Silver String Media is a critically acclaimed game studio and narrative design firm. With a team full of unique voices, we create hopeful, imperfect worlds, and we fill digital spaces with love and cosmic awe. Maybe I can zoom in here a little bit. Oh, there we go. So, Silver String Media is a queer-led video game and narrative design studio, crafting original games and providing services in digital placemaking and storytelling. Leadership based in Vancouver, British Columbia, and a team of diverse talents across Canada. Each of us bring a unique voice and multiple valued perspectives to the development process. So Silver String Media, what they actually do, they've worked on Celeste, Crypt of the Necrodancer, Where the Water Tastes Like Wine, Manifold Garden, Wonder Song. They also worked on, I think, Tunic as well. This company is doing what Sweet Baby Inc. does. Same kind of thing. They do consulting work, and when you consult them to work for your game, they'll put together like PR and marketing. They'll punch up your scripts and make them more inclusive and more diverse. But they do the exact same thing. And though if you go to their team now, it's the same founder, but the people here are different. At one point, Maya Kramer worked for this company as well as Anita Sarkeesian. So Lego Butts was doing the same thing that they did that they're currently doing at Sweet Baby Inc. They did it 10 years ago in Silver String Media, and nothing's changed. Sorry, what?
Who did Silver String Media work with?
You mean for like the IPs they worked on and stuff?
Yeah, the games and such.
Right,
So it's mostly smaller indie titles.
It's a lot of indie titles, but there are some big ones. Like I think Glitch Hikers is considered a bigger indie title right now. If you go back and back and back, hold on. Oh man, maybe
none of them were quality games. Like,
well, Tunic was actually an okay game though, because they worked on Tunic, and Tunic was an okay game. I'm just gonna go back to the front page because they had like a list there that wasn't part of that list. But yeah, so Celeste, good game. Crypt of the Necrodancer, good game. They worked on Tunic. It's not on here, but I know for a fact they did. That was a good game. So there are games that are quality that they've worked on. It's not just garbage, but it's a lot of garbage. And also, when you look at games like Celeste and Crypt of the Necrodancer and Tunic, it has some parts of it that very clearly seem kind of progressive. With Celeste is more obvious, with the others is less obvious, but that really feels like that's their influence. You know, that's the Screenwave. Sorry, not Screenwave. Jesus, that's the Silver String Media. Drop into the project, right? Now the issue ultimately is that as we began looking into Silver String Media, we noticed. Is it still playing in this video? I'll have it here. So we noticed that a lot of the games that were winning at the Independent Games Festival, they were Silver String Media games back in 2014, and also that Lego Butts was having sex with people at the Independent Games Festival, and that was the big blow away from this video, is that she was fucking people who ran the IGF, some of them who were judges at the IGF, and her games were all winning.
I have so many questions.
The games she consulted for were winning.
What you said? Lego Butts was a guy, now a girl. Is that right?
No, other way around. Was a girl, is now a guy.
Okay.
So back then, yeah.
Okay. So now was a girl, now a guy.
Like if I go back a bit here, so okay, is it here?
So many questions.
Yeah. So this is Lego Butts 10 years ago. Feminine, just very social justicey, but feminine, right?
Yeah.
And Lego Butts now is on the testosterone, has a beard, has no longer has breasts, has fully transitioned.
But you know what Lego Butts doesn't have?
A dick.
Oh God. That's why we get along, Craig.
Yeah.
Just keeping it real, y'all. I'm just saying.
I mean, she might have a Franken dick. I don't know, but like,
how is the sausage made? That's what I want to know.
You don't want to know how the sausage is made, my friend.
Hey, congratulations! By the way, 33,000.
Nice
over here. Sweet Baby Inc. detected over on Steam.
Let's
go. That's awesome.
Absolute king.
Oh, yeah. All right. Wow. So that's a long way back to see how this is all tied together, Brutus.
And And so just because this is now at the end, so I can quickly finish up
Mhm.
now. I've got maybe 2 or 3 minutes to go at this point.
Yeah, take your time, buddy.
Basically, Aaron was told by Zoe that Kramer was sleeping with the guy who runs the Independent Games Festival. And then looking into the guy who runs it, his name is Brandon Boyer. It turns out they do actually have a relationship, or they did back then, right? The people who won awards at the IGF, they were all of Kramer's friends, and they were all people who worked with Silver String Media. Silver String Media also did consulting work for Kotaku, Polygon, GameSpot, Destructoid, and Gamasutra. Basically, even though Gamergate started as an investigation into Zoe Quinn, we pretty quickly discovered that Maya Kramer and Anita Sarkeesian, they were the connecting tissue for a lot of the Gamergate era corruption, because everything was flowing through Silver String Media at that time. And that's when I started looking into the IGF. And when I looked into the IGF, my investigation there eventually took me away from Maya Kramer, because that's when I got into looking into Phil Fish and Fez, which is a different story. The TLDR of that is I got a hold of Polytron's hacked financial data. We cross-referenced their corporate investor list with a list of publicly available IGF judges, and we discovered that Fez won IGF awards from judges who were financially invested in the company. But at the same time, Maya Kramer was somewhat involved in that because she did consulting work through Silver String Media for Phil Fish. When I published my video, this was her response at the time, back in the day. She said, "I'm deleting everyone who isn't a close friend on Facebook. Sorry, I just can't handle this. Holy shit, I'm so angry. I'm nuking my Facebook and starting over again. It'll take too long to actually sift through 1,400 people and decide. I nuked my Facebook. I just don't have the energy to deal with people telling me I have to defend or justify myself in this situation. This is fucked up." So Lego Butts did not take it well when I basically shined a big light on the kind of corruption they were getting up to. At some point, she leaves Silver String Media, moves to Toronto from Vancouver, transitions to becoming Felix Kramer instead of Maya Kramer, and now as a man, he works for Sweet Baby Inc. But nothing's actually changed. This person is still doing the same thing they used to do. They changed companies probably to reduce some of the heat, but it's still happening. All the same thing that we did, that we discovered about this person 10 years ago, it's still happening today. And that's kind of the big takeaway of this, is that it almost feels like Gamergate didn't stop. Like, not this is Gamergate 2.0. It's like it didn't stop. The same players are doing the same things. You know what I mean? This is like an extension of what happened before. And I mean, you went over this long thread here at the start of the stream, Craig, where Lego Butts is talking about the Sweet Baby Inc. detected thing on Steam, and how like people are coming after them for this company. It's the same thing. It is a continuation of what happened 10 years ago, and it's one of those things where like on like some Gamergaters say that like we won, and it's like, well, did we though? Because the same people are doing the same stuff. You know, they like, some of them might have had to like change jobs or change companies. Some of them had changed names, but the same stuff's happening.
And that's where we come back to our boy, 133,000 strong, Cabrutus. Way to go, buddy. As well, I mean, realistically, okay, James, okay, Dev, you guys were there the first time.
I'm ready for
Do you
round
think
two.
it's going to be a week? But you know, like, are they organizing today after this chaos? Like, and are we being that conspiratorial? Are we thinking that the same thing is happening right now? That's
yeah, Craig, it is pottery. You know, it's like poetry, it rhymes. And that's the thing, is if you want to call Gamergate a war or something, well, you know, whoever side won or lost or whatever, really all that happened is that people kept carrying on. And as we said, like, some people went one way, so other people went another. All these people were involved in Gamergate back in the day. They're just now in different companies, making their own companies. They have new friends. They're doing new sex for favors, all that stuff. And so, yeah, it's just the main thing to focus on is that there is way more of us now, and there's a way bigger understanding of what's going on. And I think thanks to this stream and this video, like, it was a very clear, concise image of the past and the present, and now going forward, what we do in the future. So the ownership falls to everyone watching this. You know, vote with your wallet. Stand up for the people that are actually making quality content. Don't support people that hate you. I say this all the time. These people hate you. Don't give them money. And that's the thing, is they don't care about this content and everything. So you need to starve them of money. You need to point it out. Let your friends know. Let everyone know what is absolutely going on here. And that's how we end up winning in this round 2, if this is a round 2.
And if you guys need some advice on how voting with your wallets, just check out my list. There are some games over
Great
there.
list.
Yeah, I mean,
don't buy those games.
Don't buy those games. Start by there. Okay, that's a pretty good start, I would say.
And to kind of echo what you're saying, James, it's important that instead of supporting that bullshit, support creators that are talking against this. Subscribe to your favorite YouTubers and support them as best you can. Let them know you appreciate having these conversations, because I said at the end of the day, this goes back to the whole idea of, like, video games touch everything. It's the biggest entertainment medium in the world. It dwarfs movies, it dwarfs TV, it dwarfs everything. Video games are the trickle-down effect. That's why this is important. People don't understand how important it is. And I know that sounds stupid. Video games are incredibly important to the entire cultural. It starts in America and it trickles down. And gaming is incredibly important in America. It's ridiculous.
And each and every one of you in the chat, you don't know how loud you can be and how important your voice is. Look at Gamergate. That was a small group, and it grew and grew and grew. We're kicking off running, and we're way bigger than it ever was. So each and every one of you, if you're like, oh, well, my voice doesn't matter. You know, I'm anonymous. I don't have like a profile picture or anything. What am I going to do? No, you can literally just go shout and make your voices heard. You can share this. You can share information. You can subscribe to the curator list, Cabrutus's curator list, and you can vote with your wallet. There's so much you can do that these people will absolutely hate you for. Most importantly, laugh at them and point at them, because they hate that more than anything, folks.
Oh my
Find
God.
a spotlight and laugh.
Speaking of laughing, I've been skimming through the Law and Order SVU episode. This is the best. Okay, this cop here finds a lady in a restroom, apparently, and just listen to this. Is spectacular.
Police officer. What happened?
These guys, they just can't stand women in gaming.
Oh yeah.
The best line.
They did you.
They leveled up.
Ooh, that hurts. They leveled up.
I still quote that to this day.
Yeah, me too. It's so good.
That's
Go
a
home,
parody,
gamer
right?
girl.
Go home,
That's a
gamer girl.
Is this a parody or something like this?
No,
This was a real aired
This was on
show.
Like
television.
for real?
sir.
This is
That
like
was on
for real?
TV.
I mean,
It was
This
a real
is our
TV show about
reality,
Gamergate, yeah.
Cabrutus.
This was literally TV.
so they are trying to say that stuff like this actually happens throughout the
Yeah.
gaming community. A bunch of nerds would do something like this with a chick instead of worshiping her for just for her being a girl that likes video games, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to say that I'll get beat up in an alley for playing video games, and then they leveled up from that. They gained some experience.
Yeah.
That's so
They-
stupid.
you
So-
know, I wonder what
guys.
their spec is like now. You know, if they got new gear or something after beating her up.
Oh my God. I just
I mean-
realized you asked me, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. The one woman on the panel. What's your name? I'm sorry.
Cabrutus? Okay.
Cabrutus?
Cabrid.
No,
Yeah,
the,
me?
I don't think he's a
yeah,
woman.
you.
That's
the woman on the panel. I forgot your name. I'm
Kay.
sorry.
That's just
Kay.
K.
It's just Kay.
Melee K.
Okay,
Just
I'm
Kay.
sorry for forgetting. I apologize.
Ah, that's fine.
I just remembered though, Kay. You wanted me to talk about Ala Kalawaka, right? And I realized
of course.
that's
Yeah.
that's the final thing on the list. I forgot. We should probably
Perfect.
finish it out with that. That's the final thing. Okay, so we've all looked at pictures like this, right? Where Sweet Baby Inc. is the narrative consultancy services company who's responsible for advertising video game companies how to make woke games, and everyone's doing stuff like this. Everyone's doing digs again. It feels just like Gamergate again. Everyone's pulling up screen caps and new information. We covered Grums's tweets. Grums was back during Gamergate as well. So
I've had so many conversations with Mark back in the day. He is an absolute legend, and he's stood up for everything since then.
Yep.
So
yeah, he's been a pretty good guy. I don't even think he remembers me, to be honest, but I remember him for sure. I remember him being a great guy during the Gamergate days. But yeah, so all of this stuff is happening, and it's important to recognize that Sweet Baby Inc. isn't the only company doing this, because Silverstring Media is still around, right? And you guys mentioned other companies as well. There was that Dragon Baby one that we talked about a little bit at the start, where I looked into that a bit during the stream, and it looks like that they're a translation company primarily, and their whole thing. This is a big deal. This is a whole other conversation. This is a big deal in the anime community right now, where you have people who are very progressive in anime translation. And what they do is they will change the scripts of an anime to make them more progressive when they translate them into English. So people in the anime community are like, what the fuck? Like, I'll just pirate my anime and get fan subs now because you guys are ruining this too. And they're translating games improperly. And it's a whole other rabbit hole of Gamergate type stuff in translations from Japanese to English. So Dragon Baby seems to be a company more involved in that side of the story. But what's important is that alongside Silverstring Media and alongside Sweet Baby Inc., there was that other company that you mentioned, Kay, called Weird Ghosts, right? Yeah. And Weird Ghost is like a related company in that they sometimes work together. And so I looked into them as well. An impact fund for studios led by underrepresented founders across Canada. It's the same thought. It's always Canadians, man. It's always us.
Those damn Leafs.
So sorry, everyone.
It's the damn Leafs.
Day of the rake can't come soon enough.
True.
But it's the same sort of thing happening.
At some point, I saw some screenshots that Sweet Baby is being funded or is related to this. So I don't know if that's still on their website. It mysteriously went down after some people were reporting on it, and now it's back up. So I don't know if that's still on there, but I was seeing screenshots float around that Sweet Baby is on their site.
Yeah. There's some relation there for sure. So yeah, you have like this person here. I'll read this one first. A person named Jenny is a queer white settler, community arts advocate, and organizer, software developer, and leader in the IDM industry. She co-founded the video game arts nonprofits DMG Toronto and Gamma Space Collaborative Studio. Okay, and here's the thing: when you'll see in Canada a lot, you'll see like settler as an identity.
Yes,
and that's basically a way in Canada specifically for people to self-flagellate for being a white person living on what was traditionally native land before white people showed up, right? You see that a lot. There's a thing happening in Canada all the time called land acknowledgements.
Yeah,
where basically you see it. I saw it in like my local grocery store. In fact, they hung a little plaque that said this store was built on the traditional lands of some dead tribe that no longer exists. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, dude, why do I need to know about this? But land acknowledgements are a big thing in Canada. It's like a specifically Canadian woke thing that happens. This person here, Eileen,
you're cool if you get called a colonizer. Pretty much, you're a cool guy.
Yeah. If you're willing to do the whole white guilt virtue signal, basically, So this person here, the other founding person of Weird Ghosts, Eileen Mary Holowaka, something like that. Yeah.
God bless you.
Eileen, she is a queer and disabled white settler living on Treaty 1 territory in Winnipeg. They're a writer, game dev, and community organizer and advocate with a background in theater, games, poetry, and health communications. They have a PhD in communication studies. Okay, so Weird Ghost, Baby Ghost. These are all these companies.
You're breaking Craig. You're breaking him. Look at him. He's broken.
So all these companies, they do the same kind of thing that Sweet Baby does, and that Silverstring Media did.
I hate Canada, man.
And it's all the same people jumping from company to company, somehow and here's how they do it, right? So
I hard booting right now.
Craig's rebooting. I did an interview.
Oh God!
Hey, Dave, can I ask you a question?
Craig, save us, Canadians.
Sure. What's up, dude?
I mean, why do they always go with baby in the name of the companies? That's so creepy, in my opinion.
It's an endearing term they use. Apparently, there's a lot of messages back and forth that they call things their sweet babies, and that's where this came from.
Yeah,
baby, you fucked up mentally in the head. Baby, you have issues. Baby, you need to get off that stolen land. Baby, you need to get out of Canada because there are apparently a bunch of idiots up there.
Oh my God!
I can confirm.
3 people on my panel right now.
So I did an interview. I did an interview of a developer that worked on the Saints Row reboot, right? And so I asked him some questions about like what it was like working on that game. And he outlined that there were a lot of woke people there and they caused a lot of problems. But the primary problem is that management didn't know what they were doing, right? You had a bunch of people at the top of the company who don't give a shit about anything woke. They want to make money. They're like, what makes us money? I don't know. We're 65 years old. We have no idea what makes us money anymore. And then, you know, the blue-haired 20-year-old intern comes in to serve coffee and says, I know what makes money. Kids like woke stuff nowadays. And it's like, really? If you put LGBT flags in our game, will we make more money? It's like, yes, of course you will. And so that's been what's been going on for the past, 5, 7, 9 years now, is that people, they're not ideologically committed to this stuff. They were told that this would make them money. And so they're like, how do we put woke stuff in our game? There's money in it, right? So they hire out, they go to these consulting companies who advertise these writing services. And so this guy that I interviewed for Saints Row, he said that they brought on a writer from a consulting company, which we now know to be Sweet Baby Inc. I didn't know it back then, but we now know it. And that the other writers that were in Volition, they could not override the consultant they brought in. They were there to be supports to the Sweet Baby writer that was brought in. Yep. And so that he described the whole like workflow and how everything went down at while making that game. What's going on here though is that this person here, Eileen Mary Holowaka, this person is the sister of Alec Holowaka. And this will bring us right around, but we've now gone full circle all the way back to the start of Gamergate. We're going to go right back to the beginning now. So
can't wait.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So this game here, Night in the Woods. Night in the Woods is a game. It's a very progressive game, and it's made by Alec Holowaka, who was the brother of Eileen Holowaka, who works for Weird Ghosts. And from what I understand, it's actually like not a bad game. It is a walking simulator, so if you're not into that, you're not into that. But as walking simulators go, it's actually a pretty decent little game. You can tell by the art style, though, like it's very clearly made by a progressive, right? Someone who's kind of appealing to those sensibilities. Well, Alec Holowaka, he killed himself. And he killed himself. In fact, it was written about in this article here. This article even fingers Eileen, the sister, who works for Weird Ghosts, describing his death with the oddly passive phrase, passing away, as if her brother was suffering from a degenerative disease. He killed himself specifically because, can I find it here? There's Zoe, so you know she's coming up.
Oh no,
the blobfish.
Yeah. I can't find it in the article. I'll just tell you the story. Zoe Quinn was it 2018 or something? Zoe Quinn comes out and says, I think it was 2019 actually. She comes out and says, "Yeah, so you know that game that's currently really popular, Night in the Woods? Well, the guy who made that game, Alec Holowaka, raped me in 2012."
That's right.
She makes the claim. She has absolutely no proof. Not even like sock puppet Twitter accounts. She has nothing, zero proof, okay, that anything ever happened. This guy loses his job. He loses all of his professional connections. It even seems like in a tiny way, his own sister distances herself from him, and he kills himself.
Wow.
And to bring it all the way back to the start of Gamergate, this story came out when Gamergate was initially kicking off. This is another indie game developer named Wolf Wozniak, who says, Zoe Quinn sexually harassed me at a friend's wedding in March. I didn't think anything of it at the time. And immediately, you got Phil Fish saying, "You're no friend of mine. You crashed that wedding. Nobody invited you. Nobody wanted you there, you little shit." It's like, well, what does that have to do with him being sexually harassed at the wedding, right? So what you can actually, if you were to really dig down to the absolute rock bottom of Gamergate, you will discover that Zoe Quinn actually has a whole bunch of sexual harassment claims against her, that she was the harasser, and that the progressive wagons have continually circled around this woman to protect her because they're all her friends, and probably because she puts out with all of them. But it's one of those
that dick.
Yep, that's the reason why. So it's one of those instances where like this happened to Wolf Wozniak, and his reputation was destroyed. Like he lost his he was a guy making a game. He lost his career. This guy's done now. I'm pretty sure he's gone. Right. And the Alec Holowaka situation, like this guy killed himself over these allegations because Zoe had so much power in this scene that she could make or break careers. Like I don't want to call her a Weinstein. We got to
do this. We got to do this. Okay. We got to get everybody on. We got to do a big 10 years later thing. Whether Zoe Quinn will come on, I'll pay her to come on. I don't care.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll talk to whoever. Bring on whoever.
I want to get them on. I want to make this happen.
Wu,
I want there to be like this is if listen, I take everything for what you guys are saying. Like I'm pretty gullible when it comes to, I take people at their word when it comes to these things. And I'm sure there's her perspective and there's your perspective. And then there's the dead guy's perspective. This whole thing is just so like, you cannot write. And I mean this literally, because I watched Law and Order SVU. You cannot write this better. And like, this is such a ridiculous twist and turns, and learning about this is just absolutely mind blowing. And it's this, wow. That's really like, that's all I can say. It's just a holy shit. Like, wow. And now it's happening again. Like,
yep.
Kubertus, if and when they come after you for being a raging white supremacist and wanting to take down Sweet Baby Inc. and all their diversity, will you come back and make public statements about how you and your 133,500 followers feel about that?
Almost.
Will you come on, Brutus, and let us know how you're feeling about the attacks that are going to happen?
Oh yeah, I mean, like I told you, I mean, they can. I mean, I'm willing then to do it. Like I told you, I just want to react to those the outlets and what they're gonna say about me. I mean, let them come after me. I mean, what can they do to me? Really, what can they do? Really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I'll tell you what they can do.
Even if I was living in Canada, what could they do?
Well, you know what they're going to do is they're going to find you in a bathroom and they're going to beat you up.
They're going to level up.
Well, that's what they're going to do.
They do to you.
They leveled up.
It's such a bad line too.
They're gonna level up against me.
You're gonna level up.
You're the big boss.
Oh
so just right at the end, that's probably the most disturbing part of this story, is that Alec Holowaka kills himself indirectly because of Zoe Quinn. She has she's not legally culpable, but she has a part to play here for sure, morally. And then this guy's sister works with the same clique, the same group of people doing the same stuff. Like it almost seems heartless. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you'd think that you would reevaluate your relationships with some of these people if your brother like fucking died to this shit. So
the ideology is more important than anything to these people.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. Even your own siblings, even your own family, everything. It's all about pushing the agenda.
Yeah. So that is as deep as the rabbit hole goes for me, without getting even more autistic. There's another level of autism. There's always another level of autism, but I'm sorry it took us like 2 extra hours to get here, but it was fun going down the rabbit hole with you guys.
And what a blast from the past.
What a blast from the past, eh, kids? Hey.
Yeah. How do you feel, Craig, now that you have all this lore just contained in your brain? Are you a happier person? Are you depressed?
I'm more exhausted than when the DSP interview happened.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
We talked DSP.
Sorry about this, man.
No, this is insane. I mean, I'm infatuated by this. I'm not infatuated. I'm just I don't know. The whole thing is just so amazing. It's really fascinating. You can't write this. You literally can't write a story like this. Like it's crazy, and it's all over like fucking blowjobs and video games.
They should make movies about this.
You know what? Maybe we talk to Epicverse and we make a gamer game movie. Let's go.
Do it.
You're just being way full for a second.
I do recall there was
just let me cast the guy who's going to be me into the movie. I want Sylvester Stallone.
He wants Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, I mean, he's my hero.
Man. There were two attempts over the years to do something. One of them was very early on, and they wanted to get Scarlett Johansson to be Zoe Quinn, and it was like, dude.
Oh God, yeah.
The other one was in 2021. Brianna Wu was going around trying to pitch a Gamergate like mini documentary TV series, right? And actually, this was kind of the beginning of the end for Brianna Wu on the left, because as soon as she said she wanted to do this, Zoe Quinn backstabbed her for it. And it's like, you didn't ask me if this was okay, so now you're out of the clique, Brianna. And it's like, all right, dude. At that point, though, Brianna, like, she moved into real politics. She like started working with like Democratic campaigns and in her state, and like she started moving up the ladder in that area. So she didn't care about the online gaming stuff anymore. She had like a different career path at that point. So she didn't care about losing the connection. But it's one of those things where I don't think that she's on good footing with anyone who's pro Gamergate anymore, or sorry, anti Gamergate. Like she's burned a lot of those bridges over the years.
Wow. All right. Look, we got a lot of support to get to. Thank you guys very much for that. And I want to thank you guys for spending 4 hours with me today, way longer than anticipated. I will gladly give you guys the out as I'm going to read off these super chats. If you guys want to stick, you're more than welcome. But I do encourage everyone to obviously go subscribe to Dev's channel. And to go check out Melee Games. Kay, James, we're going to need you guys back because we didn't even get to your story. Like,
I know.
The reason, like,
oh my God, I'm sorry, guys. I feel really bad.
We realized halfway through that it's like we're not running with scissors today. That's a whole nother thing. And yeah, Craig, you can DM us and let us know.
I don't even know that story, man. I don't know what's going on there.
It's a byproduct. I feel like they're connected. I really do feel like they're connected.
They are kind of, yeah, it is kind of a related thing. Let's just say that we may have had some silly comments going on with the community manager over at Running with Scissors. Turns out if you just kind of say the postal dude's transphobic and proud, he gets a little mad. And then if you talk about it and laugh at him, he gets even angrier and angrier and angrier. So it's a whole thing.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Kabrutus, is there anything obviously outside of your 103,000, now 600 followers? It's going up hundreds every time I refresh it. It's crazy, man. Anything that you'd like to promote before I, send you guys out the door?
Well, like I said, I just started a new YouTube channel. Let me send the link really fast. It's a new profile that I literally started I created yesterday. I'm not sure with what I'm gonna do with it, but I would appreciate if you guys could, hit the subscribe button just to kickstart the channel. But I'm gonna do something with it, probably some live streams, even maybe some podcasts. Who knows, man? Who knows? Well, I mean, yeah. So that it is, and also my Twitter profile. Let me send also to make it really easy.
So just search Kabrutus Rambo at Kabrutus Rambo over on the YouTubes. So there you go.
Talking about searching, someone told me that if you go to Google right now and type Sweet Babe Inc., my curator is actually starting to climb the ladder, and eventually it can be the first result instead of the Sweet Babe Inc. webpage.
That's beautiful.
Pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah. So that's it. But I mean, thank you for the invitation. Really, it was an honor to be among you guys here. You guys are like legends, like in the gaming industry, in the YouTube space especially. And thank you all, man. Thank you all.
We're taking it back, buddy. We're taking it back.
You're a legend.
Yeah, dude. You the legend. You the legend.
Yeah, man. MVP over here.
Man.
Hey,
bro.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all, Kabrutus? I love it. All right.
That's how it all started, man. Even Sargon was Sargon started as an indie game dev. He has a channel with 900,000 subs now, but he just wanted to make games. Everyone was just a gamer at the start of Gamergate, and it created careers, and some of them reluctant careers, but it was one of those things where we felt like we kind of had to do it. That's how everyone is, man. We were all just gamers at heart.
Hey, look at this. Look at Kabrutus over here. Tired of all the bullshit right there. Look, welcome to the club, buddy. Welcome.
Aren't you guys? Oh, okay.
I love it. All right. Obviously, Deb, you got anything? Do you have any crazy videos coming up that you want to promote real quick before we say au revoir to you and I start reading off some of these?
Sure. I mean, here's the thing. I'll stick around for the super chats if you want. I don't mind that.
Excellent.
I mean,
excellent.
I feel like I probably owe it to the chat as well. Let's see. Right now, I'm doing will probably come out later today. I'm gonna go edit it basically after I get off of this. I'm making a video on the recent Willy Wonka scam. You guys heard about that?
Yes.
There was that kind of nonsense. I'm doing a video after that. I'm doing a video titled "What is Woke?" because I see a lot of people using that phrase, and I want to accurately define it because some people are just using it to mean like, oh, if there's a black person, it's woke. It's like, come on, guys, like, it's not
right.
And then finally, after that, the next big project I'm doing is a long video, probably about 30 minutes long, on a concept called the competency crisis, which is going to be a big, more philosophical dive. The TLDR of that is that as we have more and more diversity hires in a given industry, the quality of the output of the industry goes down because they're hired for diversity, not merit. And that eventually leads to very bad downstream effects where like complex systems start breaking down because they can't do the job anymore. So I'm gonna be exploring that idea in depth. That's what I got coming up this week.
Real quick, Cabrutus, GTI Warrior says, don't worry about changing the existing culture. Just make the culture you want. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's very deep. Very deep.
It is. Thank you for these words.
All right. If anybody wants to bounce, now is your time because I'm going hard right now with Matthew Hammond coming in with the $4.99. Says John Milius came up with Lucas and Spielberg and was blacklisted after releasing Red Dawn. The documentary Milius is free on YouTube.
I got to check that out. I didn't
Thank
know
you,
that.
Matthew. Bizarre Star says groups like De Novo and Sweet Baby Inc. SPID are simply young to help gamers make informed. Or I guess they're to make gamers make informed decisions. Nothing wrong with that. You are correct. Bizarre Star. Sparta Chris says, "Oh, and hey, James K. Right hand power.
Right hand power to you, Sparta Chris. Thank you. Right hands in chat."
Dr. Diddler says, "Bless your autistic record keeping, Dev."
Thanks, Dr. Diddler. Yeah, he's another one of my guys. Yeah. Thanks, man.
Rob on Wheels says, "Amazing work today, guys." Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. Spooderderg says, "Remember though, Sweet Baby Inc. is owned by a multi-trillion-dollar company which owns stock in every GPU, OS, and even cereal you buy." Really? Is this true? Who owns Sweet Baby Inc.?
If you keep digging down the rabbit hole, like it's like a BlackRock thing where it's like this person funnels money in this person and this person and this person. And it's such a massive rabbit hole. But I just want to say, guess what? That's true. And guess who they're afraid of, baby? Guess who they're afraid of? They're afraid of us. They're afraid of you. So keep it coming. Don't stop. They fear you.
They fear you. 61 says, "I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore." If you know, you know.
I'm mad as hell. Hell yeah. Shout
Joe
out
came
to
in
the
with
water
Sweet Baby
filter
Inc.
salesman himself.
Has the pedal symbol on the baby moniker of their company. Coincidence? I don't think so. Look up the symbol. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Goes nowhere, does nothing. Says, "Great panel, great discussion. Gonna have to catch the rest later." Thanks so much. Appreciate it, buddy. Chaos in Control says, "I'm so disgusted with the state of gaming these days that I'm starting to learn Godot, which is a programming thing, a free game engine, and I'm genuinely having fun doing it." Good for you, man. That's the thing. If you got a goal, go get it. If you want change, make it. Love it. 60 Watt came back, says, to find out that the people, hold on, let me read this from this perspective. Here we go. To find out that the people that some of us trusted to give us gaming news actually mocked and laughed at us. Well, it's mildly upsetting. Yes.
Yeah, that was actually the big thing because like if gamers are a bunch of bullied nerds and no one has our backs in the wider culture, but the game devs and the game journalists do, it was an incredible stab in the back when they all turned on us in 2014.
Jack says it's like Orwellian Ministry of Truth Evil. That's right. Talking about the group that they had. Yes. Chaos in Control says, "Keep waking up expecting Medicare to release a vid." Yeah.
Daddy Jim.
Gear says, "Rest in peace, Total Biscuit."
100%.
Buzzion says, "You know this is going on right now. They're coordinating the hit jobs against people that criticize Sweet Baby Inc." Well, come and get it, motherfucker. Let's go.
Woo!
Get it.
We
I'm
all
right
know
here.
there's some like there's going to be a private Discord somewhere where they're all talking about it just like they did 10 years ago. But the difference is that they don't have the influence they used to.
Sometimes you got to slap a bitch. That's right. Danny Boy says, "At Dev, any connections between Gamergate and SVU writers? That's actually a good question.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
60 Watt says Gamergate 2, sweet baby boogaloo. There you go. Coin it, print it, put it up there. Thanks, 60 Watt. Sunwuku says, I wish Mr. Mediker is on the panel. I thoroughly enjoyed the Cancer Man's videos on Gamergate. He's been somebody that a lot of people have wanted me to interview for a while. Apparently his health has taken a bad turn. He obviously has cancer, correct? I don't know a whole lot about the guy.
All you got to do is challenge him to a Tekken match, and there you go. Then he'll
That's
come and
true.
play.
That's true.
But
No,
yeah,
he's
Jim
had cancer for years. Yeah, it's
and that's the least of his concerns. It's a whole thing. He pretty much got crippled from laughing too hard on the internet. But yeah, everyone loves Jim, and his old videos on Gamergate were the absolute best. I'm still like I'm such a simp for that man. He's excellent.
Danny Boy says Brianna Wu changing her ways now would be like Hitler acknowledging that things got a little out of hand in World War II when the Russians were knocking on the door.
I don't know if it's quite that bad, but I
just an analogy.
Even worse.
Albert says my friend Brian should be on this penalty, folks. He's Badger Arcade here on YouTube. If you want to invite him sometime, check out Badger Arcade. Thanks, Albert. 60 Watt came back, says Gamergate is an important battle. The war is much larger in scale and scope, going far beyond entertainment, and will be going on for a while yet. Thanks, 60 Watt. One more time, says to all my Canadian brothers and sisters being based, we can't help you right now with your wokeness. Maybe next year after the election.
Good luck.
Jake says, don't forget Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian went to the UN to complain about Gamergate and demanded they censor the internet in their favor.
Yeah, that's one thing that I didn't get into. They actually got invited to the UN. There was a panel at the UN on internet censorship, and it was Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian, and they came there with their whole interpretation of Gamergate. And I think that's probably the main reason why it became what it was on Wikipedia, is because they got to sit at the UN and say everything from their point of view with no opposing view. And that's why it's now cemented as what it is, even though it wasn't actually that.
You control the media, you can control that. That's the idea. You control the information. You are the ones writing history at the end of the day, right? So that's what they're going for. Dude over on Rumble says, take a page out of It's a Gundam and switch out suicide with sushi to prevent the yellow circle of sadness. Over on YouTube. Yes. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. Once again, some of you guys came in and you supported literally hours ago. Just to thank you for that. Sorry, I'm just now getting to it, but I'm sure you guys understand. It's been content over anything else today. Dude followed up and says, the majority of women, quote, gamers are Candy Crush players, entirely different demographic. I 100% agree with you, dude. 100%. We were talking about the demographics of games versus mobile games, and I think they're drastically different. Dude says the DEI guys are doing great at their job. They even made white supremacists start accepting people of all backgrounds and colors. That's right. That's right, dude. Very good. And I'm still scrolling Rumble. You guys have been incredibly nice today. Thank you very much. Lots of folks tuning in over there. And we genuinely appreciate that. Holy shit. Just keep on scrolling. My God, you guys have been active. This has been a spicy topic today over there. Patriot Gestalt says, Patriot Gestalt says, extending my appreciation for this topic with the $20 Rumble rant. Thank you very much, Patriotic Gestalt. Genuinely appreciate that. The $20 Rumble rant. Massive. So we're catching up. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. You can literally hear me scrolling down. There we are. All right. Emperor Dio, let's say Emperor Dio says, it's funny when most adult games have better stories than most AAA games nowadays. I buy most of my games via sites like Manga Gamer or Manga Gamer and DL Site. I cut non-smut games from buying from my buying habits. Okay, Emperor, thank you very much. Frazzle says, about time gamers stood up against wokeism that's been happening the past years, ruining IPs and characters. A gaming company and its legacy is not the name itself, but the people behind it. Yes, thank you, Frazzle. Appreciate that. Robbo came in with the $6.35, very specific donation. Says, keep up the good fight. This stuff is rife in the UK and dividing us. We're falling apart as a result of this stuff. Thanks again to everyone of every race and creed for fighting the fight. Robbo, yeah, man, this is like truly divisive for people. And I think that's one of the more fascinating things about about this whole thing is how divisive it is. John says, "Hey, Cabrutus, has anyone said you look like Hungry Box? Do you know who Hungry Box is?
No, who's Hungry Box? I mean, I bet he's very handsome, right? Because he looks like me.
Super handsome. You look like Kevin Owens to me, and that's a compliment. You're
Kevin what, bro?
Kevin Owens. He's a wrestler.
Send me. Oh, I like Bret Hart. He's like my favorite.
Oh, let's go, Canadian. One of the good few Canadians there.
Now look,
yeah, and also Hulk Hogan too.
Oh,
Cabrutus,
brother.
We found your doppelganger.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's like 1-to-1.
Wow. Look at that guy.
We did an iceberg video on this.
Man, I gotta grow a mullet, bro.
Hey, Hungry Box confirmed. Cabrutus. Now we know Hungry Box has created the Steam Sweet Baby Inc. Detected group, which is crazy. Mercenary says this is going to kick off Gamergate 2.5 because 2.0 happened a few years ago, but it fizzled out. The time, however, is this time, however, it's not going to stop. The straw that broke the camel's back has happened and only going to get worse. And the reprisal will be happening, I guess.
Real quick, check out what I posted in the chat. Someone made like a fan art of today's episode.
Oh yeah, Cloud, yeah, for sure. Oh, here we go. Yes, that's 100% right. Yes. Here we go. There we are. It's
a history of Gamergate, just the history lesson.
Well, we're just figuring it out.
Better ace this. Oh my God.
Well, it's funny. He had another one in here, right here, talking about us right now. Wokie's coming to cancel us over at Sweet Baby stuff. You have no power here. It's great, man. It's great and accurate. You cannot cancel those who don't care to be canceled. So get the fuck out of here with that nonsense.
In some ways, you can even boost your career by being canceled by the right people, right? Like if a terrible person comes to cancel you, you can use that and be like, oh, well, look at clearly this guy, like I must be doing something right if this person hates me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Artemis Not Foul came in with a $10 direct donation. Says Akira Thompson is a real name. I used that name to make a fake tender for a friend a few years ago.
Artemis is actually a friend of mine. So hey, Artemis, how's it going?
Appreciate you, Artemis, and good luck with that tender thing. Mercenary says also don't forget that Sargon did a video, and in one of his videos before they deleted it off YouTube, he showed that the CIA tried to have a department of memes and counterculture.
Oh my God!
This connects between connects because I bet you there's a government connection to SBI. You got to remember something, Dev. Gamergate was infiltrated from within, and you're wrong about a few things. It is much worse than you could possibly imagine. Mark my words. You will see. Thank you.
I do remember the CIA thing where they had like the joke was it was a department of memes, but it was people trying to figure out if they could use viral memes to like influence things for the government. It's like, all right, dude.
The world we live in, man. I'll tell you what. Kratos came in with a $20 direct donation. Says there's a scene in Remember the Titans where Gary realizes that the Yo Mama jokes weren't directly about his mother. That is what all the newcomers to the gaming community needed to realize back then. The smack talk isn't meant to be taken personally. That's right. It's like they're just words. What's the old saying? Sticks and stones may break my bones. Right? It's amazing. We somehow lost that along the way. RZ, the legend, says photos have surfaced of Boogie and EDP hanging out on Reddit. Apparently, a new documentary by Mike Klum. Yeah, Mike's been busy, man. He's been working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Stickinator came back, says, Dev, thanks for making me remember things from 10 years ago. I'm glad someone still has that all cataloged. Craig have fun processing all this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Hey man. So I think Stinkinator used to be a viewer of mine. Maybe he watches a little bit less because I saw him like commenting in every video back in the day. But I mean, people move on. It's just how it is. But it's good to see him again. How's it going, man?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this right now. After we're done, I'm gonna turn off my lights, turn off my camera. I'm gonna go sit in that corner over there, right there, and I'm just gonna cry.
Weep loudly.
And watch the Law and Order episode too.
Yeah,
have that on.
You need to level up, Craig.
It's time. It's time. Speedy Door says with the 5 says, as the nerd once said, it's a blast from the past, more like blast from my ass, Sweet Baby Inc. What were they thinking?
What were they thinking? Oh, James is the best. Other James, not me. I'm the worst.
Here's this. People don't usually care until you touch the entertainment. Once they do, they'll rise up as a group and fight. Invite Kirsch again. I can't wait to have Kirsch back on. Kirsch was great. Thank you for that. And, I would say the entertainment is one thing. Kids are something entirely different. Don't fuck with people's kids. That's a big thing for sure. And that's been a part of this as well with Disney and all that nonsense. So Albert says, want to see hatred? Just look up Cassie J, how Cassie J was treated after her film, the Red Pill documentary, especially in Australia.
Craig, do you know about that? That was insane.
It's crazy.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
James,
pretty
go ahead,
much. Yeah, she pretty much did a film that was talking about men going their own way. Kay, you can back me up on this as well because I have the memory.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
And she started off being a feminist. So she was the whole documentary was about like, look at these evil men that are men going their own way and don't they hate women and everything. But then as she started to interview them, she realized that like a lot of these men, like, they had their kids taken from them. They were accused of horrible things that didn't happen. And so they're just kind of done with women. And it's like really heartbreaking and sad. So she changed her documentary because it was like, oh my God, like these poor guys. And then she lost a bunch of her friends that were also feminists because she was supposed to hate these people. Then she was massively canceled, slammed in the media, all this stuff. And like a bunch of us on, the Gamergate side and everything, like kind of championed her to be like, thank you for hearing these poor souls out. It's absolutely worth a watch. And yeah, she's wonderful. She actually questioned her own narrative and she broke out of it. She broke out of the conditioning.
And she's the type of person that will go and talk to anyone too. So I remember when she was going through that, she'd go on a channel. It's like 50 viewers. Doesn't matter. She just wanted to talk about it. So
that's awesome. I mean, it's horrible that happened. It's awesome that she's willing to talk because that's one of the biggest issues with all this is you see people who are so fiery about their beliefs, but only in their echo chamber. They're not willing to step outside and actually talk to people, which once again is something that happens on this show. Like we invite people on all the time, people that, and they just have no interest, because we don't talk about things, we're talking about something that hasn't even touched mainstream media yet, and we're going against the narrative. So by the way, I'm going to take another quick glance to see if there's any news stories up about this in the last little bit, but I highly doubt it. For sure.
It's one of those situations where like there's a very large swath of, let's say, the far left that will not leave their echo chamber. There is a tiny swath of the far right that won't, but it's definitely much more likely that the far left will not leave their echo chamber. So when you have someone who is like center right on, they're like, I'm not going to go on that. I can't talk to that. You know what I mean? Like,
of course.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, you don't understand. Like, I am a horrible person. I have been labeled we talked about this before. Like, welcome to the party, pal. We're all there. We're all there. Go fuck yourself. Sorry. Albert, not a retro, says Justin lost the popular vote in Canada. We aren't all confused.
Now I hear the Mounties coming after me again. Oh, look what you've done. They're kicking down the door.
It's not looking good for him for the next election.
Let's keep honking those horns, folks.
Dick Rambert says we got to back Craig. That's right.
Craig.
That's right. All right. We have caught all the way up. Your support has been palpable today and appreciated. I appreciate everybody's time. I appreciate your time for hanging out with us for an extended amount of time. Our average watch time today has been a staggering over 36 minutes of average watch time, which means you guys have kept it on and left it on, which we appreciate as we've gone longer today. So thank you guys very much for hanging out with us. Once again, please go check out the nearly 134,000 good God followers. Oh, look at that. Look at it right there. Look at that.
Well deserved.
That's amazing.
Let's go.
Yeah.
It just keeps going, man. I mean, I don't know where it is going to stop. No, I have no idea.
Hey, listen, it's a statement on, like I said, you don't understand. You really don't understand. This is a cultural thing that's happening, like in real time that we're talking about with you. So embrace it, puff your chest out, don't bend the knee. And I know you won't. So All right. Make sure you guys go subscribe to the Melee Games channel. We're going to get them on to talk about running with scissors again here really soon because they're getting just, there's a wonderful spat that's happening between you guys.
We do a little
of course, go subscribe to Dev's channel. Links to everybody is down below in the description. No Donkey Kong Country 2 today.
I'm sorry. I feel bad.
I love this game. I simply love this game, bro.
It's okay. It's okay. But I appreciate everybody. If you are new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. Come back tomorrow and find us at 11 a.m. Central Time when we're back at it again. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Hit the thumbs up button on your way out. And remember, people are going to try to keep you down. Don't let them. You guys got a goal. Go get it. Have an awesome day. Wait, Blaz, where are you?
Blabs.
R.I.P.
Blabs, please. Fatality.
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 Fatality.